Meet Logan, the absolute garbage oldest son of a noble house drowning in massive debt. The maids trembled in his presence, and honestly, totally justified. I mean, just look at the face of this absolute lunatic. One day, he tried visiting his father, but the castle guards instantly blocked his path. They declared this trash prince entirely unworthy. Being just the son of the previous baroness, everyone either trembled in pure fear or completely hated his guts. Because until this exact moment, he was completely arrogant scum. But the plot is twisting, because the Logan they knew, he is officially gone forever. Our main character gets seriously ticked off by the disrespect, so he totally snaps. He yanks off his gloves and aggressively smacks them right into the guard's face. Disrespecting a prince means a duel. Logan completely roasted the guard, mocking him as the real failure and a hopelessly mediocre soldier for his entire pathetic life. Dominant absolutely loses his mind. Blinded by pure rage, he instantly accepts the royal challenge. They march straight to the arena. Weapon of choice, simple wooden practice swords. But knights use aura. Even with literal wood, they could easily crush a weakling. The crowd panicked for the prince, since he was obviously dead meat. Dominant charged with deadly aura. But wait. Logan flawlessly sidestepped the massive strike and viciously countered right over the enemy blade. Bam! The overwhelming impact instantly disarmed the guard. His weapon went completely flying. The audience dropped their jaws. Since when could this absolute trash-tier loser actually fight? Still hungry for action, Logan offered a round 2. But the defeated soldier was glued to the floor, absolutely traumatized by his own trembling hands. That strike was incredibly heavy, honestly almost lethal, so Logan entirely skipped, waiting for an answer, and ruthlessly rained down even more hits with his wooden weapon. Sweet, sweet payback. This brutal beatdown left every single soldier shaking. The pathetic prince was officially gone. And the insane secret behind this power-up? Nobody had a single clue. Plot twist. In the future, a 40-year-old Logan was actually a miserable foot soldier after his entire family went completely bankrupt. His comrades roasted him endlessly because he once lost a duel to his little brother. They basically treated him like a complete joke after his noble house collapsed. Back then, massive betrayal struck the kingdom. Enemy forces brutally invaded. Logan and his squad fought like absolute legends, but reality check, they failed entirely. The kingdom fell, and our guy met a very gruesome end on the battlefield. Drowning in massive regrets, he realized he was pure garbage. His final wish, just begging his poor father for some highly overdue forgiveness. Boom, Logan suddenly jolts awake in his old bedroom, absolutely hyperventilating. He was recovering from a massive head injury right after battling his little brother. Our main character was totally stunned. Was that hellish future just a crazy bad dream? Nope, the painful memories were crystal clear. Peeking out his window, he spotted his childhood castle in all its ridiculously intact glory. His little brother slowly crept into the room, sweating bullets over how the family psycho might react. The poor kid was literally shaking, because Logan had always been an absolute nightmare to humanity. Memory unlocked. Last time he treated the kid like radioactive trash. And honestly, that was the last time Roman ever tried acting like family. His brain was pounding with timeline trauma, because despite everything, little Roman actually adored his terrible older sibling. Knowing the toxic vibes of Logan Butler, Rick tried to evacuate the boy. But wait, for the first time in history, the trash prince did not start screaming. Using his inside voice, he gently called Roman closer. Both the kid and the butler essentially blue-screened from sheer shock. The crazy master is officially broken today. Logan tried complimenting his brother, but the wholesome words got totally jammed in his throat. Words were not enough, not after playing the role of the ultimate evil villain for years. Plot twist of the century. Logan actually hugged his brother, begging for total forgiveness. He admitted his trash behavior while calling Roman an absolute legend. The waterworks heavily activated. Everyone was crying. After a wholesome chat, little Roman finally gave the protagonist some space. Staring back out the window, our hero felt it in his bones. This regression was 100% real. Time travel was real, and this time, he would carry this entire family to survival. Suddenly, a clumsy maid barged in and started profusely apologizing. Rick sprinted in right behind her, bowing like his life depended on it, swearing Mary made an honest mistake. Wow, this terrified routine was already getting old. It suddenly hit him. Watching everyone treat him like a literal ticking bomb was incredibly embarrassing. Just how toxic was he? Waving it off, he politely requested some basic pens and paper. Instantly, Rick and Mary went into a full-blown panic attack. Was the lazy master actually planning to do real work? When the supplies arrived, Logan casually dropped a "thank you." Butler Rick short-circuited. Did the demon prince just show gratitude? The poor servants legitimately thought they were trapped in an illusion. Taking another heavy blow of self-awareness, Logan cringed at his past garbage personality. He gently dismissed them to begin his grand master plan. But the clock was seriously ticking. An apocalyptic empire war was hitting in exactly 10 years. If he stayed broke and weak, his family would be entirely wiped off the map again. His grand master plan: fix his trash personality and save his doomed family from complete ruin. Plus, a massive civil war kicking off next year would absolutely destroy his noble house's reputation forever. After aggressive note-taking and hardcore plotting, Logan finally marched off to face his intimidating old man. In the hallways, the terrified staff actively avoided eye contact. They basically saw him as a walking Grim Reaper. A distracted maid crashed straight into him, spilling laundry everywhere. She completely froze, mentally writing her own will. She braced for death, but plot twist, Logan actually offered her a gentle hand. A literal divine miracle. Then she looked up. His forced smile was pure nightmare fuel. She frantically begged for mercy and sprinted away. Staring into the void, Logan sighed. Fixing his garbage reputation was going to take way more than basic manners. His default resting face still screamed serial killer. Reaching the boss room, he immediately switched to deadpan mode. From his past life's tragic perspective, 20 heavy years had passed since this exact reunion. The freezing atmosphere inside was totally justified. Patriarch Patrick Mlan viewed his trash son as a massive disappointment. Logan bluntly requested permission to vanish for some hardcore, totally isolated solo leveling in the mountains. He carried legendary night knowledge from his regression, but this current body possessed the physical stats of wet cardboard. Plus, saving his house requires massive amounts of cash, and overpowering strength is the easiest way to farm gold. The clock was aggressively ticking. In exactly 3 months, that specific girl would crash into their chaotic lives. Patrick glared, accusing him of fleeing after getting humiliated by Roman. Logan firmly shot that pathetic rumor down. He confessed he was absolute garbage, who wasted his youth, and now he desperately wanted to level up properly. Patrick audibly scoffed at the recycled excuse. The kid's main issue was a rotten personality, not just zero athletic effort. Totally fair point. Logan openly admitted his terrible attitude was the major glitch, swearing to undergo a complete reboot. His old man fiercely rejected the obvious cap, instantly pointing to the door. Permission absolutely and completely denied. Dropping the massive ego, Logan confessed his epic stupidity. This mountain grind was his literal first step toward actual redemption. Even a rock-hard patriarch has a tiny soft spot. Patrick sighed, officially declaring this Logan's absolute final strike. Right before the dramatic exit, his dad threw shade, asking if 3 months could actually bridge the huge gap with Roman. Logan dropped a cold philosophical one-liner. He was not training to beat Roman, but to conquer his past self. As the heavy doors closed, Patrick felt a strange new respect for the brat. And our hero totally sensed it. Even without verbal praise, that silent atmosphere shift proved his sweaty redemption arc was totally worth the massive hassle. Logan vanished into the rugged wilderness for a 3-month hellish boot camp. Objective: transform this pathetic noodle body. But the real goal was unlocking legendary cheats. Elite absolute masters could one-shot dragons using their inner mana cores. After 90 days of torturing himself beyond mortal limits, our absolute madman finally manifested his shiny new mana core. He previously unlocked this insane cheat at age 40. Now he could completely break past all of his mortal physical limiters. On graduation day, he dramatically faced an ancient tree to test out his absolute most ridiculous, overpowered ultimate skill. Channeling maximum aura into his blade and biceps, he unleashed an apocalyptic strike designed to literally slash through reality itself. This was his legendary endgame mastery from his past life, flawlessly executed by his youthful, totally underleveled current body. Success. But his fragile bones screamed in absolute agony. That overpowered cheat move officially became a desperate emergency panic button. Time to return and start his grand revolution. But first, he desperately needed a heavy shower and a wardrobe update. He absolutely reeked of sweaty goblin. Approaching his father's domain, the arrogant guard Dominan physically blocked his epic entrance. Direct Mlan bloodlines needed 0 security passes. Logan instantly realized his noble authority was literally circling the bottomless drain. Cue the dramatic duel. Logan absolutely clowned the trained meathead, dropping the jaws of every single spectating castle guard. His overpowered regression knowledge made it look ridiculously easy. That brutal public humiliation instantly established massive dominance over the staff. Back inside, the intimidating boss room, their incredibly intense father-son debriefing officially commenced. Dad basically applauded the brutal smackdown. Acknowledging the sudden power-up, he demanded the true secret behind this miraculous mountain glow-up. Logan internally panicked. His grumpy old man was secretly watching the whole time. What an absolute totally unexpected plot twist. Playing the enlightened guru, he claimed he just abandoned his greedy mindset for absolute inner peace. He fed him an epic protagonist. Line cosmic life energy just naturally exploded within his spiritual center during meditation. It sounded like absolute pseudo-spiritual nonsense, but it was genuinely the divine enlightenment he suffered 40 long years to achieve. The patriarch stared in awe. Had a simple epiphany sparked this legendary transformation? His wayward son had entirely reborn himself. Yet his blood pressure spiked. Because after this epic awakening, the brat instantly pummeled a fully armored knight. Logan just shrugged it off. That punk begged for a beating. He casually asked if the guards reported the pathetic details yet. The Baron sighed, claiming extreme violence was totally uncalled for. Absolutely necessary, Logan clapped back, leaving his old man completely stunned. After all that sneaky trash dared to trick the young master and deeply disrespect the Lord's direct bloodline. Letting that slide, total rookie mistake. That arrogant rat would rot the household's discipline from the inside out. In his past life, our protagonist learned a brutal truth. Strict hierarchy is the absolute backbone of any surviving organization. 10 grueling years as a hardened mercenary taught him this. Once the pecking order crumbles, the whole guild utterly collapses. His golden rule for managing heavily armed meatheads: you must establish dominance and hammer down absolute terrifying order. Crush rebellions in one explosive strike. Today's glorious beatdown would serve as a chilling warning to every other arrogant knight. The Baron admitted scumbag Dominion was mostly at fault, neglecting his sworn knightly duty and trying to scam his own master. Still, such reckless brawling was insanely dangerous. He ordered him to lay low. Honestly, Logan was completely thrown off guard. The old man let him off this easily. Talk about a massive plot twist compared to his miserable past life. Catching his dumbfounded expression, the Baron smirked, offering a proper punishment instead. Yeah, I will pass, Logan deadpanned immediately. His dad firmly warned him that going completely rogue was unacceptable, ordering him to never pull a stunt like that again, at least not without official permission. After all, this troublemaker had not even secured his proper knightly rank yet. Logan gave a mockingly polite nod. Right on cue, the Baron dropped a massive bomb. His lovely fiancée was visiting. Our hero's eyes widened in absolute shock. But wait, that was not romantic longing. That was the greedy sparkle of capitalism. Payday was finally approaching. Just as he calculated, the grand doors swung open and the elegant Princess Raina Wolf entered. The noblewoman gasped at her blinding visuals while guards glared daggers of jealousy at Logan. Gliding forward, she elegantly bowed. With absolute angelic grace, she cooed about how dreadfully long it had been, sweetly asking about the patriarch's golden health. Dazzled by her radiant goddess energy, the old man warmly praised how gorgeously she had blossomed since her childhood days. From the sidelines, Rick whistled internally, totally blown away by her massive glow-up. Then he nervously glanced at Logan. He sweat-dropped at his young master. Logan was staring at her with the blank, unimpressed eyes of a dead fish. Flashing a pristine smile, Raina pulled out a royal letter hand delivered by her father the Count and began narrating. This official message to the Baron was a total snooze fest. Half an hour in, guards were literally sleeping standing up. But bam! The ending lines struck like a thunderbolt, snapping everyone awake as the totally shameless agenda was finally exposed. Due to vaguely unavoidable circumstances, the sacred engagement tying Raina and Logan together was being officially ripped to absolute shreds. Reading between the lines, our cunning protagonist smirked. The translation was brutally simple. They had banked on Patrick becoming overpowered. They gambled on the Baron awakening as a supreme aura master. Instead, his growth flatlined, completely stuck for 20 agonizing years. Peaking as a mere high-ranking knight was deeply disappointing. Plus, honestly speaking, the past Logan was absolutely useless trash. So why would the mighty Wolf clan leash themselves to a sinking ship? Obviously, it was time to mercilessly cut ties. Veins bulged on Patrick's forehead. His aura flared with blazing fury. They were crushing an ironclad promise over total nonsense. This was a blatant slap to the family's honor, a complete humiliation, but Raina quickly waved her hands playing victim. With fake tears, she claimed she bravely volunteered as messenger to prevent the Baron from jumping to such heartbreaking conclusions. Trying to clear the air, she launched into a ridiculously dramatic speech about her precious golden childhood memories at the estate. She wept about deeply cherishing her sweet times with Logan, claiming it physically hurt to let those magical days fade away. But alas, the tragedy of noble birth. What could a poor maiden do against the iron will of her terrifying clan? Forced to bow to heartless superiors, she dramatically presented herself, just to beg for Logan and Patrick's merciful forgiveness. The crowd swooned, utterly brainwashed by her Oscar-worthy acting. They praised her angelic heart, matching her blinding beauty. Well, everyone except Logan, Mary, and Chiros, who were practically gagging, breaking the spell. Logan savagely demanded the real excuse. Cut the garbage. What exactly were these mythical, unavoidable circumstances? Sweating bullets, the two-faced princess spat out another empty apology. She flawlessly dodged the attack, aggressively playing dumb and crying she was completely clueless about the real motives for the breakup. Papa never talks politics with me, she whined. But stepmother Mary's eyes flashed with demonic rage, completely deciphering the manipulative bull. Mary unleashed epic killing intent, terrifying the fake princess so badly, she nearly soiled her pristine white gown right then and there. Looking at the Mlan family, she casually drops a bombshell. The wolves offer 3 million gold pieces for the trouble, a literal buyout for the broken engagement. The financial manager nearly flatlines from shock while Logan does a mental victory dance. But hold up. Before Logan can grab that sweet cash, his father Patrick completely loses his mind. How dare they insult his honor? Instantly, a loyal wolf knight throws himself in front of Princess Rhaena, desperately begging the furious patriarch to chill out. Patrick growls, questioning if this kid is a top-tier knight like himself. He admits the kid's talent is impressive. Then he smirks. Maybe crippling their rising star is fair payment for this insult. Blood for the Mlan family's ruined pride. Sweating, the young knight quickly stammers that his master Chiron Wolf deeply respects Lord Mlan. Surely a grand master wouldn't bully a little princess or a rookie knight. Stepping up, Rhaena plays the innocent card. She claims the massive pile of gold is just a humble token of friendship. Just keeping the peace between families, Patrick grinds his teeth, realizing attacking kids now would absolutely trash his precious reputation. That sneaky old wolf, sending youngsters, was a trap all along. Swallowing his pride, Patrick declares that guests are still guests. The noble Mlans refuse to draw swords against unlucky visitors, but there is absolutely zero chance he accepts their dirty money. He demands exactly one thing: a sincere formal apology from Princess Rhaena to his son. No cash allowed. Wait, what? Hearing this disaster, Logan desperately jumps in. As the victim here, he has a tiny request. Internally, he is screaming. Rejecting a mountain of gold for cheap words is complete insanity. 3 million gold is literally their entire annual budget. Are they allergic to being rich? Worse, half their cash comes from his stepmother's family. If the Karens cut them off, it is instant bankruptcy. Starving for pride, Logan knows his family is totally delusional. He needs that 3 million to survive. Putting on his best obedient son face, Logan tells his dad to just take the cash and chill. Patrick erupts again. Is his own son seriously telling him to swallow his noble pride? Logan feels the crushing pressure. Even without an aura, his father is a terrifyingly strong knight. But on a continental scale, that strength is nothing. If Logan backs down here, his grand plans are doomed. Puffing out his chest, Patrick loudly declares their house is not poor enough to sell its dignity. Cue the massive facepalm. Logan sighs deeply, bluntly stating they are exactly that broke. He brutally hits them with the math. They currently owe the bank 3 million gold pieces. Interest alone is 150,000 a year. Without his stepmother's wallet, they would be sleeping on the streets. They are basically royal beggars. Even worse, they owe 2 million more to the crown itself. Accepting empty words instead of cold hard cash, people will just think they foolishly surrendered to the wolves anyway. Panicking slightly, Rhaena jumps in. She claims the wolves highly respect them and are totally rational. Logan scoffs out loud. Rational? She literally crashed their house just to dump him out of nowhere. Suddenly, a dark memory flashes from his previous life. He recalls being a gullible fool, actually believing Rhaena was heartbroken about their sudden breakup. That naive illusion shattered fast. In his past, they met secretly in a bedroom where she thanked him sweetly. Batting her eyelashes, she whispered about making one final passionate memory before parting ways forever. Hopelessly romantic past, Logan actually begged her to elope and run far away together. Her response, a flying dagger straight to his face. He desperately drew his sword to survive. Then the crazy twist, she ripped her own dress, mocking his pathetic delusion that he deserved her. Sneering, she told the trash to know its place. Why even hold a sword after losing to a kid? With a wicked grin, she thanked him for the setup. Suddenly, she screamed bloody murder as thunder crashed loudly. She completely framed him. With his sword already out, her fake assault story was the perfect trap. Because his reputation was already garbage, not even his own flesh and blood believed his innocence. The tragic result: his family was violently humiliated, forced to grovel and pay a massive penalty. Thanks to that two-faced snake, he developed severe trust issues in his past life. She is absolute trash. But this time, our main character swears she will pay dearly for her sins. After these chaotic events, Logan seriously reevaluated his grand master plan to completely scrub his trash-tier family reputation clean. His original strategy, play the magically reformed good boy and slowly win over their cold hearts. But clashing with Dominion totally shattered that naive illusion. Even the lowly guards ignored blatant disrespect directed toward him. Plus, nasty rumors of him losing against his own brother went completely viral. Seeking family validation was now totally pointless. With a massive regional war dropping in exactly 9 months, his public image meant absolutely zero. Survival was the only priority. Chucking massive pride straight out the window, Logan blatantly ignored his family's sacred wishes, demanding cold cash from the Wolf household. Rhaena practically blue-screened in shock. Meanwhile, the raging patriarch erupted, demanding how he dared defy him. Logan coldly countered that useless hollow apologies would never satisfy him, leaving his father totally mentally paralyzed. He ruthlessly added that true noble honor simply could never be bought with pathetic wind-scattered words. Otherwise, their value hits rock bottom, sweating bullets. Rena quickly pivots, insisting her family completely submits to the Baron's judgment. She cleverly tosses the burden back, practically begging Patriarch Patrick to declare his absolute final verdict. Logan instantly saw right through her sneaky little political act. She was absolutely terrified of coughing up 3 million gold coins. Acting incredibly high and mighty, the proud patriarch declared that a genuinely sincere apology was totally enough to satisfy their honor. But miraculously, he blindly tossed the ultimate decision over to Logan. Hearing this unexpected nonsense, his wicked stepmother Marion absolutely seethed. Staring absolute daggers at the boy, Patrick severely warned him to use his brain carefully. Trading their sacred honor for shiny coins today meant permanently putting a disgustingly cheap price tag on their family name forever. Without a single second of hesitation, Logan aggressively decided he could never yield to his father. As the prime victim of this completely trashed engagement, he shamelessly accepted the Wolf family's incredibly juicy financial compensation. This massive bombshell shocked Marion and visibly nauseated Rena, totally crushed his disappointed father, muttered he thought Logan had genuinely matured. He bitterly claimed Logan actually devolved into pure trash, heavily blaming himself for completely failing to teach him true honorable values. Keeping totally silent, Logan internally smirked, knowing this misunderstood greedy act was secretly designed to protect their entire family. Back inside his room, literally swimming in sweet compensation, cash from Rena, a sudden mysterious knock rudely interrupted the young master. Expecting his loyal lackey Rick the boy yelled enter. Instead, Dwayne, the family's perpetually stressed-out financial manager, slowly crept inside. Spotting him, Logan instantly wondered what this guy wanted. Cue Dwayne's incredibly tragic internal monologue. Dwayne painfully recalled his daily nightmare, aggressively managing the McLain estate using an incredibly desperate, ever-dwindling financial budget. Caught in a brutal crossfire, greedy soldiers demanded shiny weapons while shivering servants violently cried over completely empty winter supply pantries. To magically manifest missing cash, he pathetically spent his days begging the notoriously stubborn patriarch. Seriously, was he a prestigious financial genius or the ultimate beggar king? Without blind hometown loyalty, he would have totally rage quit. However, this absolute miracle meant he could finally rest peacefully for a few glorious years. His only remaining obstacle was this legendary idiot, Dwayne, greedily schemed, totally expecting Logan to easily split that juicy 3 million gold. Slapping on a painfully fake smile, Dwayne claimed he just stopped by to worship the young master's absolutely epic performance yesterday. Fiercely defending himself without yielding a single inch to intense pressure, he truly looked like the ultimate legendary McLain family heir. Dwayne totally assumed this epic flattery bomb had successfully critically struck Logan's untouched ego. Since this notorious troublemaker literally never received basic praise before aggressively scamming his newly acquired fortune, should be absolute child's play. But Logan remained utterly stone-faced. Sweating bullets, Dwayne frantically called those 3 million gold absolute magical rain, hitting a dying desert. He dramatically praised Logan's epic cleverness, declaring their stressed family could finally breathe a massive sigh of relief. Remaining totally stone-faced, the young master coldly dropped a logic bomb, wondering why the family felt relieved over his strictly personal cash. Critical hit Dwayne utterly lost all hope, horrified that Logan might selfishly hoard every single coin he desperately tried maintaining professional composure. After surviving 20 brutal years as the McLain's financial slave, complete pathetic subservience basically became encoded into his everyday DNA. Deploying his ultimate weapon, Dwayne violently burst into pathetic tears. This slightly shocked Logan, who asked if their financial ruin was actually that severe. Sniffling dramatically, Dwayne dropped the ultimate tragic lore. Their prestigious family legally owed a staggering 3 million gold to the ruthless Cooper Bank. He desperately tried explaining that the massive interest alone hit 150,000 gold, but Logan brutally cut his tragic sentence short. Logan casually finished the depressing math. Dwayne's jaw completely unhinged, totally baffled he already knew. The young master coldly replied that pathetic interest wasn't a problem. With harvest season quickly approaching, clearing that absolute chump change should be ridiculously easy. Grabbing his hair, Dwayne desperately argued that simply managing the massive barony burned an absolute fortune, leaving them perpetually, completely broke. Dwayne practically begs, swearing a little cash could fix everything. But nope, Logan shuts him down. Logan isn't having it. A baffled Dwayne demands to know why he won't pay up if he hates the Baron. Logan smirks. Sure, the cash is for the family's survival, but throwing it at their daily bills. Hard pass. He needs it for the big picture. Dwayne bursts a blood vessel, thinking this brat is totally delusional. Dwayne wants the gold right now. Unfazed Logan hits him with a harsh reality check. Paying off today's debts wouldn't actually fix their dumpster fire of a situation right. Dwayne sweats, arguing a bigger budget buys them at least 2 years of peace. Logan counters flawlessly. And after those 2 years, they would just dive headfirst back into debt. Zero local products means zero income. It is just an endless, miserable cycle of being broke. To smash that cycle, he has a master plan, and that plan requires cold, hard cash. Dwayne's jaw drops to the floor. Is this actually their useless, troublemaking young master? Logan leans in with a deal, help him out, and he might just slide some coins his way. Enough to cover some desperate family bills. A suspicious, Dwayne asks the price. The answer, mercenaries. Cut to a panicked Rick. Seeing his master packing his bags again, he frantically asks where he is heading. He literally just got back from training, but Logan smoothly replies he is off to make it rain. Rick cries that he is already loaded, but for Logan's epic scheme, it is nowhere near enough. Rick whines that the terrifying patriarch will never let him leave. The castle's vibe is absolutely deadly. Logan just smirks. Who said anything about asking permission? He is pulling a classic ninja vanish. Rick nearly passes out, but Logan is dead set. If he does not rebrand from trash to legend, now he is doomed. He needs outside muscle immediately. Luckily, thanks to his regression cheat, he knows all the global spoilers. Just like his miserable past life exile, he needs to track down one extremely specific game-changing dude. A sobbing Rick tries to block the door, begging him not to become a wanted fugitive. Logan just sighs at the clinging servant. Rick cries out, asking what exactly the runaway plan is. Desperate times. Rick literally throws himself down, yelling that Logan will have to step over his dead body. Logan is totally willing to trample him, completely unfazed. He cheerfully promises that everything will be just fine. He will leave a handy note for his scary dad, shielding Rick from the blame. Logan flashes a suspicious grin. Rick foolishly sighs in relief. Fast forward, Logan vanishes, and a trembling Rick delivers the cursed letter. The terrifying patriarch looked ready to nuke the entire estate. The hilariously formal letter read, "Broken-hearted over my engagement, I need to go touch some grass. I will be back soon." Signed, Logan Mlan. Cue poor Rick, bawling his eyes out, desperately praying for the young master's return. Lore drop. 200 years ago, the Mlan family was an absolute powerhouse in the kingdom. Their massive territory ate up neighboring counties, reigning supreme as the legendary Southwest overlords. But thanks to generations of absolute deadbeats, before Lord Patrick, their noble title plummeted into the dirt. Their lands hilariously shrank. The Golden Mlan Plains were snatched away by an overly ambitious vassal. Rivals carved up the rich soil, dumping the Mlans in a bone-dry wasteland near the southern mountains. Doomed to be eternally broke, they literally had zero local specialties to slap a price tag on. Not even a speck of mountain copper. Logan knows that surviving their incoming war demands serious outside backing. Begging for aid forever. No way. Shattering this curse requires way more than 3 million. But there is one guy who can fix this. Enter Cairo, the kingdom's wildly chaotic commercial capital. Merchants scream deals everywhere, hawking shiny shields, magic rings, and questionable fresh produce. The sensory overload reminds Logan just how hilariously rural his family's dirt-poor barony really is. Searching through his past life cheat memories, his target definitely spent their wild youth right here. Rumor says he is close. Logan's ultimate cash cow and golden ticket, the legendary Philip Claude. This guy becomes a massive big shot in the mighty Ares Empire, the absolute strongest nation around. Bagging this future tycoon is the only way to fund his master plan and save his doomed family. This empire runs on pure merit. Got talent, age or gender won't stop your epic rise. Even foreigners can bathe in sweet cash here. Just look at Grandia's Philip Claude. He became an insanely rich merchant and the absolute biggest arms dealer on the continent. Also famous as Grandia's #1 backstabbing trader. But plot twist. This greedy golden beetle secretly bankrolled his homeland's miraculous independence. What a tsundere patriot. Strolling through the slums, Logan spotted a pathetic figure. Could that really be him? Freshly scammed, the kid sat in the dirt contemplating his totally broke, penniless existence. Logan observed his utter despair. Rumors said the guy's business tanked hard after a massive con, but witnessing this tragic comedy in person, way more pathetic than the gossip suggested. While the kid debated game-overing himself, Logan casually strolled up. "Hey, are you Philip Claude?" Philip squinted suspiciously. With glowing red eyes and that intense stare, Logan screamed, walking red flag. Logan requested a quick chat. But Philip's scam radar beeped wildly. How did this creep know his name? Suddenly, Philip recognized that familiar hungry glint in Logan's stare. A look he knew too well. Pure greed. Seeing the rusty armor, Philip immediately pegged him as some shady mercenary thug. Before Logan could pitch his offer, Philip completely lost it. "The due date isn't here yet. My property sale clears in exactly 3 days. Come back then, you impatient loan shark." Logan sighed deeply. "Bro, I am literally not here to collect your debts." But Philip went full panic mode. Get lost, my sales haven't cleared, he barked like a cornered chihuahua. Trying to defuse the crazy, Logan dropped the bomb. I'm here to invest. Philip's brain immediately blue-screened. You want to invest in me? Philip squeaked. Logan nodded, deadpan. Yes, you. Philip's internal gears turned. Not a loan shark, then he must be a certified lunatic, investing in a total failure. Still, a desperate man grabs any lifeline. Gulping down his pride, he asked, How much? Logan smirked. How much do you need? I'll wipe your debts clean and restart your merchant empire. Squinting hard, Philip inspected Logan's poker face and crusty armor. This guy definitely crawled out of the boondocks. Epiphany struck. Just as Logan repeated his question, Philip screamed, Nice try, you absolute scamming scoundrel. If you're gonna con me, put some effort into your disguise. The last guy's dressed way better. You're no angel investor. That rusty crest screams McLain barony straight from the dirt-poor Southwest region. Your family are literal noble beggars mooching off rich relatives. How could you possibly have investment capital? Your barony is drowning in debt, plus impersonating a noble gets your head chopped off, you idiot. You chose the wrong target, buddy. I'm completely broke. Meanwhile, Logan smiled, assessing this hilarious outburst. Even while hitting rock bottom, his analytical skills were terrifying, truly worthy of a future financial overlord. How do I mute this guy? Logan pondered, as Philip literally cried about lacking the budget for his own funeral. Lightbulb moment, Logan told him to shut up and casually flared his overwhelming aura. Philip froze completely. A teenage aura user, Philip's jaw dropped. A prodigy like this wouldn't waste their glowing future on street cons. Instant attitude adjustment. Sorry, I'm just a bit traumatized today, Philip sweated. So, why do you want me? Logan gave a villainous grin. I'm buying your loyalty forever. Bonus, I'll nuke your debts. But Philip's trust issues flared up. Wait, does the broke McLain family actually have that kind of cash? How much do you owe? 250,000 gold, consider it fully paid. Here's an extra 300,000 for operational costs. Logan slammed the cash down. Philip instantly saw a halo over him. Contract signed at lightning speed, but the fine print was brutal. Betray the boss and suffer agonizing mind-melting pain. We're talking absolute soul-shredding torture. An unholy magical clause that was no mere formality. The shady witch, notarizing it, smirked. Don't like the terms, just awaken your powers and become a high-ranking knight. Or hire a 4-circle mage to break the curse. It'll only cost several hundred times your original debt. Philip's soul left his body. The witch cheerfully waved them off. Come back soon. Philip wept internally. Did I just get totally, absolutely screwed? Philip slapped himself. An angelic Logan. Total fever dream. This lunatic blew a fortune on a magical binding vow. 1 page equals 30 human lives just to play the majestic savior. Logan smirks, admitting they are total strangers who absolutely should not trust each other. Throwing away mountains of gold requires insurance, but Logan promises once their bond levels up, this strict setup changes. He will trash the magical paperwork and finally offer a genuine brofist. This sketchy document lacks deadlines, but lacking options, Philip nervously shakes the madman's hand. Philip asks for orders. Logan's first decree, buy monster flesh. Philip instantly calls him completely unhinged. Fair reaction. Everyone knows monster guts are highly toxic trash. Society currently burns it. But give it a few years, the market will flip upside down. Once people discover cheap recipes to neutralize the venom, starving villages will devour this stuff. That frozen winter eating Kellogg's miraculously cured chronic malnutrition. Heck, even tragic injuries causing total sterility were magically healed. The Royal Magic Tower confirmed it. Men hunted Kellogg's to absolute extinction just to boost their bedroom stamina. Knowing this ridiculous future, Logan calculates an easy 3 million gold profit. Sweating bullets next to this psycho, Philip seriously contemplates making a desperate run for freedom. Inside a dingy tavern, they strategize. Logan drops a bombshell. He wants 1 million gold worth of toxic meat. Philip mentally screams, but our regressor smirks, promising astronomical returns on this insane investment. Philip furiously objects. He demands to know if his boss is legally blind to logic. Logan nods confidently. Defeated, Philip asks about the current market rate for Kellock carcasses. It is literal garbage right now. People burn it just to clear space. Hiring level 0 newbies to haul corpses runs about 200 gold purely in kingdom taxes. Those ridiculous toll fees apply per cart. Hauling a massive bulk load drops the overhead drastically. Philip blinks. This madman actually calculated kingdom logistics. The math was flawless. With a 1 million gold budget, is he planning to sponsor a kingdom-wide mercenary hunting festival? Logan grins. Bullseye. Is there a flaw in this genius master plan? Philip facepalms hard. The strategy is absolute garbage. This meat is literally free trash. Why hire mercenaries? Pay greedy merchants the price of cheap beef. They will happily scavenge anything for coins. Tell them you want rotting trash and they will practically gift wrap it, Philip smugly bets. Merchants will vacuum up every dead Kellic in the nation by tomorrow morning. Pre-sliced and delivered, Logan's eyes sparkle. Buying this clever sidekick was a massive bargain. He creepily calls Philip an adorable little punk. Shivering, Philip demands complete control over their finances. Since they share a sinking ship, Philip takes charge. Logan just slides over a bizarre shopping list. Ironwood heavy-duty springs and industrial glue. He orders Philip to hoard massive stockpiles in K. Philip squints suspiciously. Is this psycho opening a medieval toy shop? Logan flashes a dangerous smile. He is building something much deadlier. These are raw ingredients for legendary siege weapons. Logan remembers the terrifying destructive power from his past life. During the brutal Grandia Kingdom invasion, these exact weapons allowed simple footmen to absolutely humiliate elite knights. He already dispatched Dwayne to recruit a fierce mercenary army in advance. Arming them with these engineered masterpieces guarantees total dominance in the upcoming regional bloodbath. First step, hunt down a legendary blacksmith and a brutally strict drill sergeant. 2 days later in Heron, Logan targets Kaisalon, a terrifying rank A mercenary pitching the instructor gig. But Kaisalon frowns. He crushes skulls, not lesson plans. Logan pushes hard. It is an easy gig, just whipping some lowly rank C rookies into shape. Kaisalon scratches his head. The rumors are exaggerated. He only gave basic advice to some local brats. He aggressively suggests hiring a real academic tutor for this nonsense. Logan smirked. Kaisalon could not fool a regressor. They were literally past-life co-workers, so he knew all his secrets. This guy was a walking armory. He mastered every weapon in existence and rode horses like an absolute boss. But his true, overpowered cheat skill, he was a legendary drill instructor. Even after retiring from a nasty injury, the mercenary squad he trained completely wiped the floor with everyone else. Right now, though, the guy looked completely unbothered. So Logan dropped the bait, 4,000 gold coins. But Kaisalon played hard to get, rejecting it flat out. Fine. Logan bumped the bounty to 6,000 gold. Still, no Logan gritted his teeth. 7,000 gold, yet this stubbornly prideful rock still refused to bite. He started lecturing Logan about how money was not everything. So Logan casually dropped the nuke 8,000 gold. Instantly, the proud warrior crumbled. He eagerly accepted the deal, bowing and thanking his new paymaster. Logan casually revealed his identity as the Mlan family's eldest son. He asked if the mercenary wanted the job details. Kaisalon simply shrugged. Cold, hard cash was all he cared about. Soon, a brutal scene interrupted their walk. A violent slaver was mercilessly whipping people, screaming that he would slaughter everyone if they made him late. Kaisalon sighed, pointing out the obvious truth. Haram was notoriously famous as the dark city of slaves and mercenaries. This cruelty was just the appetizer. Just a few steps ahead, the entire district transformed into a massive slave market. Logan nodded with zero surprise. In fact, going shopping for a slave was exactly why he was here today. A greedy merchant spotted Logan, immediately labeling him a wealthy, clueless country bumpkin, and eagerly waved him over. He boasted about unbeatable prices, but upon locking eyes with Kaisalon, the merchant totally froze in pure panic. Logan chuckled internally. Hiring this scary bodyguard was definitely the best investment ever. They soon approached a heavily guarded shop. Bingo. This was the VIP section. A shady old man greeted Logan, hinting that he knew exactly what the boy wanted. Logan cut straight to the chase. He needed a dwarf. The old merchant smiled greedily, confirming he had hit the jackpot. He bragged that otherworldly races were incredibly rare premium stock, which was why they were kept in such high-quality conditions. Gesturing Logan closer, the merchant proudly showed off a pair of gorgeous elves, boasting about how ridiculously hard they were to capture. He smugly asked if Logan had ever seen real elves. But Logan simply pointed past them. "Just give me that chained dwarf." The old man blinked. Well, duh, anyone with working eyeballs could see that sturdy little guy was a dwarf. He hyped up his merchandise, promising Logan endless value. Because this was not just any dwarf, this guy was an actual expert. Logan's eyes widened in genuine shock. He always assumed every single dwarf was just born with maxed out crafting skills. They were a literal blacksmithing race. Creating and fixing legendary items was their entire reason for existing from birth until death. Scoring an expert-class dwarf was a massive, unexpected critical hit. Logan would never have to worry about equipment quality again. Time to talk money. The greedy merchant rubbed his hands together, quoting a totally outrageous starting price, 200,000 gold. Logan glared daggers at the old crook. "Do I look like a gullible idiot?" Intimidated, the merchant frantically slashed the price. A massive 50,000 gold discount. Kaisalon watched in pure disbelief, completely mind-blown by Logan's ruthless bargaining skills. Even the dwarf sweated, calling his negotiation tactics absolutely brutal. But to the regressor, that was just basic haggling one-on-one. The sturdy dwarf nervously asked about his ultimate destination. Logan flashed a confident smile. You are heading straight to the Mechlin estate. Logan laid down his rules, and the dwarf submissively nodded. Everything was falling into place exactly according to Logan's master plan. Sure, dwarves were legendary crafters, but enslaved dwarves were basically useless. Without blazing passion, they could never forge true masterpieces. Logan needed to reignite that fire. He threw down a tempting deal, forge masterpieces for 20 years, and earn absolute freedom. He promised a safe return home. Since 2 decades was literally a blink for dwarves, the little guy's eyes sparkled with absolute joy. Before he could say thanks, complete chaos erupted. Another desperate slave broke his chains and sprinted from his master. Logan watched the dramatic escape. But reality was brutally harsh. The runaway barely took 10 steps before armored soldiers violently tackled him. But wait, Logan squinted at the captive. That strikingly weird blue hair. Those completely mismatched heterochromatic eyes. He looked way too familiar. A forgotten memory struck. Logan accidentally gasped out loud, making Kazalon tilt his head in absolute confusion. How was it logically possible? The legendary noble slayer was right here. The terrifying memories of his past life completely rushed back. Back then, an insanely overpowered Aura Master had terrorized the entire kingdom. Starting as a lowly slave, he brutally slaughtered his abusive masters. He went on a bloody rampage, slashing through arrogant nobles and knights before completely vanishing for an entire decade. When he finally returned, he unleashed an apocalyptic aura, proving he had completely transcended humanity as the terrifying, unstoppable noble slayer. Logan recalls the lore. This legendary slave breakout. It originally happened a year into his mercenary days. Math time. That means this future powerhouse is still in chains. Snagging him today guarantees an absolute unit on his team. The catch. This kid grows up to be a bloodthirsty psychopath, but hey, if his shiny weapon bites back, Logan can always just throw him in the dungeon. The slaver raises his whip for another strike. Swish Logan casually intercepts the blow with his blade, leaving the sweaty scumbag completely dumbfounded. Then the merchant spots the shiny noble crest. Instantly switching gears, the greasy guy slaps on a fake sycophantic smile. The rat shamelessly apologizes, claiming his merchandise was acting up and needed discipline. He rubs his dirty hands together, asking what the young lord desires. Smirking, Logan points straight at the battered siblings. He is buying those 2 runts. The merchant gasps, faking hesitation. Red hair, blue eyes, extremely rare traits. He warns the young master that these premium items will cost a literal fortune. Unfazed, Logan demands the number. The greedy snake drops a bombshell. 10,000 each. Logan mentally facepalms. A top-tier gladiator costs maybe 300 gold. This absolute clown wants to overcharge him 30 times over for starving kids. They are literally skin and bones. Though honestly, securing the infamous noble slayer for 10,000 is an absolute steal. But this trash-tier merchant does not know that. And Logan absolutely refuses to let this scammer hit the jackpot. Playing the game, Logan scoffs that asking 30 times the market rate for 2 half-dead collapsing runts is an absolutely hilarious financial joke. The sleazy trader whines that they are highly exclusive stock. Logan brutally cuts him off. 500 gold each. Take it or leave it. That is already way above premium market prices. The merchant dramatically clutches his chest, crying that such lowball offers literally bankrupt his entire investment. Logan unleashes his terrifying aura. Does he look like an absolute idiot? The sheer killing intent makes the merchant literally wet his pants. Realizing this feral kid is a walking disaster, the slaver desperately nods, frantically accepting the discounted deal just to financially survive. Later, Kaisalon piggybacks the bruised boy, completely baffled. How is he awake? Those brutal wounds should have kept him completely out cold. Logan casually shrugs, noting the impossibly fast healing. Pure genius. He secretly injected his own force to patch the kid up. A trick vastly superior to cheap, low-level priest magic. Wait, a sudden frown hits Logan. Did this feral brat sense his hidden energy? Even Kaisalon was totally clueless about it. Whatever, Logan quickly brushes it off as a wild coincidence. Suddenly, Victor leaps off Kaisalon like a rabid dog. He launches a surprise attack, but strikes absolutely thin air. Logan casually snatches the feral pup by the throat. Is he insanely brave or incredibly stupid? He smirks playfully. Time for a reality check. He asks the boy if he seriously mistakes him for that pathetic puddle-making merchant weakling. A fiery fighting spirit is cool, but picking unwinnable battles is pure suicide. Logan politely suggests the kid take this as his final warning. Submit to him, and both he and his precious little sister get a lifetime VIP pass. But try to bite his hand again, both get tossed to the wolves. Dropping the kid, Logan drops the ultimate bombshell. He plans to forge this stray into an honorable knight. Victor is totally speechless. Logan confirms the epic deal. Knights are honorary nobles. That means absolute freedom from his cursed slave brand. Total freedom for his sister too. Hearing those magic words, Victor stares intensely at her. He is all in. Logan watches them both. Bingo. His brilliant assumption was absolutely correct. This fragile little girl is the absolute ultimate leash for the legendary noble slayer. Hellish training starts the second they reach home. Next order of business, Logan summons Hamar the dwarf for a chat. Time for magical paperwork. The brilliant terms grind at the forge for 20 years, scoring a free ticket to his glorious mountain home. Hamar completely freezes. Tears prick the rugged dwarf's eyes. A true return to his ancestors. Logan chuckles knowingly. Empty promises are just cheap air. That is exactly why they are using binding magic. He teases the stun-locked dwarf. Too good to be true. Want to back out? Hamar practically sobs with joy. He furiously nods, swearing absolute loyalty, a master respecting a sacred dwarven dream. Unbelievable. Logan flashes a devious inner smile. A simple magical paper securing a legendary dwarven blacksmith. The ultimate scam. Talk about an insane loot drop. Securing the dreaded noble slayer made this expedition an absolute massive win. Preparations for the epic clan war are advancing smoother than a polished blade. However, fate violently twisted. Little did Logan know, wild rumors about his bizarre behavior had already infected the entire McLain estate. His reputation was in the absolute gutter. Meanwhile, poor Rick was losing his mind, desperately trying to do damage control while screaming internally. Just what on earth is our young master doing? The moment our infamous troublemaker casually strolled back home, absolutely nobody in this world was more thrilled to see him than Rick. Blinking cluelessly, the young master simply asks how his loyal servant has been. Rick stares back, completely dumbfounded. "Are you seriously asking me that right now?" he explodes. Practically hyperventilating, the poor guy demands to know what Logan was doing out there. Has he not heard the insane rumors? The whole estate thinks he is some perverted freak who just blew 150,000 gold coins on Monster. Meet. Well, just a few days prior, Philip had rounded up every shady merchant in town. His bold declaration: he was buying up monster meat under the proud name of young master Logan McLain. Even before this chaotic stunt, Logan was already infamous for his shattered engagement and shamelessly robbing his own fiancée. To lure in more greedy sellers, Philip actively fueled those bizarre monster meat rumors himself. Completely oblivious to Logan's notorious history, Philip just assumed he was dealing with some random, eccentric, rich lunatic. Meanwhile, the sly merchant saw pure profit in this scandalous gossip. He ruthlessly tanked the buying price, yet kept it just tempting enough, so merchants swarmed like flies to honey. 1 gold piece per kilogram. His greedy logic. No desperate peddler would ever refuse to sell absolute garbage to a wealthy madman. "Want to get filthy rich?" he challenged them. "Then drag every last scrap of monster meat to me." This aggressive bait worked like dark magic. Mountains of tainted meat poured in, while Logan's unhinged reputation infected the entire thieves' quarter. Hearing this absurd report, Logan smirks. Philip executed the plan flawlessly. Rick nearly faints from shock. How can his master smile during this utter disaster? Chuckling, Logan points to his traumatized entourage. "Just look at their pale faces," he jokes. Imagine the insane gossip they had to endure on the road. Brushing off the panic, our young master casually waves his hand. "Relax, Rick. This circus will end shortly." But Rick begs him to drop the confident act. The patriarch is boiling with rage. Inside the oppressive office, Patrick glares daggers at his son. "Enjoyed your little runaway stunt. It was highly productive, yes," Logan answers boldly. Patrick sneers. "I heard the disgusting whispers. They say my son is out of his mind, but sure, claim it was worth it." Unfazed, the young master stands his ground. "Rumors are merely baseless garbage. I hold absolutely zero regrets about my actions." Suddenly, the venomous stepmother strikes. "See, darling, it is exactly as I warned you." He is utterly clueless about his status, dragging our noble family name through the mud. Before she can spew more poison, Logan fiercely cuts her off. "Aren't we being dramatic? All I did was spend my broken engagement settlement exactly how I pleased." Marion screeches in outrage. "Are you hearing this, boy, Patrick? Are you seriously still defending this absolute menace?" Enough. Patrick's roar shakes the very room. Forcing his blazing aura to settle, he coldly orders her out. He demands a private audience with his son. The heavy door clicks shut. "Listen closely," Patrick growls. "This is your final lifeline." A suffocating silence falls as Logan faces his wrathful father. "Just what is brewing inside that skull of yours?" Patrick demands, practically begging for one honest explanation to this madness. Logan gulps nervously. The patriarch will never forgive another mistake. He looks away, whispering softly. "You would never believe me, even if I confessed." "Are you simply refusing to be understood?" Patrick fires back. "Do you have any grasp on the vile things the entire world is screaming about you? They call you a violent, money-crazed psychopath." His voice cracks slightly. "Exactly how long must I act as your shield? I am running out of excuses. How can I face your late mother when I fail you like this?" Logan's eyes widen in absolute shock. His mother, the father from his previous life, had never uttered her name. Not even on the day of his banishment. Perhaps. His father had not truly abandoned him yet. Stealing his resolve, Logan boldly requests exactly 1 year. Give me 1 single year, I swear, to reveal the ultimate truth behind my actions. He bows deeply, begging for this final miraculous favor. Later, in the dead silence of his study, Patrick heavily ponders that crazy encounter. A father begging a son for the truth. How pathetic, he scoffs. Yet if that arrogant brat fails to deliver a miracle after 1 year, then a ruthless choice must be made. Because before he is a loving father, he is the iron-fisted patriarch of the McLain clan. Gazing at Raina's faded portrait, Patrick whispers a desperate apology. My love, I completely lost our boy. A tragic monologue falls from his lips. He had sworn a blood oath to raise him properly, to protect him fiercely. Yet, ultimately, this entire family was crumbling to dust. All because of his miserable negligence. Strolling through the castle halls, Logan bumps into his little bro and his jaw straight up drops. Hold up, Ran actually awakened his aura. How did you figure it out? You cornered me fast, Ran chuckles. Logan's heart swells with absolute pride. His 14-year-old baby brother is already projecting aura. What a prodigy. Logan's mind races. Back in his previous timeline, Rand's power only sparked during that brutal, blood-soaked clan war. But this go-around, it triggered insanely early. It is all thanks to you, big bro. Rand beams, leaving Logan completely clueless. Rand casually drops the lore. Those pesky knights tried blocking him from greeting Logan upon his return. Boom. Spontaneous power awakening. Yep, the kid literally stomped those fully trained guards just to give his brother a hug. Logan bursts into hearty laughter, giving his overpowered little brother a massive thumbs up. The gears are turning. Once the kid's aura stabilizes, feeding him, those divine sword secrets will forge a monster way scarier than his past life self. Down at a shady cabin south of the McLain territory, Dwayne delivers the goods. All 35 rank C mercenaries are lined up and ready. Plot twist. These hired blades are absolutely fuming. They are practically foaming at the mouth, convinced this entire gig is a giant troll job. They have been rotting in this camp for 10 agonizing days, and the mysterious boss has not even shown his face. A bottom-tier baron's brat would not dare mess with a mercenary guild unless he has a death wish. One beefy thug barks out. Who knows? Another scoffs. You have heard the juicy gossip floating around about this kid, right? The rumors are absolutely wild. The peanut gallery starts roasting our main character's outfit. Did you see him? Strutting around in armor, playing dress-up like a toy soldier? Eavesdropping from the shadows, Logan smirks. Time to put these battle-crazed mutts on a leash, or they will never fall in line. Stepping into the light, Logan locks eyes with the loudest thug. You think strapping on steel and carrying a blade is some stand-up comedy? The brute blinks, utterly baffled. How on earth did this scrawny noble catch his trash talk from all the way across the yard? Logan immediately dials up the sass. Hey, you can laugh all you want, buddy. But only if your skills actually match that big mouth. You are just a bottom-feeding class C grunt. Logan sneers. What phantom techniques are you hiding that give you the right to look down on me? Dripping with sarcasm, Logan tilts his head. Oops, did I hurt your feelings? I guess even low-tier mobs like you have some fragile pride. Step right up and prove it, Logan challenges. He lays down an absolute banger of a deal. Just land one single scratch on him. If the thug connects, he gets to walk away freely. Plus, Logan will dump a whole year's salary straight into his pockets. He stakes his noble honor as an unbreakable guarantee, loudly declaring every spectator in the yard an official witness. The beefcake cracks his knuckles and steps up, grinning like a fool. Jackpot. You cannot backpedal out of this one now, pretty boy. He glares down at Logan, trying to flex his intimidating aura. But honestly, that goofy gorilla face is way more hilarious than terrifying. The peanut gallery goes wild over the dude's massive frame. Is this absolute unit secretly hiding a Class B rank? Not officially, his buddy hollers back. But bag this easy payout and he will be shooting straight up the guild rankings. Overhearing their ridiculous delusions, Logan rolls his eyes. That completely explains this guy's reckless, totally unearned confidence. I will let you swing first, the brute taunts. Logan flashes a wicked smirk. Oh, you will deeply regret that. Completely blind to the massive death flags waving above him, the thug boasts about his veteran sword experience. He thinks he is absolutely invincible. He even offers a handicap. Done playing games, Logan channels his explosive aura into his fist and absolutely obliterates the guy's jaw. Smack. Crickets chirp. The entire crowd is paralyzed by that insane shockwave. The so-called duel ends instantly with the giant snoozing peacefully in the dirt. While teeth literally rain from the sky, the surviving thugs watch in sheer panic. Logan casually rolls his shoulders, smirks, and asks, who is next to talk trash? The hired blades are internally screaming. A kid this young already mastering aura projection. It totally breaks the world's power scaling system. Watching from the sidelines, Kaiselan sweats profusely. He knew his young lord was built differently, but this is straight-up main character energy. Logan asserts complete dominance, casually laying down the law. I guess that wraps up your little commentary. Any objections? Perfect. Radiating pure boss energy, he formally introduces himself. I am Logan McLain, the man who actually summoned you here. Pacing before the stunned crowd, he smirks. You are probably wondering why I am burning cash to hire mercenaries. The grand reveal drops. He is going to forge them into elite crossbow knights. Even Dwayne and Kaiselan are completely blindsided. The mercenaries exchange bewildered glances. A crossbow squad, one brave idiot mutters, would we not just spend the entire battle cranking gears and reloading? Kaiselan leans in furiously, whispering that crossbows are horribly inefficient for mounted combat. Logan just flashes an annoying smirk. I am well aware. Kaiselan looks like his brain short-circuited. Then why in the blazing heavens would you force them to use those clunky things? Time for a massive info dump. Crossbows pack way more armor-piercing firepower than regular bows, but yeah, newbies take a painful 60 seconds just to reload on horseback. Even juggling 3 preloaded weapons, your firepower vanishes in 60 seconds. Then you are literally just a sitting duck. No wonder these low-tier mobs are scratching their heads. Logan smirks at Kaiselan. You might think I am burning cash on toy soldiers, he says. But train them right. The real show starts later. He adds a spicy final note. This crossbow cavalry will become Mlan's absolute trump card long after this bandit war ends. Kaiselan just sweats and nods. He has absolutely no clue, but the boss knows best. Fast forward a few days. Logan stares intently at a crinkled blueprint in his room. Out of the 350 mercs we hired, only 312 survived the basic screening. That is a solid passing grade, he shrugs. Suddenly, his door violently bursts wide open. Enter Hamar. The fiery dwarf practically demands to know what crazy sketch he just received. Logan casually replies that it is the blueprint for his brand new top-secret crossbow project. Sure, my chicken scratch might look completely cursed to a master blacksmith's eye, he laughs. Internally, Logan smiles. This was the exact weapon he absolutely spammed in his past life. He simply dumped decades of battle, tested memories straight onto the paper. Since you are the great Hamar, he teases, whipping this up should be a total breeze. Hamar analyzes the insane specs. He complains about sticking a bolt-storing cartridge right on the back and the absolute absurdity of an automatic reloading feature. And what is this nonsense about firing 3 consecutive shots in a row, the dwarf yells. Who the heck dreamed up this completely idiotic garbage? Logan just shamelessly points right at his own grinning face. Hamar glares daggers at him, but then his face twists into a giant grin. It is an absolutely brilliant idea. But with this janky tension setup, he sighs the bowstrings will instantly snap under the immense pressure, plus slapping a giant wooden box on the back. The poor shooter will not even be able to aim properly. Hamar demands a fix. Logan just crosses his arms with a shameless grin. That sounds like a you problem. Figure it out yourself, genius, he chuckles. The dwarf's face turns as red as an erupting volcano. Just kidding, Logan laughs nervously, backtracking. Look, we just shrink the bolts down to make the cartridge itself way smaller and easier to handle. He accepts Hamar's logic. Fine, they would stick to a brutal single-shot weapon instead. His big brain idea, swap out pre-made bolt cases after every single shot. He dubs these magical loaders magazines. Hamar's jaw literally hits the floor. He yells that even top-tier snipers could not fire a crossbow twice in 1 single minute. A weapon exactly like this, he stammers. It completely shatters our era's common sense. Logan just smirks to himself. Obviously, because it was a literal cheat weapon created in the distant future. Hamar huffs, complaining that ordinary fools think weaponsmithing is just slapping a spring cartridge, some wood glue, and a bouncy bowstring together. But the dwarf's artisan blood is boiling. It is a spicy challenge, and he absolutely accepts it. Logan immediately drops the hammer. Awesome. So when is the exact delivery date? Hamar pops a massive vein. You expect a strict deadline for a mythical weapon that I have never even heard of or seen. Logan casually shrugs it off. Hey, at the end of the day, it is still a weapon made by human hands. The dwarf freezes, utterly baffled by his confidence. Wait, who the heck built this, and where? Logan casually dodges the question. Top secret stuff, he winks, perfectly baiting the master craftsman's legendary pride. But hey, if you think you cannot handle it, Logan yawns dramatically, you had better give up now. Hook, line, and sinker, give me 1 month, Hamar roars. I will forge something far superior to this trash. Logan smiles like a villain. Provoking a dwarf's fragile ego, it works like an absolute charm every single time. Cut to the castle courtyard. Victor is sprinting his absolute lungs out in the brutal training grounds. Your pace is dropping. Logan barks like a demon coach. Sweating buckets, poor Victor forces his heavy legs to speed up. Logan watches in awe. He only fed the kid and let him sleep for days, but the difference good food made was totally unbelievable. All right, take a breather, he orders. Instantly, Victor's adorable little sister sprints right over to him. Logan nods to himself, feeling like a genius. Buying Victor was the absolute best investment he ever made. A scrawny 14-year-old running 20 kilometers straight. The kid's natural talent was completely off the charts. But his real superpower, pure, unyielding grit. This boy pushed through the pain without a single complaint. It hit Logan suddenly. He was not born a bloodthirsty noble slayer. That dark future probably only happened to protect his sister. Break is over, Logan suddenly declares. From now on, we learn Grandia's sword technique. Execute it perfectly 1,000 times. And congratulations, kid, you will officially be a knight. Victor's eyes practically sparkle, absolutely hyped, visualizing himself claiming that epic role. Logan checks if he is up for the challenge, and the kid eagerly screams, "Yes." Logan adds that Rick can handle whatever gear he needs. He is the ultimate supply guy. But surprisingly, Victor completely declines any extra equipment. Logan pushes back, demanding absolute certainty. Victor simply responds, "Just protect my sister." That single condition seals the perfect deal for Logan. During their brutal training sessions, Logan figures the rookie is not battle-ready yet, but he is totally a future cheat code for their territory. He bets these mercenaries, armed with Hamar's custom weapons, will become an absolutely unstoppable death squad. Wait, hold up. He shouldn't celebrate early. Hamar might accidentally craft total garbage crossbows instead. Even if the weapons rule, these rookies might just shoot their own toes. Trusting others is too risky, so time for a solid backup plan. Pivoting fast, Logan crashes his dad's office, demanding a spot in the Elite Knight's brutal training program. Surprisingly, his father greenlights the crazy request instantly. Down at the training grounds, Captain Hankley reluctantly introduces Logan to the squad, dropping the bomb about his permanent participation. The legendary knights instantly riot aggressively, whispering curses about this absurd new arrangement. They assume this cocky noble thinks their hardcore order is a joke after stomping Dominion. Hankley flashes back to a very stressful memory. Inside the Patriarch's heavy chamber tensions flared, discussing this spoiled kid's dramatic entrance. The captain was absolutely fuming about it. Hankley bluntly warned Patrick that inserting his son would trigger a massive squad mutiny. But Patrick fiercely snapped back, demanding 0 noble privileges. He ordered them to crush Logan exactly like any other worthless, pathetic rookie. Back in reality, Hankley sweats profusely. No matter the orders, this guy is still royalty. Seriously, why couldn't the Lord just ask him to babysit the kid with kid gloves? Logan catches the captain's total panic and casually smirks, telling him to chill out. He coldly promises that if he fails one single miserable drill this week, he will vanish like a ghost and never bother the knights again. Hankley is utterly stunned by this cocky flex, but accepts the bet. Secretly, he maliciously cranks the week's difficulty up to a suicidal 300%. Cut to a groaning knight, literally piggybacking a giant bro, desperately questioning his life choices. The sadistic instructor roars at them to survive brutally, reminding them cavalry riders must physically understand the pure suffering of a warhorse. He demands they truly feel the agonizing muscle tear of carrying a fully armored beast into battle. The exhausted knights finally understand why they are hauling tons of heavy steel armor. They venomously curse Logan, blaming the spoiled noble brat for this absolute hellish torture. They bitterly bet on Logan's pathetic breaking point. One miserable day, maybe a miraculous 3. Plot twist. Logan is literally sprinting like a demon, effortlessly blitzing past the veterans, and leaving the jaw-dropped captain completely paralyzed. The absolute madman is actually flashing a bright, psychotic grin while doing it. Hankley boils with pure rage, realizing his elite squad is failing, not the rookie. Defeated, he aggressively barks for a mandatory 10-minute breather. Marching over the captain probes the kid, expecting him to be dying after that hellish marathon. Honestly, Hankley was praying the boy was completely destroyed. Just one honest whine, and he could permanently kick Logan out of this demonic boot camp. Before Hankley even blinks, Logan casually interrupts, declaring the hellish workout was incredibly refreshing. Hankley's brain entirely short-circuits. He demands an explanation, but the absolute lunatic praises the flawless exercise. If the veterans endure this epic grind daily, they will become absolute monsters. Logan cheerfully begs the captain for the next brutal round. While 2 massive dudes literally vomit on the dirt nearby, Hankley realizes his evil plan totally backfired while Logan remains completely unbothered. Later, under the moonlight, the main character gazes out, realizing the muddy arena is completely deserted. Those exhausted veterans definitely crawled back home to cry. Smirking, he mentally confirms that surviving this nightly hell is his ultimate safety net if everything crashes. If his grand schemes burn, he will just join the frontline slaughter. So forging unbreakable brotherhood bonds with these meatheads right now is crucial. Plus, sitting quietly, meditating is slowly evolving his internal aura core to insane new levels. But leveling up his fragile physical vessel is exactly why this boot camp is absolute perfection. Confirming his theory, his limitless mana surges without any fatigue. He draws his blade, unleashing a blindingly fast explosive sword wave into the darkness. He chuckles at the sheer devastation, completely amazed. This monstrous power stems from just a pathetic 1-star core. He smirked. Hitting 2 stars meant packing enough punch to rival his old man, a top-tier knight. Next morning, total disappointment. He tossed the failed crossbows aside. Hamar, is this trash really your best work? Where's the special string I ordered? This garbage only shoots once, and I don't see the magazine. It needs built-in integration. Hamar practically fumed. Logan immediately faked an apology. Oops, was I being too harsh? Darn right you were, Hamar snapped. Master or not, you never stomp on a proud dwarf's craftsmanship. Logan just sighed dramatically. Well, if this sad excuse is your absolute peak, I guess we are doomed. Cue the dwarf popping a blood vessel. Logan kept digging. My bad. Guess I expected way too much. Weeks of hammering and you still made junk. Logan's trolling was officially shifting into maximum overdrive. I totally misjudged you. What a massive waste of gold. Boom. That was the ultimate trigger phrase. Hamar roared, demanding 1 more month. He swore he would forge a masterpiece worth every single penny. He furiously smashed his own crossbow. Logan watched the raging dwarf storm off, hiding a wicked grin. That pure rage meant starting from scratch. Logan smiled like a villain betting on an upcoming masterpiece. He just needed a little push. Fast forward 1 month. Hamar proudly unveiled his shiny new toy. Boom, 2 arrows fired instantly. Logan was absolutely speechless. Hamar smirked, noting the single lost shot. But it is perfect for one-handed reloading, Hamar boasted. Logan, however, was just drooling over the speed. 2 seconds to load and fire. Sure, the range was slightly worse than his past life's gear, but for cavalry, this bad boy was an absolute game changer. He was totally blown away by the results. The bandit war was still months away. Hamar grumbled for attention, and Logan literally scooped him up. You absolute genius, Logan cheered, showering the glorious dwarven race with endless praises and eternal blessings. Hamar panicked, glancing around in pure embarrassment. Put me down, you maniac, I am not a toddler. Flailing wildly, the dwarf demanded freedom. Logan just stared deeply into his soul, dropping a massive bomb. As Hamar blinked, Logan flashed a total psycho smile. I need 400 of these. 2 months. Cut to Kaisalan's mercenary squad. Logan handed over the loot and jaws literally dropped at the insane range. Rapid-fire shots, mind blown. Kaisalan stared at the holy grail of weapons, questioning reality itself. How did a crossbow pull this off? Front-loading brutal power, extreme speed it was, practically a cheat code. 300 cavalry packing these Kaisalan shuddered. That level of destruction was pure nightmare fuel. You are terrifyingly brilliant, Kaisalan muttered, realizing this crazy kid had plotted this massive power trip all along. Logan smirked. Poor Hamar really suffered for this masterpiece, even with a whole squad of blacksmiths helping out. Beating the deadline by 2 whole months and forging 100 extra, Hamar was an absolute machine. Dwarven pride was seriously no joke. Logan even debated tossing a few of these toys to his knights. Outfitting the regular soldiers sounded fun, but his wallet was crying and spies were everywhere. Better keep this a secret. Logan ordered Kaisalan to gear up the mercs and go monster hunting. Sweeping the outer borders clean of beasts, Kaisalan's sweat dropped. Boss, that is basically a suicide mission. But Logan's smug confidence was contagious. Groaning, Kaisalan finally admitted they might actually pull off this madness. Figure it out, Logan ordered ruthlessly. Because if you fail here, our grand master plan is totally doomed. Kaisalan swallowed hard. You do not forge a legendary military-grade weapon just to squash some random woodland bugs. This psycho was totally gearing up for war. Meanwhile, during night drills, the knights gossiped about Logan's insane cardio. Is that monster stamina? Genetic 1 gasped. If he takes after the Lord, he is an absolute beast. His sword skills must be terrifying. They started hyping up Logan's legendary beatdown on the Dominion guy. Do not even try comparing the young master to his old man. A veteran warrior instantly scolded them. Before awakening, he actually lost to his tiny younger brother. It was completely embarrassing. But honestly, surviving this hellish daily grind for over a month is seriously worthy of some mad respect. They tried to make him quit. Instead, his brutal routine accidentally became the Night Order's shiny new standard. Sure, they were dying of exhaustion, but this hardcore leveling up felt way better than basic jogging. In a hilarious plot twist, the lazy, low-ranking knights suddenly found themselves completely fired up to train harder. Plus, the knights finally stopped treating their mounts like mere tools. A true knight and steed bonded as one. Hankley was stunned. He only pushed this hellish training because our stubborn young master absolutely refused to quit. Yet the results were undeniably mind-blowing. It felt like the goddess of luck had personally kissed his cheek. Night fell, but Logan was not sleeping. After completely wrecking his physical limits, it was time to awaken his mind. Deep meditation was the key. This insane loop of physical and mental torture was finally creating explosive synergy. The aura deep within his veins was already mutating. If he could just push this martial art to its absolute peak, those past life monsters would look like jokes. Boom. His mana core fiercely expanded. In a massive rush of refined energy, he suddenly reached a 2-star rank. Finally, he smirked. Now I have the specs to unlock the sword's next hidden art, the murderous iron cut. The first form was already completely broken. This second stage, it was bound to be an absolute cheat code. Mastering this before the upcoming war meant one thing. Even elite high-ranking knights would be begging for mercy. Out in the field, Kaizalan's mercenary squad was absolutely bullying a goblin horde. Their rapid fire instantly erased the pests. Zero recoil, one merc laughed maniacally. My bolt just skewered one ugly mug and pinned the guy right behind him. Logan just watched in awe. A swarm of over 100 monsters completely vaporized in under 10 seconds. Their clunky old-school crossbow habits tossed straight into the trash where they belonged. Their reload speed was ridiculously fast now. Dragging them all the way out here for field testing was totally worth it. Satisfied, yet Kaizalan smirked. Close enough, Logan shrugged, recalling what an embarrassing dumpster fire their very first hunt had been. They had leveled up massively. But then Kaizalan crossed his arms, questioning Logan's insanely massive military buildup. A mercenary crew with this much absurd firepower. What are you planning to eradicate every monster on the continent? Before Logan could casually drop some cool lore, a frantic knight galloped in with a blazing urgent message from Rick. The bombshell dropped. Yesterday, Viscount Tesseron officially declared a bloody war on House Mlan. Back in the gloomy Mlan war room, Patrick and the elders glared at a glowing crystal ball broadcasting Tesseron's declaration. Using some hilariously ancient, supposedly wronged ancestor as a flimsy excuse, Patrick was absolutely speechless at the sheer audacity. The nobles exchanged panicked glances. Was this really enough to spark a war? Hankley and Marion desperately pressed for orders. Hankley sweated, pointing out that Tesseron's terrifying knight order vastly outnumbered their own military forces. Even with Patrick's monstrous strength, winning looked mathematically impossible. Cue the cowardly noble suggesting they just hide behind the walls. "Let's turtle up and beg for backup," he cried. Spoiler alert, that was an unbelievably suicidal strategy. Letting enemy knights run wild outside the gates, the city would be reduced to smoking rubble in minutes. Another weak-kneed guy squeaked about begging for peace. Patrick finally snapped, roaring like a beast, to shut them up. The royals might be slipping, he growled, but bypassing their authority to declare war is an act of pure treason. This was a completely premeditated strike. Peace was never an option on their table. He barked out orders to mobilize immediately. His generals had one job: figure out how to slaughter the enemy. Dissenters would be punished. Amidst the heavy tension, one nervous noble squeaked, "Will young Master Logan be fighting too?" Patrick gave a grim nod. Marion chimed in, noting that since Rainian had awakened his power, he would face the bloodbath. That is when Rick panicked. Logan was not even in the castle. He scrambled frantically to dispatch an emergency messenger. Receiving the intel, Logan's mind raced. Wait a minute, in my past life this war did not kick off for 2 months. The timeline was completely screwed. The breathless messenger begged Logan to hurry, screaming that the Viscount ignored all noble etiquette. They attacked the very second war was declared. Logan had to ride like hell just to join the mid-battle chaos. Boss Kaizalan roared. "Your mercenary death squad is ready to roll out on command." Logan raised an eyebrow at the grizzled captain. "You do not look remotely panicked by a sudden war." Kaizalan flashed a bloodthirsty grin. "Kid, we are mercenaries. No war, we just start one. Plus, he patted his crossbow. You just handed us these totally overpowered toys. Of course we want to test them." Logan sweated at his squad of absolute battle junkies. Their confidence bordered on arrogant madness, but honestly it worked. Their god complex was completely justified. After surviving his hellish training and steamrolling monster hordes, they were an elite squad. Timeline changes, sneak attacks, who cares? Logan smirked, his eyes flashing with regression confidence. We just have to crush them. Confident in his overwhelming forces, he orders the march on the Mechlin Plains. He is dead set on an absolute victory. But back at the barony, war sparked way faster than anyone expected. Just 1 day after declaring war, Tesseron's army flooded the Mechlin estate. Their sheer numbers were absolutely mind-boggling. Captain Hankel drops the terrifying bomb. The Viscount brought 100 aura-wielding knights and over 1,000 grunts, plus nearly 10,000 conscripts. He warns the Patriarch that this isn't a skirmish. It's all-out warfare. Hearing this, Patrick realizes Tesseron has completely lost his mind. He wasn't just facing a vanguard of knights who are basically walking cheat codes to normal folks. He dragged innocent conscripts into a petty turf war. This wasn't a clash between nations, just a domestic dispute. Patrick couldn't fathom why Viscount Raymond was going to such crazy extremes. But unfortunately, the nightmare was just beginning. The captain delivers the final blow. The House of Curaz refused to send backup. Patrick and Mary are left utterly shell-shocked. Mary frantically denies it. There was no way. This had to be some kind of sick joke. She and Mr. Duane had triple-checked the political chessboard. They set the perfect traps to prevent this exact disaster. Backed into a corner, Patrick orders Hankel to arm everyone who can swing a sword. They would meet this invasion head-on. Patrick gritted his teeth. The trusted Curaz family had stabbed them in the back, throwing them directly to the wolves. McLaurin scraped together every last fighter. They rallied 53 brave knights and 552 regular foot soldiers. Adding 4,418 conscripts, their forces barely hit 5,023, not even half of Tesseron's monster army. Meanwhile, in the muddy trenches, two grunts gossiped. One nervously asked where young Master Logan had vanished to. The other scoffed, noting the heir had been missing in action for ages and showed zero signs of returning. Murmurs spread like wildfire. The cowards thought the young lord tucked his tail and ran when war broke out. Overhearing the trash talk, Rand snapped. He furiously defended Logan, swearing his master would never pull a cowardly stunt like that. Logan had predicted this exact war and even taught Rand a secret overpowered technique. Fleeing just wasn't in his DNA. But the panicked soldiers ignored him. To them, the Lord's son pulling a disappearing act meant certain doom. Suddenly, Patrick's imposing figure stepped beside Rand. He ordered his youngest son to step up, demanding absolute, unwavering focus. Deep down, the patriarch desperately prayed those cowardly rumors were false. But personal feelings meant nothing now. Only victory mattered. He roared, commanding his troops to crush the scum, invading their turf. Across the blood-soaked field, Tesseron flashed a villainous smirk. The mighty Patrick had finally unsheathed his blade. He bellowed that his loyal knights were his weapons, challenging Patrick to face them. Explosive aura coated Patrick's strike as he blitzed the vanguard, but a heavily armored shield knight completely stonewalled his devastating blow. Patrick froze in utter disbelief. Elsewhere, Rick was caught in the meat grinder, completely terrified out of his mind. Allies were being butchered into mincemeat right before his very eyes. The grim reality hit him hard. They were losing. Their overwhelming disadvantage forced absolute rookies onto the front lines. If they got boxed in here, it was game over. Mid-panic, a brutal strike from a Tesseron grunt clocked him in the head. The enemy raised his weapon for the kill. By a hair's breadth, Rick dodged. A veteran ally instantly skewered the attacker, barking at the kid to grab his spear. Trembling, Rick reached out to his savior, desperate to thank the man for keeping him breathing. But instantly, an enemy knight's blade decapitated his savior. Warm blood splashed brutally across Rick's horrified face. Survival instincts hijacked his brain. He had to run. Fleeing the front line was his only ticket out of hell. But as he stumbled through the mountain of fresh corpses, enemy cavalry suddenly charged straight at him. Rick's blood ran ice cold. They were completely flanked from behind. This blood-soaked dirt was going to be their mass grave. Back at the main clash, the enemy knight smirked, praising Patrick's legendary reputation after absorbing his explosive assault. Despite his countermeasures, Patrick's stamina was draining fast, leaving him intensely frustrated with his own physical limits. Glaring at his opponent, Patrick was stunned. How did this bastard tank a strike packed with pure explosive aura? Tesseron actually recruited a high-ranking knight. That meant these other armored freaks were at least mid-tier aura users. No wonder they weren't terrified of him, he growled, asking if this elite hit squad was designed just to kill him. The enemy knight chuckled. Instead of answering, he mockingly asked if Patrick was enjoying their little welcome party. Trapped Patrick stood, surrounded by 4 elite aura knights locked in a deadly high-stakes game of survival. Getting pinned down meant absolute disaster. He knew the entire knight order would swamp him. Gripping his blade, he rushed forward. He absolutely refused to die here. Steel screamed against the elite knight's blade. Suddenly, a cowardly spear thrust towards his blind spot. He barely twisted away. Surrounded by enemies, Patrick scoffed. "Where is your knightly pride, you hacks?" He cursed their shameless tactics. But these thugs clearly wiped their boots with honor. One attacker just sneered, claiming this was a fight to the death anyway, so rules meant nothing. Roaring Patrick unleashed his aura. He fiercely slammed his sword against the vanguard, but his luck ran dry. A treacherous spear pierced straight through his lower back. The elite acted as a meat shield. Meanwhile, the rats ambushed him. A classic dirty trap. He was completely cornered. Bleeding out, he smiled, glad that Logan had successfully escaped. Staring at death, he simply prayed, "Please, Logan, protect our family's glorious name." Far away, the tyrannical lord observed Patrick's bloody struggle. Hiding his elite weapon was pure genius. Now he just needed to crush Patrick's skull. Victory over McLain Castle tasted so close, until a bizarre rumbling echoed from his rear. Hoofbeats thundered across the earth. A panicked scout screamed about an incoming cavalry charge. 300 riders pouring over the horizon. Tesseron frowned. Did those McLain rats hide an army? My lord, it is bizarre, the scout stuttered. They have no lances. Just tiny crossbows. Tesseron burst into arrogant, belly-shaking laughter. Those pathetic hunting toys, he scoffed. He lazily commanded his rear guard into formation. Let the archers squash those fifth-rate peasants. Suddenly, thwack, a bolt instantly exploded the scout's skull. Tesseron froze, his blood running cold. Logan had arrived and his eyes blazed with demonic fury. Wipe them out, Logan roared. A terrifying iron storm rained upon the enemy. The brutal bolts easily shredded heavy shields. Hundreds of elite knights were instantly slaughtered. A terrified survivor trembled. Anyone too slow with a shield was already turning into mincemeat. One more second and he was a corpse. Tesseron's archers desperately fired back but failed miserably. Their pathetic arrows dropped like dead flies. Logan's squad reloaded, unleashing another devastating bloodbath. Tesseron's jaw hit the floor. His entire rear guard had just evaporated into bloody mist. No mages, just those cursed toys. What kind of monstrous weapon did Patrick actually invent? Turn around, he shrieked like a maniac. Crush those arrogant bastards immediately. The heavy cavalry thundered toward them. Logan just smirked. This was exactly what he wanted. Elsewhere, Ran was locked in a brutal duel. He narrowly dodged while his opponent sneered maliciously. Nice moves, brat. Nearby, another soldier yelled, quit playing with your food and kill the kid. The vanguard was collapsing. The knight grunted back. I am trying. This little monster is fast. Reality suddenly punched Ran in the face. This bloody battlefield proved he was no prodigy. Just a lucky kid with awakened aura. But with lives on the line, losing wasn't an option. His father was bleeding out there. He had to carry the immense weight of Logan's absence. He absolutely refused to stumble now. Suddenly, destiny handed him a massive, glowing weak point. An enemy soldier completely exposed his back. Was this idiot actually asking to die? No hesitation. Ran fully ignited his aura and swung his heavy blade with deadly precision. The armor split like butter. The sheer ease of the kill left him utterly stunned. Then he spotted the crossbow bolt in the corpse. He gasped, his eyes shining with pure joy. Logan was roaring his name across the battlefield. But that heartwarming reunion shattered instantly. A massive wave of furious knights bypassed them, thundering straight toward Logan's exposed unit. Logan calmly analyzed their tight kite shield formation. An absolutely flawless, impenetrable moving fortress. But flawless didn't mean invincible. Aim for the dirt, Logan yelled, making his own men think he was crazy. Then that trademark devilish grin spread across his face. Screw the knights. Turn their horses into pincushions. Honor pride. This absolute menace would gladly use every dirty trick to completely break them. At his command, the mercenaries practically vibrated with joy, flashing identical, terrifyingly murderous grins. A massive shower of bolts rained down, sending the enemy cavalry hilariously crashing into the dirt. Logan sighed in relief at saving Ran, but his stubborn father was still neck-deep in trouble. He swore to protect his family in this second life. Winning meant absolute garbage if his dad died. Barking orders at Kaisalon, Logan sprinted away. The mercenary boss yelled that this totally broke their master plan. Kaisalon panicked hard. Victory was literally served on a silver platter, so why was this crazy kid risking everything? Grumbling Kaisalon finally stepped up, ordering Gerald to lay down cover fire for their reckless boss. Meanwhile, Patrick was sweating bullets against a high-rank knight, and things were looking super grim. The arrogant knight laughed, mocking Patrick for willingly charging into a human shish kebab situation. By some miracle, Patrick dodged the fatal strike, leaping back to desperately gasp for air. But something felt wildly off. These enemy soldiers were fighting like totally crazed berserkers. Why the heck were they acting so desperate when they clearly had the upper hand? Clang, he barely managed to parry another dual lance combo that almost took his head off. Boom. Logan suddenly crash-landed in front of his dad, casually swatting two mid-level knights away. Patrick's jaw practically hit the floor. Was not his son just chilling with mercenaries way in the back? That was miles away. Did this kid just teleport across the entire freaking battlefield? Turning around, Patrick suffered a massive blue screen of death. A literal mountain of corpses trailed behind Logan. Did his little boy seriously do all this? He desperately wanted to ask about this insane power-up. Instead, he asked if they were winning. Logan gave a cool nod, earning a proud fatherly thumbs up. The high-rank knight blinked in confusion, his brain struggling to process this ridiculous family reunion. How on earth did a 20-year-old brat just ragdoll two mid-level knights like they were absolutely nothing? Back in his 20s, he was sweating blood just to hold a sword. This was totally unfair. Shaking off the shock, he decided to crush this overpowered bug, angrily barking at his men to reform. Watching this madness, Patrick figured his monster of a son could easily mop up the mid-level scrubs. If Logan handled the small fry while Patrick tanked the boss, they actually had a solid chance. Nope, plot twist. Logan loudly declared he was going to solo the raid boss himself. Patrick panicked, trying to grab his son and yell that a high-rank knight was way above his pay grade. He praised his son's epic glow-up, but seriously fighting a high rank was pure suicide. Smack. Before Dad could finish his nagging, Logan hilariously punched his own father right in the gut. Logan smirked, saying an exhausted dad was an easy fight, casually begging for a little trust. Groaning from the dirt, Patrick finally yielded. Logan grinned, declaring it was time for a speedrun finish. The enemy knight stared in pure disbelief. How dare this cocky little punk approach him so casually? Roaring, the knight charged. But clashing swords, Logan effortlessly bulldozed the veteran several meters backwards. The knight stumbled, completely mind-blown. Was this kid secretly a monster in disguise? Sure, he was injured, but he could not sense even a drop of high-level aura from this brat. Being pushed back like this meant only one logical thing. The kid was totally burning his life force. None of this anime nonsense made sense. Boiling with rage, the knight lunged for the kill. They danced around like maniacs. Sparks flew as swords locked, driving the arrogant veteran absolutely insane with frustration. If he was not debuffed by injuries, he would totally win, but Logan ruthlessly exploited a gap, slashing him again. Logan bounced back to dodge a wild swing, coldly calculating that this boss had 0 remaining openings. He needed to bait out a weakness. Suddenly, a smug grin crept onto the enemy's face. Logan's attacks were being absorbed. The knight mentally cackled, thinking this naive kid fell for his trap. He readied a devastating counterstrike perfectly, timing it as Logan clumsily tripped over his own 2 feet. Psych. Logan snapped back into stance instantly, leaving the knight questioning his entire existence and reaction speed. Logan's aura flared like a blazing supernova, fully charged and ready to unleash his ultimate sacred technique. Witnessing that monster, the terrified knight knew he had to sprint for his life. Logan unleashed a terrifying aura blade. The enemy vanished instantly, leaving the entire battlefield completely frozen. He roared like a beast, declaring that he, Logan McLain, just slaughtered Tesseron's supreme commander. Trembling in pure terror, the enemy troops could not process their invincible High Knight's death. With their lord's banner gone, the broken soldiers dropped their weapons and desperately begged for mercy. Rick fanboyed hard, chanting his young master's glorious name, sparking a massive cheering roar from everyone. Meanwhile, the cowardly Viscount sprinted away, sweating bullets and deeply questioning his entire life. 3 long years of evil scheming, completely crushed into absolute dust. How on earth? He begged other nobles, gathered 100 elite knights. Yet that crazy redhead completely destroyed his master plan. Panic kicking in, he hatched a brilliant survival strategy: run home immediately and hide behind massive walls. Reaching his stronghold, he frantically screamed to open the massive gates, leaving his confused guards completely dumbfounded. Suddenly, a panicked lookout screamed. A terrifying cavalry charge was storming towards them, led by absolute demon Logan. Tesseron froze like a statue. Stepping off his horse, Logan casually praised the rat's impressive sprinting skills. Standing boldly before the massive fortress, his booming voice echoed everywhere, declaring Tesseron's absolute humiliating defeat. The arrogant young master boldly commanded the guards to open up and welcome their new victorious overlord. Murmurs erupted on the walls. Was it true? That explained why their pathetic lord sprinted back so fast. Suddenly, an angry commander barked, demanding if they were seriously shaking at enemy bluffs. Reality instantly snapped back. He confidently smirked, pointing out the pathetic enemy force of barely 300 men. A siege requires massive numbers, but down below, Logan simply smirked and ignited his explosive aura once again. The dumbfounded guards blinked in pure confusion. Boom! Logan launched himself straight over the massive, towering fortress wall. Landing smoothly, he gave the commander a simple choice: open the doors or get sliced to ribbons. Meanwhile, inside the luxurious palace, greedy rat, Tesseron was frantically stuffing his pockets with shiny gold coins. Gotcha, Logan's chilling voice echoed. Tesseron tumbled backward in pure shock, stuttering about how the demon bypassed defenses. Logan smirked casually, explaining that his own loyal servants sold him out before a single sword was drawn. Honestly, a truly pathetic reflection of his absolute garbage leadership over this territory. Red with pure fury, Tesseron cursed his treacherous staff for brutally stabbing him in the back. Instantly shrinking into a spineless coward, he desperately begged for surrender, promising massive piles of compensation money. Crying pathetically, he hid behind noble warfare laws, pleading to gracefully spare his miserable life and family. Conventions. Logan burst into a dark, mocking laugh, glaring down. You really dare mention rules right now? A massive vein throbbed on Logan's forehead. The absolute hypocrite had launched a cowardly surprise invasion yesterday. Where's your conscience? He growled. Yet the desperate noble kept blabbering about upholding sacred aristocratic honor. He squeaked about noble laws, guaranteeing captured lord's survival. Surprisingly, Logan nodded, agreeing to totally respect that tradition. He would honor the noble, merciful customs of the great house of McLain, so he would graciously spare his life. and even allow him to pack some gold. Overjoyed, Tesseron started weeping in gratitude, but Logan abruptly stopped him. "That is exactly what my father would do," he whispered coldly. "Patrick McLain is a truly honorable saint. A saint who unconditionally accepts surrender." Just then, Logan spotted a brilliant diamond-studded blade behind the rat. Snatching the gorgeous weapon, he admired its incredible sharpness. Sweating nervously, Tesseron frantically begged the young master keep it, a legendary kingdom-class weapon. However, Logan flashed a chilling grin and told the doomed lord to keep it. Without hesitation, he buried the gorgeous blade straight into Tesseron's heart. The rat choked his final breath. Coughing blood, Tesseron accused the redhead of being a filthy liar about the sacred mercy promise. Logan coldly whispered that he never actually promised anything. He only stated his father's predictable, boring actions. "Too bad for you, I am absolutely ruthless," the dying noble weakly gasped about sacred aristocratic honor again. "Shut up," the absolute madman barked, asking if the rat even counted the innocent lives destroyed by his greed. He coldly ordered the trash to rot in hell. Tesseron finally dropped dead. Staring down, Logan scoffed. Such a quick, ridiculously easy ending. Clenching his bloody fists tight. Soaked in Tesseron's blood, he let out a dramatic sigh. "Crisis averted," he huffed. "Now time for the finishing touches." He boldly announced Viscount Raymond Tesseron had taken his own life, totally confident that excuse would stick. Right on cue, Kaisalon barged in. "Logan buddy, you might want to check the castle's creepy underground dungeon." A few days later, outside Tesseron Castle, Logan and Patrick had a little chat. Patrick claimed he sprinted straight there the second he felt better. He asked about Raymond's sudden suicide. Logan nodded innocently. "Oh yeah, Lord Tesseron must have been super depressed to do something so crazy." Patrick wasn't buying that garbage. He got right in his face, demanding the truth. "Did you kill Tesseron?" It was an intense stare-down. Sparks flew between them. Finally, Logan spilled the beans. Yep, he had totally wiped out Tesseron on purpose. He argued they had to handle things directly. Leaving the Tesseron bloodline alive was just begging for future villain cliches. Shockingly, Patrick's eyes sparkled with pride. He praised his boy, saying a grown man must have had his reasons. He declared that despite the haters, Logan was the absolute MVP of this epic battle. Patrick thanked him. Logan beamed with pure joy, flashing his dad a massively sincere smile. "Good job, kid," Patrick stammered, blushing like a tsundere before dropping even more awesome news. Logan was going to be officially named the heir of House Mlan. The young master was absolutely thrilled. But then he smiled, nodded gracefully, and dropped a bomb. "Sorry, Pops, but I'm gonna have to pass." Patrick's jaw hit the floor. Why on earth was the kid actually sweating over his trash reputation? He assured Logan that his insane carry in the battle was more than enough to silence everyone. But reputation wasn't the issue at all. This plot twist left poor Patrick completely mind-blown. Logan logically explained that his little bro Ran was way more qualified. The Mlans were a proud knight family after all. Plus Ran awakened as a force user at just 14. That was 4 whole years faster than Logan. Who knew how overpowered the kid would be as an adult? Patrick was left utterly speechless by the logic. Still, Patrick desperately argued back. Being a powerhouse wasn't the only requirement to become the family lord. Logan mused that by normal standards, his old man was totally right. But if Rand became the continent's youngest force user, like in his past life, all those problems would magically vanish. Honestly, becoming the heir gave Logan 0 perks. And he definitely didn't want to waste time playing Baron. Logan smoothly claimed that as the cool older brother, he just wanted to give his sibling a chance. So he begged his dad to hit pause and wait until Rand grew up to pick the heir. Touched, Patrick admitted he never knew Logan loved his bro so much. He agreed to hit pause on the heir decision. They'd decide in 5 years when Rand was all grown up. Hearing this massive win, Logan gratefully thanked his dad. But Patrick wasn't done. He promised another sweet reward once they got home to count their juicy war profits. They were talking hundreds of thousands of gold pieces, but sneaky Logan already had his eye on a very specific prize. Suddenly, a guard hollered to bust the gates open. The legendary Mlan Knights had finally returned. The totally hyped townspeople gossiped loudly. Back in a week, they gasped. I heard they ended the whole war in just 1 day. 2 random dudes were freaking out. How is that even possible? One yelled. Were our knights always this crazy overpowered? His buddy fired back. Dude, haven't you heard the spicy rumors? It's all because of our trash young master Logan Mlan. The returning grunts swear by it, he added. Logan's sketchy mercenary squad completely hard-carried the entire battlefield. They spawned behind the enemy lines like they had read the script in advance. Total cheat codes. Another guy chimed in. They totally wrecked them with some mystery weapon. Logan even soloed a super high-ranking knight. A girl swooned asking if the master was always this cool. No way, someone replied. I thought he was just a clueless troll. The mob started connecting dots. Maybe buying all that sketchy monster meat actually had a big brain purpose. He was playing mastermind all along. Mind blown, the crowd started theorizing the kid had been faking his trash act forever. The idea gave them literal chills. They sang his praises endlessly. Real prodigies are just built entirely different. And it was all because he finally awakened his epic status as a Force user. Logan heard every single word of this embarrassing fanfiction. He wanted the earth to swallow him whole. Rand cheekily asked how all that sweet praise felt. Logan flushed beet red. "Cut it out," he groaned, begging his little bro to stop the cringe. But Rand totally shut that down. Every rumor was dead on. He practically begged his brother to flash a winning smile for their adoring fans. Logan stared at the cheering mob, took a breath, and unleashed what he honestly thought was a heart-melting smirk. Reality check. He looked like he was desperately clenching his cheeks to avoid a bathroom disaster. It was pure nightmare fuel, like a cursed, arrogant brat crossed with Medusa. The roaring crowd immediately froze in sheer terror. That was no smile. It was a terrifying death threat promising to pop their heads right off. Completely clueless, our guy thought he totally nailed it. Rand could only sigh in pure agonizing secondhand embarrassment. Meanwhile, Patrick beamed at him, bursting with ridiculous fatherly pride. He absolutely roared to the heavens, demanding the crowd cheer for their ultimate war hero. Let the epic celebration begin. All hail the glorious Mlan glory to young Master Logan. Fast forward to the beautifully lit castle gardens. Strolling through the peaceful courtyard, Logan was completely baffled. Partying until the crack of dawn, for troops practically dropping dead from exhaustion, that was absolutely insane. But his sweet peace shattered instantly. His mother, Marion, suddenly screeched from behind, furiously demanding to know his hidden agenda. Rand desperately pulled her arm, begging her to chill. But Marion pushed forward, screaming that she heard every single rumor. Did he seriously reject the noble heir title? She demanded to know his real endgame, screaming that he might trick those other fools, but she definitely wasn't born yesterday. Sweating bullets. Rand tried defusing the ticking bomb, whispering that the whole Kairosi drama completely wrecked her nerves. Logan just casually brushed it off with a calm nod. Facing his furious mother, he inwardly smirked. She could hold on to that bitter, raging grudge forever, but her actual power was already completely gone. Thanks to Cairo, stabbing her in the back, her total threat level was basically 0. He calculated his odds. If he played his cards perfectly right now, she might actually accept his genuine apology. Dropping his ego, he confessed his past behavior was super sketchy. He openly admitted that his toxic inferiority complex and bitter jealousy made him deeply regret his foolish choices. Taking that as an absolute win, Marion immediately shrieked at Rand triumphantly, claiming this completely proved he was scheming all along. Rand frantically jumped in, desperately begging her to just stop. He threw Logan a panicked apology, swearing the wild stress was just making her crazy. But honestly, Logan could not have cared less about her dramatic tantrum. Instead, he locked eyes with his brother. He told Rand to listen closely because the only person who actually deserved a massive apology was him. Totally caught off guard, Rand blinked in pure confusion, asking what on earth he meant. Logan sighed heavily, admitting he had been throwing out vague apologies since returning. Facing the massive mountain of his past cowardly mistakes and bitter regrets was way harder than fighting any literal monster. Completely lost, Rand awkwardly demanded to know what kind of crazy nonsense his brother meant. Logan hinted that Rand already knew the ugly truth. For years, he had harbored a deeply toxic, burning hatred toward his younger brother. He confessed he used that bitter hatred as a pathetic shield for his own garbage skills, and now, the absolute cringe of those wasted years was eating him alive. He deeply bowed, begging Rand to accept his ultimate, completely sincere apology. The once arrogant heir deeply bowed his head, desperately pleading for forgiveness. Stunned silence fell as Rand just stared wide-eyed at this totally unbelievable, heartwarming scene. Staring at the dirt, Logan silently cursed his own stupid optimism. You cannot just slap a band-aid on years of toxic trash behavior, and thinking otherwise made him incredibly naive. Rand finally shattered the silence softly, saying it was totally fine. Logan was completely stunned by the sheer emotional whiplash. With a pure heart, Rand explained his sweet logic. If he just kept spamming kindness against Logan's icy edge, his awesome big brother would eventually return to him. He flashed an absolutely angelic smile. That pure, wholesome energy was enough to make a grown warrior bawl. A warm wave of pure relief hit Logan. Why on earth did he dodge such an easy fix? Feeling totally refreshed, he finally addressed his fuming mother. He told Marion seriously that his brotherly love was legit, and he genuinely hoped Rand would eventually take the clan's throne. He totally admitted that demanding her instant trust right now was basically asking for an absolute impossible miracle. Instead, he boldly challenged her to watch his every move. He swore that his future actions would completely elevate their entire family toward absolute magnificent glory. As Marion stormed off, Logan mentally checked off that emotional quest. Good enough. Scene shift. Deep in a dense forest, Logan and Hamar were trekking together. Hamar complained bitterly, whining about hiking right after a brutal war. But Logan's ultimate grind set was fully activated, nap time was officially over, and work was completely back on. Sweating nervously, Hamar mumbled about his crazy anxiety over this mysterious side quest, greedily whispering about enjoying all the sweet loot he would totally score this time. Smirking confidently, Logan guaranteed that Hamar would absolutely love this crazy epic task. Hamar gulped completely, convinced his crazy boss had lost his marbles. Suddenly, they halted in a clearing, staring out as Hamar's jaw practically hit the actual dirt in pure shock. Unbelievably, the crazy young master wanted to open a mine. Flashback over the Tesseron barony debate finally wrapped up, and Patrick excitedly revealed the absolutely insane reward his crazy son had requested. What did this warrior want? Just the exclusive right to explore some totally random hill bordering the Tesseron lands. Patrick's sweat dropped, admitting that calling it a hill was completely generous. Honestly, it was just a horribly barren wasteland holding absolutely zero real value. Why? This exact patch of dirt, the warrior demanded. Logan just flashed a wicked smirk. Maybe it is hiding a mountain of gold. In his past life, the dirty truth behind Tesseron's unprovoked war only surfaced a full year after the bloodshed ended. The sneaky rat had been secretly hauling massive amounts of gold straight out of a stolen hill in McLain territory. That single golden goose elevated those lowly barons above even high-ranking counts. Well, right until Logan completely wiped out their bloodline in bloody vengeance. Down in Tesseron's gloomy dungeon, Kaislon pointed out a rather bizarre bunch of captives, urging our young lord to inspect them personally. I did absolutely nothing to deserve this cage, wailed one desperate, ragged inmate. He swore they only dug up the promised gold exactly as that treacherous count had officially hired them to do. Yet that backstabbing viscount locked them up anyway. Logan facepalmed hard. Was Tesseron completely brain-dead? Who on earth blindly locks up 5 ultra-rare top-tier mining experts in a dungeon? Spotting his fiery reaction, a captive timidly asked if the young lord was actually furious on their behalf. Nope, the young master's inner capitalist was just throwing a massive party. He had stumbled upon an absolute goldmine of totally free expert labor. The old-timer squinted, totally weirded out by this grinning youth. Sure, they had crushed the Tesseron forces in a glorious victory, but that victory was a mere splash. The looming imperial invasion threatened to completely obliterate their entire nation, and the absolute fatal strike would hit in just 1 year, the catastrophic death of King Samuel von Grandia. His sudden demise would ignite a brutal, bloody throne war between 3 princes, devastating the kingdom's military power for 3 grueling years. Right as the dust settled, the Empire's apocalyptic invasion would officially smash through their borders. This was the ultimate spark of national doom. Remaining neutral meant the McLain family would be swept away as mere helpless bystanders in the upcoming slaughter. However, our regressor's eyes practically sparkled. He refused to let this golden, chaotic opportunity slip through his fingers. He boldly planned to weaponize this royal chaos, conquer lost lands, and rightfully claim his throne as the supreme lord of the Southwest. Perhaps he could even crush the civil war and achieve ultimate supremacy, but before his epic monologue finished, a loud voice shattered the vibe. Earth to young Master Hamar barked, annoyed that Logan was completely spacing out after dragging them all the way down here. Logan snapped back to harsh reality. He needed laser focus right now, having just barely dodged their first massive execution flag. To survive the upcoming apocalyptic future, he desperately needed to hoard massive amounts of power and resources. Spouting his future knowledge now would sound completely insane. He had to fund this entire grand scheme from his own pockets. That dirt mound was destined to become the ultimate golden goose raining cash to fuel his legendary rise. Logan casually dropped the bomb that pure gold slept inside that hill. He demanded a full mining operation and aggressively requested the massive startup, quote. The servant stood completely paralyzed in shock, while Hamar just sighed at another one of his lord's crazy delusions. The old-timer nervously considered the generous Tesseron paycheck, but excavating a whole literal gold mine felt like absolute madness. Are you absolutely positive about this gold? The old man stammered. Logan nodded confidently, claiming he saw it firsthand, leaving the senior completely and utterly bewildered. Logan then declared a top-secret lockdown. Only the 6 unlucky souls present in that room would be doing all the brutal digging. The old man gulped, terrified that this smiling young lord was actually planning to bury them alive down there. Just 6 of us for a whole mountain, the old man shrieked, totally convinced his young master had completely lost his damn mind. He almost screamed that even a legendary dwarf would break their back doing this. Instead, he swallowed his words and desperately prayed. Hamar would bravely object. Hamar locked eyes with Logan, fully accepting his dark fate. Guess I will just say goodbye to sleep normal life and prepare to dig until I drop dead. The old man felt his soul leave his body. Meanwhile, Logan internally cheered at Hamar's beautifully shattered corporate slave mentality. Grinning brightly, the young master clapped his hands. Great, you are both perfectly motivated. Now give me the actual budget numbers. The sweating elder calculated the exploratory drilling costs. He nervously revealed the initial investment alone would burn a staggering 5 million gold coins. Hamar gruffly chimed in, warning that safely establishing a proper magical reinforcement system would burn a massive amount of time. Just setting up the basic infrastructure would consume 6 grueling months, plus another 6 whole months for the actual gold extraction. Logan nodded grimly. It was exactly as his past life memories predicted, an absolute black hole for both time and massive funds. Still, that legendary vein had transformed a lowly viscount into a filthy rich tyrant. He absolutely had to monopolize that absurd wealth. If only he could instantly auction off his stockpiled monster meat, but tragically, its miraculous muscle-building effects would not show for another 6 months. Suddenly, a genius idea struck him like lightning. If he could completely neutralize the demonic toxicity right now, it becomes an instant miracle drug. As a veteran mercenary, he had neutralized countless deadly poisons before. Brewing a simple, purifying potion now would be absolute child's play. Once he patented that miraculous formula and flooded the market, he would be swimming in unimaginable mountains of gold. 1 week later, deep in the southwest mountain village, Rick delivered the bootleg concoction, a chaotic blend of crushed night herb web herbs and drip grass. Logan immediately shushed him. He insisted this wasn't some knockoff, just a highly strategic neutralizing agent. Next on the agenda, the monster meat. Rick proudly confirmed he stashed the cursed protein in the village warehouse exactly as ordered. Excellent, time to marinate that beast. Hearing this culinary nightmare, Rick utterly panicked, begging to know if he seriously had to tag along. Obviously, yes. But Rick was sweating bullets. He cried out that entering that forbidden zone was pure madness, completely clueless about the horror waiting inside. Logan just rolled his eyes. Why was this kid acting like he was walking to his execution? Then the stench hit him like a physical punch. Suddenly, a city sewer smelled like a luxurious perfume shop. He expected a funk, but this biohazard was straight-up gag-inducing. Beside him, poor Rick was already emptying his soul onto the dirt. But our genius main character had a cheat code. He instantly channeled his aura, building an invisible gas mask against the toxic meat. Fresh as a daisy, he declared it was time to work. Meanwhile, Rick stared in pure betrayal, still dry-heaving his absolute brains out. Gasping for air, Rick demanded his secret. Logan casually flexed, revealing he just used his magical force to paralyze his own nostrils. Selfish jerk, Rick screamed. Logan just smirked, telling the crybaby to go awaken his own force if he wanted VIP breathing privileges. Ignoring the drama, Logan shoved the white neutralizing powder into Rick's shaking hands, ordering him to aggressively season the monster chunk. Coat it until it looks like snow, he instructed. But watch out. Any leftover black sludge is pure poison, so don't slip up. Next step in this sketchy cooking show. Mince that toxic horror super fine and roll it into tiny little meatballs. Crafting a perfect prototype, he held it up. Looks like legit medicine, right? Rick nodded, completely fooled by the clever disguise. Here's the master plan. We sell this as premium medication, and guess what, Rick? You are the chief manufacturer, so memorize this recipe immediately. Hard pass, Rick protested aggressively, refusing to participate in this incredibly shady scheme. 100 gold coins per pill. Logan dropped the ultimate bribe. Instantly, Rick's moral compass shattered and he was fully on board. Logan clicked, his tongue annoyed. His free slave labor dream died so fast. Next phase, finding a guinea pig to test this questionable product. Test it for what? Rick blinked in utter confusion. Logan coughed awkwardly, hinting it was a stamina booster for men, totally flying over Rick's innocent head. Seriously, Kid Logan sighed in frustration. I am only explaining this biology lesson once, so open your ears and listen closely. Suddenly, a highly educational visual popped up. 2 adorable bunnies appeared, ready for a metaphor. Mr. Bunny was super depressed. He lacked the energy to stir his little foot inside the cooking pot. Sensing his despair, Miss Bunny served him a magical pep talk tea. Boom. The tea triggered a legendary power-up. He transformed into a super bunny, his tiny foot inflating 4 times its original size. With that glorious upgrade, he stirred that pot like an absolute champion. Storytime over. Logan stared at his assistant. Get it now. Rick's eyes sparked with mischievous realization. He absolutely understood, and he already picked the perfect test subject. Oh, who is the lucky victim? Logan grinned. Mr. Dwayne, Rick confidently declared. Cut to the very next scene. Dwayne politely knocked on the office door, waiting for permission. Stepping inside, the poor guy apologized for interrupting, mentioning he was summoned here by the boss. But the room looked completely empty. Suddenly, Logan teleported behind him like a literal vampire, unleashing the ultimate jump scare on his poor soul. I have been waiting for you, Logan whispered. Dwayne leaped backwards like a spring-loaded ninja, his heart practically exploding out of his chest. Clutching his chest, he furiously scolded Logan for spawning behind people like a horror movie ghost. Playing the innocent angel, Logan stepped closer. He claimed he just wanted to give a friendly shoulder massage to the overworked post-war administrator. Dwayne instantly panicked and rejected the creepy offer. He insisted Lord Mlan suffered way more. Logan nodded, admitting his own father literally fainted from the stress. Hey, that only happened because you terrified him, Dwayne snapped back. Logan just smiled warmly, assuring the stressed man that he saw how much he was struggling. That empathy opened the floodgates. Dwayne started screaming about their absolute bankruptcy. The war drained every single coin, and the oblivious staff had zero clue. Everyone keeps begging for their paychecks. He sobbed, declaring this financial crisis was giving his administrative brain a massive, throbbing migraine. Sniffing back tears, Dwayne admitted he totally misjudged his young lord. He never expected such deep, heartfelt consideration. But before he could finish his emotional speech, Logan brutally interrupted. Is that massive stress the reason why you are having performance issues in the bedroom? Critical hit. Hearing this, the poor man instantly petrified into a solid statue of pure embarrassment. Flight response activated. He frantically lunged for the door to escape, but Logan blocked his exit, begging him to listen while offering the mysterious pill. This is a premium patented miracle from the Philip Kale merchantry. Logan hyped it up, promising guaranteed explosions of stamina from a single dose. Internally, he prayed it actually worked since it was totally untested. Sweating nervously, Dwayne reluctantly swallowed the sketchy pill while Logan continued his intense sales pitch. So, how about this sweet deal? Logan smiled smoothly. You are getting this legendary gift absolutely free before it hits the global market. Fast forward, Dwayne was absolutely tearing through the castle corridors like a runaway bullet train. Rick jumped at the booming shouts, but Logan just smirked like a devil. The magic pill was an absolute success. Dwayne returned craving another magical hit. Rick scolded his frantic sprinting, but Dwayne completely ignored him, desperately begging the main character for a price. The poor soul looked ready to commit murder for those pills. Spotting his desperation, Logan flashed a predatory grin. Total success. Rick grumbled about being ignored like a ghost, while Logan simply commanded Dwayne to offer his hand. Drenched in sweat, Dwayne dropped heavily to his knees. It honestly looked like a sweaty marriage proposal. Logan seemed ready to say yes, leaving Rick absolutely speechless. Logan bestowed a wooden box of pills. Dwayne accepted it like a holy relic sent from the heavens above. Following that first legendary trial, grown men were practically worshipping him, begging to be his next guinea pigs. Later, inside the office, Logan confronted Hankel about some spicy rumors regarding nightly disputes with his wife. Hankel fiercely denied those shameful lies, but Logan just told him to shut his mouth and force-fed him the magical pill. Test subject 2 was a go Hankel swallowed, and the explosive energy hit him like lightning. He spun toward the exit, stumbling over his words, but Logan mercilessly cut his babbling short. Logan ordered him to go conquer his wife, promising to handle his father's business. Hankel beamed with overwhelming gratitude. Like a raging storm, he sprinted out for an unforgettable night of passion. Later, we catch Patrick lounging in his office. As the young mastermind's third lucky test subject, Patrick looked incredibly satisfied with his newfound vitality. Glancing toward his father's quarters, Logan silently offered a prayer of pity for poor Ran. A new baby sibling was definitely on the way, dethroning him as the youngest. Meanwhile, the ongoing madness finally triggered Rick's anger. He furiously demanded why he never got to test the miracle drug. He worked his bones to the absolute limit right. Logan offered a deadpan stare, slowly judged his lower half, and walked off. Rick screamed, demanding to know what that pitying look meant. Without even turning around, Logan coldly stated that a maidenless guy like him had zero use for it. What a waste of inventory. He ruthlessly added that Rick stank too much to follow him. Honestly, Logan thrived on mentally destroying his poor sidekick. Shortly after, he connected with Philip through a glowing magical communication orb. Philip confessed that if this miracle drug truly worked, the thirsty market demand would be absolutely astronomical. When asked about the pricing strategy, Logan casually dropped a bomb: 100 gold per pill and 10,000 for a premium 10-pack. Sweating at the greedy markup, Philip warned him against treating the capital's nobility like absolute fools, fearing massive backlash. Logan smirked confidently. He knew from his past life that this stamina booster's success would make prices explode into the stratosphere. He explained the art of artificial scarcity. Supplying a tiny trickle would make those desperate nobles pay a literal fortune. Hooked by the profit potential, Philip agreed to the greedy scheme and purchased another 10 minutes of orb time. Logan passionately pitched his grand marketing strategy: get a famous aristocrat to test the goods and spill some glowing reviews. Philip was utterly dumbfounded. What proud noble would publicly announce to the world that a magic pill cured his embarrassing bedroom failures? Logan chuckled darkly, clarifying that public announcements were totally unnecessary. The nobility lived under constant surveillance. One juicy rumor and those desperate men would swarm them like bees to sweet honey. Struck by greedy inspiration, Philip urged Logan to crash the upcoming high society banquet in the capital. Logan exploded with rage, asking if Philip was completely crazy. His poverty-stricken family never hosted fancy galas. His only party experience involved drinking with sweaty mercenaries after surviving brutal warfare. Philip relentlessly pushed his point. High society banquets were the ultimate golden battlegrounds for forging shadowy business connections. Building connections takes time, and awkwardly hawking pills at a fancy gala was impossible. Yet, this sparked a deliciously wicked idea in Logan's mind. Sensing danger, Philip panicked, warning that such a scandalous stunt would get his entire family permanently blacklisted from elite society. Logan chuckled. Social exile wouldn't happen if he officially sold absolutely nothing there. He revealed the existence of a legendary capital informant, ordering Philip to track him down and squeeze out every drop of juicy intel. Philip hesitated, questioning this mysterious spy's identity. Logan simply teased that all secrets would be revealed once he reached Gran. A shiver of dread crawled down Philip's spine. Exactly 1 week later, Logan majestically breached the capital city of Grandia Gran. Philip stared in absolute shock. He practically begged to know how Logan manipulated his strict family into greenlighting this journey. An aristocratic heir smuggling sketchy stamina pills into the royal capital was truly an unprecedented level of madness. The rogue heir chuckled, confessing he blatantly lied to his family. Still lugging 3,000 wooden crates without a single servant was hilariously problematic. The old man actually let him off easy. Guess those epic war achievements finally paid off big time. Philip stroked his chin. Now that he thought about it, Logan was completely servantless back then. Is a noble truly allowed to just wander solo? Logan smirked deviously. Servants just totally dragged down my glorious pacing. Plus, his trusty minion had bigger fish to fry. He pictured Rick, valiantly handling the ultimate super-secret mission. Sure, he bullied the poor guy across 2 whole lifetimes. But Rick was fiercely loyal, truly a totally heartwarming master and servant bromance. Cue the majestic flashback, right to the exact moment. Rick desperately hoarded Logan's precious, shiny stash of pills. Veins popping, Logan issued a deadly ultimatum. Drop 1 single pill and you eat 1 brutal fist to the face. Ah, such beautiful, violent mentorship. Suddenly, a totally brilliant, terrifying light bulb spectacularly sparked right above our hero's head. To officially reward his lackey's endless suffering, Logan proudly dubbed the majestic miracle cure Impul Rick. Because what screams eternal glory are more than branding. A literal erectile dysfunction pill with your bro's name. Philip just stared in absolute horror. Yep, it was confirmed. His boss was a certified psychopath. Safely inside their dorm, Philip exhaled. That long trip was brutal. We should totally hit up a local tavern to aggressively recharge our batteries. Logan glared daggers. Keep your voice down. You want the whole tavern hearing about a guy's hopelessly dead plumbing. Philip vigorously nodded, sweating. Right, our quiet dorm is way safer for secret gossip. Changing topics, he mentioned the shady informant. But seriously, boss. 900 gold for a single piece of paper. Quality ain't cheap, Logan smirked. The guy's a total gold digger, but if the prompt is flawless, his intel drops are absolutely god tier. Philip puffed his chest proudly. I followed your bizarre shopping list perfectly. Target 1 high society couples married for a whole decade, but still totally lacking a magical heir. Target 2 pure dudes with 0 side chicks. Target 3 guys desperately chugging stamina potions and hunting sketchy vigor foods. Logan grinned like a proud scheming villain. Bingo, you hit the jackpot. He practically awarded Philip a shiny gold star for extreme competence. Easy peasy, Philip scoffed. The actual nightmare, the heart-stopping day I heard you sprinted into a literal war zone. I was completely losing my mind over here, Logan chuckled, softly, secretly touched. That his nervous lackey actually gave a damn about his survival. Staring down at the expensive intel, our main character felt a weirdly warm, fuzzy feeling. Philip really was top tier. But alas, that wholesome feeling instantly shattered. Philip groaned in pure, unadulterated agony. Just remembering that rotting mountain of monster meat. I'm literally going to throw up. Who on earth buys that toxic trash? Whack. Logan aggressively chucked the highly classified document straight at his face. Shut your trap and start reading. Ouch. Since when does paper deal physical damage? Rubbing his nose, Philip scanned the list. So, who is our lucky, unbelievably desperate new customer? A dramatic tear slid down Philip's throbbing cheek. Wait. His eyes locked onto something. Logan raised a curious eyebrow, sensing the dramatic pause. Trembling like a leaf, Philip slowly jabbed his finger at the ridiculously expensive parchment. B-boss. What about this poor soul? Logan squinted hard at the target. Instantly, his jaw practically dropped straight to the incredibly dirty floor. He totally knew that guy. Cut to the fancy scene, a blindingly rich ballroom filled with snobs sipping bubbly. Boom. Enter the absolute unit. Rocking a spicy red jacket, this incredibly massive dude was busy aggressively flirting with all the local noble beauties. The infamous Count Davis, High Count Davis, Logan's booming voice absolutely shattered the elegant, quiet atmosphere of the party. The giant flinched hard. He spun around his face perfectly, mixing pure aristocratic disgust and low-key sheer terror. Strutting over with absolute main character energy, our boy bowed. Logan McLain, at your service, the glorious firstborn of House McLain. Davis desperately swallowed a massive snort of laughter. Forcing a fake, super polite smile, he welcomed the country bumpkin to the bash. He mentally roasted Logan's terrible drip. Did this peasant literally crawl out of a barn? Is that what hicks wear in the Southwest nowadays? Meanwhile, Logan internally sighed. Philip had confidently picked this cursed outfit. Unsurprisingly, the rich snobs were aggressively judging his fashion. But hey, being ignored as a total fashion disaster, absolutely flawless disguise. Zero time for pointless VIP small talk. His glowing radar-locked target was none other than the tragically doomed pathetic Count Davis. A massive treasury, big shot, married super young. But tragically, his little swimmers had utterly failed to produce a magical heir to this very day. Logan had been completely mind-blown seeing his name. Because back in the first timeline, this exact dude became a legendary meme. Sadly, not for anything cool. He was the tragic clown who rage-quit life, all because of his wife. Cue the ultra-cringe memories. His savage wife had literally grabbed the spotlight at a huge gala, screaming that he was an utterly impotent loser. That epic public destruction of his manhood. It dealt so much critical emotional damage. It drove the poor guy to literally self-destruct. Logan smirked. Reputation was everything to these nobles, and this guy perfectly checked all 3 boxes he gave to his informant. The absolute perfect first customer for his brand new miracle drug, Impel Rick. Approaching the Count, our main character played the humble merchant, claiming he traveled to the capital just to meet such a prestigious legend. The Count scoffed arrogantly. What kind of pathetic business could a country bumpkin run here? The glorious capital already had absolutely everything. Dripping with sarcasm, he mocked that this peasant must have brought some hilariously bizarre trinkets from the middle of nowhere. Logan just smiled mysteriously. Oh, he was absolutely certain this specific treasure did not exist in the capital. That was his entire brilliant scheme. He leaned in close. Whispering right into the Count's ear, he dropped the ultimate bombshell. It was a highly specialized, ultra-secret male enhancement stimulant. The Count turned completely pale. He aggressively bit his lip in panic, before defensively screaming at the absolute top of his lungs. How dare a noble sell such filthy medicine? Nearby ladies watched the massive freakout, cringing so hard at the utterly embarrassing spectacle. The snobby noble felt incredibly proud, thinking he had brilliantly crushed this arrogant little country bumpkin right in front of the high society crowd. But Logan just let out a heavy, dramatic sigh. He was not done traumatizing this arrogant noble just yet. Flashing a completely innocent smile, he announced he brought an exclusive, highly complimentary gift just for the VIPs of the capital. He practically shoved a luxurious little box right into the sweating hands of the noble, presenting the legendary Impel Rick, valued at a jaw-dropping 100 gold coins each. And he gracefully gifted 3 entire doses exclusively to the incredibly loud Count. He dramatically placed his noble honor on the line, swearing this miracle potion packed a legendary punch with absolutely zero nasty side effects. Davis was visibly sweating bullets now. Cut to a few hilarious days later, the doorbell to the shop suddenly jingled loudly. Surprise, surprise, it was the servant of Count Davis, desperately crawling back for more Impel. Rick, Logan, and Philip flashed matching greedy grins. After casually verifying the poor guy's identity, the servant Speed walked out of there, clutching a leather briefcase for dear life with Philip tailing him. Philip cheerfully bowed, yelling a bubbly, "Thank you for the patronage." He then skipped back inside to joyfully swim in their glorious new cash. 10 boxes sold, raking in a massive 10,000 gold coins. Not too shabby at all for their first sneaky sale. But Logan was practically crying. They desperately needed way more cash. The insane monthly rent for this fancy shop was already 10,000 gold. Philip rolled his eyes hard. What did he expect in the absolute center of the capital city? He broke his back, securing this premium real estate. Besides, it was a tactical masterpiece. Having a physical storefront creates massive hype. Seeing a rabid mob of desperate customers is the ultimate marketing trick. Logan nodded in full agreement quickly, grabbing his coat to ditch work for another wild party. Philip looked absolutely furious, screaming that this lazy bum had been hardcore partying every single day since they arrived in Gran, sometimes pulling double shifts of social drinking. But Logan calmly raised a finger. Just snagging Count Davis was not enough for total market domination. He needed to aggressively market their miracle juice to every single noble on his hit list. Fast forward 1 week. The Count's tired servant was walking. He was internally screaming. His master actually ordered him to buy that sketchy magic potion again after literally every other remedy had utterly failed. Arriving at the store, his jaw violently hit the floor. An absolutely massive block, long line of desperate men was aggressively camping outside. Staring blankly at the ridiculous crowd, he scratched his head in total confusion, until reality finally slapped him. He literally recognized every single face. That sweating guy over there, Vic the head chamberlain for Count Talon. And the dude right in front of him, the elite butler of Count Hamel, frantically pulling his hat down to hide his shame from the world. This much gossip could start a massive war. He just needed to buy the magic pills and run for his life. But right on cue, Philip dramatically stepped out of the front doors to address the thirsty mob of servants. Putting on his best fake sad face, he deeply apologized. The daily supply was already completely wiped out. The entire crowd of loyal lackeys collectively gasped in absolute soul-crushing horror. One panicked dude completely lost his mind, violently grabbing Philip by the collar, screaming about what sold out could possibly mean. Philip smoothly apologized again, explaining that the legendary Impel Rick was breaking the market and production simply could not keep up. Only 50 precious boxes available per day. Two servants instantly started sweating buckets, literally dropping to their knees to beg for mercy. Their furious masters would completely end their lives if they dared return empty-handed. Meanwhile, an incredibly clueless noble was casually strolling past with his lackey, witnessing this absolute circus unfold. The curious noble dispatched his spy to investigate the chaos. Hiding perfectly in the shadows of a dark alley, Logan watched like a hawk. His brilliant business scam was flawless. Limiting the supply made them ridiculously desperate to buy. This massive riot of a crowd would perfectly bait even more curious nobles. His mastermind scheme was absolutely flawless. Philip mercilessly shouted over the crying mob. The Holy Grail was officially sold out. Try again tomorrow, you desperate losers. Day 2, sold out. Day 3, empty shelves. The clueless nobles could only stare, wondering how long this madness would continue. Philip's jaw dropped. Boss, this is absolute insanity. We have been printing money daily for over a month. Today's stock vanished at dawn, he stammered. At this crazy pace, hitting 4.5 million gold a month is totally possible. Logan smirked devilishly. Who knew the royal capital was absolutely crawling with limp noodles? We tripled the price, yet these desperate fools keep paying. Honestly, I weep for this kingdom's tragic future. Suddenly, the room grew dead silent as his deadly serious gaze locked onto Philip. Then bam! A villainous grin plastered across his face. He threw his head back and cackled like a maniac. His unhinged laughter shook the street, terrifying random passers-by. But hey, our boss was just swimming in absolute joy. He snagged Philip in a brutal headlock, aggressively scrubbing his hair. You magnificent little rascal, you actually pulled it off. Gasping for life, Philip's face literally turned plum purple. Coughing, he bowed deeply, praising his boss's terrifying genius. Staring down like a generous king, Logan announced, "Good boy, next week you get 1% of our massive loot." Tears streaming down his face, Philip shrieked his absolute loyalty and aggressively puckered up for a kiss. But plotting in the shadows outside, a hooded stalker with a wrinkled face silently observed their chaotic comedy show. A long blonde beard peeked out. Cut to a magic shop, Logan screamed through a communication crystal in the back. 10 freaking tons of gold a year, he roared, instantly drawing suspicious glares from every single customer. He instantly clapped a hand over his mouth, sweating nervously. Amar, bro, are you serious? The voice firmly confirmed it. Amar revealed the ultimate cheat code. The miners suspected massive gold veins were hiding in the lowest depths. Logan stared at the glowing orb like a completely crazed lunatic. His fists trembled with raw greed. His brain short-circuited, doing the math. 10 tons of solid gold. That was an earth-shattering 100 million coins. Jackpot. This was the absolute mother of all divine lotteries. But Amar crushed his fantasy. Mining fees are brutal, man. Can you afford the 5 million gold just to start? Logan grinned confidently. I am basically a walking bank now. Just chill. I will secure the cash and manpower instantly. Amar just sighed lazily through the crystal. Whatever, man, just do not work the poor guys to death. Under the moonlight, Logan strutted down the empty streets. 5 million gold for the startup cost, he muttered, calculating intensely. At my current beast-like sales pace, I am easily raking in 4.5 million a month anyway. Heck, 2 months of grinding leaves me swimming in profit, plus I still have 700 magic stamina boxes left. He planned to fetch more stock and start his mental training until a chilling sensation froze his footsteps. Reality crashed back. His warrior instincts screamed as he glared at the shop. An intruder was definitely inside. Like a bullet, he dashed toward the building. Filthy thieves targeting my precious loot. Boom. He kicked the front door right off its hinges and furiously scanned the dark room. Nothing. Just empty air. Drawing his blade, he gritted his teeth. There is only one exit. Nobody could simply evaporate. They are definitely hiding here. Suddenly, whoosh, a terrifyingly fast shadow flickered right behind his neck. Reacting a second too late, his steel cleaved empty air. Show yourself, you cowardly rat, he roared into the darkness. Spinning around, he found absolutely nothing. Just his sword pointing at dust. Impossible, his mind screamed in sheer disbelief. He swore he felt a presence. Suddenly, a spine-tingling chill struck from above. He snapped his gaze toward the ceiling. Like a coiled spring, he launched upward sword. Gleaming with deadly intent, he prepared to skewer the rooftop phantom. But the ghost dodged seamlessly. Logan landed on the tile's blade, poised to strike the mysterious intruder once more. "Who the hell are you?" But the silent phantom merely faded into the night, wind vanishing like an utter illusion. Logan stood completely paralyzed, mind blown by the impossible escape. How could an aura completely erase itself? The bastard was literally standing right there just a split second ago. Glaring at his trembling hand, he noticed a ripped shred of the stranger's cloak. What kind of monstrous speed was that? By dawn, Logan dumped the wild story on Philip. The terrifying conclusion, a master aura user was robbing their pharmacy. "I am just guessing here," Logan muttered, "but that's stealth. That is an advanced force user, monsters dwarfing any high-rank knight. And trust me, my high-rank knight instincts were screaming bloody murder. That phantom was built different." Philip's jaw unhinged. An elite aura master doing petty break-ins, absolutely absurd. With aura strong enough to make a peasant a lord, why would an absolute powerhouse stoop to petty theft? It made zero sense. Philip asked about the stolen loot. Logan just smirked. The target was exactly what they suspected. The thief only swiped 2 measly pills. If they weren't clearing the shelves for profit, the young man realized the hilarious truth. The culprit needed those magic pills for personal use. Philip's jaw dropped. "Wait, do almighty aura masters suffer from erectile dysfunction too?" Logan snapped his fingers. Bingo. They were on the exact same page. Logan immediately checked the shady informant's VIP list, hunting for any superpowered suspects. But Philip shook his head. The greedy broker demanded a ridiculous premium for top-secret names, and Philip flat-out rejected the scam. Wait a second. One tragic figure totally fit the bill. A legendary capital powerhouse who completely lacked a family tree. Cut to a ridiculously buff, blonde-bearded noble in sharp clothes. He strolled with his gorgeous wife, staring sadly at playing kids. His gentle blue eyes screamed one thing. He desperately wanted a baby. Suddenly, his wife caught him staring and broke his trance. Sweating absolute bullets, he frantically lied about just admiring the local architecture. She saw right through that garbage excuse. With a knowing sigh, she asked if he was watching the toddlers again. Panicking, he swore he wasn't thinking about anything silly. Pulling her into a desperate bear hug, he loudly declared it was time to go home. Ignoring his awkward fluster, she smiled sweetly and confessed that simply meeting him was her greatest joy. Pure adoration melted his tough exterior. A warm, goofy smile tugged at the very edges of his glorious mustache. Holding her close, he whispered his shared love. Introducing Felix Esperanza, the literal strongest swordsman in the entire kingdom. But behind his epic title hid a deeply tragic backstory. A massive injustice from his youth still haunted his soul. While defending the nation, a brutal attack struck him right in the family jewels. Back then, it was just an honorable combat scar. Young and reckless, he completely brushed off the catastrophic lower body damage. But now, what good was being a legendary duke and the nation's absolute peak physical specimen if his bloodline ended with him? His unmatched power felt completely useless. A heartbreaking flashback revealed Felix confessing his broken machinery to his beloved wife. Her reaction totally floored him. She was incredibly understanding, leaving the giant man utterly speechless. Crying beautifully, she acknowledged his silent suffering. She didn't care about kids, she just wanted to stay by his side forever. Felix swore to repay her angelic devotion. Cut back to present day, the Duke strolled through his lavish gardens alongside his loyal servant. The servant nervously checked his pocket watch. The dreadful family assembly was starting, so shouldn't they sprint? Felix scoffed. Why rush into the lion's den? Those annoying elders would only nag him about producing a mystical heir anyway. Sweating slightly, the servant dropped a juicy rumor. Word on the street was a miracle vitality potion had hit the capital's black market. Felix raised an eyebrow, sarcastically questioning if such magic actually existed. Unfazed, the helper insisted, this stuff literally regenerated physical trauma. But the Duke just gave a massive, uninterested yawn. The servant begged him to listen. He knew his master hated rumors, but the 5-star reviews were completely flooding in. The almighty Duke instantly dropped his gaze. He was dying of internal cringe because he had secretly chugged that exact potion. Worse yet, he had literally stolen it. His wife's sad tears had driven him to total desperation. The kingdom's peak had stooped to petty burglary, a hilarious, soul-crushing betrayal of his knightly honor. And the grand finale, his little soldier still refused to salute. Defeated, he ordered Louise to ignore those fake street rumors. Felix convinced his own breaking heart. The miracle cure was 100% a scam designed to rob desperate men. If legendary aura couldn't heal his broken sword, some shady pills definitely wouldn't. He deeply regretted not accepting his tragic fate. Meanwhile, right at the estate gates, Logan was brutally rejected by a stubborn guard demanding a VIP appointment. With a cocky smirk, Logan simply dropped his name. He confidently bet his life the Duke would come running once he heard it. Flashback to Philip utterly losing his mind. He grabbed Logan's shoulders, screaming about this suicidal mission to the Duke's mansion. Logan just nodded like a boss. Philip aggressively mocked him, asking if he truly planned to interrogate the nation's final boss. "Are you going to ask the scariest man alive if his junk is broken?" Philip was sweating buckets over this certified death wish. Logan just blinked, completely unfazed by the panic. Philip begged him to wipe his memory and pretend they saw absolutely nothing. Poking a sleeping dragon meant instant game over. If the Duke raged, their heads would roll down the street. Back to the present, chilling in the hallway, Logan admitted his buddy actually made a solid point. Leaning back, he patiently waited. How exactly would the mighty swordless swordsman react to this chaotic, uninvited guest? If yesterday's old geezer was actually the legendary Sword Duke, this was his ultimate golden ticket. A stiff butler swung open a massive wooden door, signaling Logan to enter. Inside, Felix struck an overly dramatic pose by the window. Approaching the big boss, Logan's internal gears spun wildly. Time to schmooze and buddy up with the kingdom's absolute strongest powerhouse. He busted out his absolute fanciest noble bow, smoothly introducing himself as the proud firstborn of House Mlan. Taking a closer look, Logan was absolutely shook. The old man was pushing 70, but looked ridiculously young. The dude was definitely using crazy aura hacks to pause his aging process. The Duke acknowledged their remote southwest territory, suspiciously asking why Logan had trekked halfway across the map. Playing it incredibly cool, Logan hid his true motives. He casually claimed he brought exclusive grand opening samples from his brand new capital business. He smoothly slid a tiny box across the desk, hyping it up as a magical stamina booster that every single noble absolutely swore by. The Duke suspiciously eyed the package, playing completely dumb while asking if those wild stamina claims were actually legit. Sweating bullets. Logan kept his head down. Was this guy really the same shameless thief from yesterday? The suspense was killing him. Time to bust out the reverse psychology. He slyly added that a literal living legend like Felix wouldn't need such basic toys. So he dropped the ultra-premium stash, finally getting a tiny twitch from the master. Logan mentally cheered. The old master only acted totally bored earlier because the regular market meds hadn't done jack squat for his mighty body. Here is the crazy lore drop. Normal batches completely neutralize the spicy monster poison just to make it a perfectly safe romance supplement. But that pathetic weak sauce tickle damage means absolutely nothing to a monstrous powerhouse like Felix. So our boy boiled that toxin down into a ridiculously potent danger level concentrate. Logan hyped it as the ultimate limited edition drop. And bam, the old dude's eyes practically sparkled with greed. Limited edition, hilarious. In reality, it was literally just 50 regular pills violently mashed together into one terrifying super pill. Logan fully guaranteed results. A normal dude would literally explode from the pain, but for a mighty aura master, absolute peak performance time. With a sneaky businessman smile, Logan offered an endless subscription. If the master loved the massive boost, he would happily brew up an unlimited personal supply. Absolute top secret delivery, obviously. Fast forward to tomorrow, and Felix was literally glowing. That crazy super pill was a massive success. The hyped up master casually offered to grant literally any favor within his massive godly power. Logan's internal monologue was throwing a massive rave, but he kept his poker face tight, acting totally clueless about the old man's meaning. The Duke proudly explained that an aura master commands absolute control over their physical body and raw life energy. Because of that, Felix felt the glorious treatment working instantly. The crazy meds stacked buffs flawlessly. After popping 30 of those bad boys, the master's rusty engine was fully restored to peak factory settings. His miserable, tragic dry spell was finally completely cured. Felix stared at our sneaky boy, absolutely dumbfounded by his godly level of considerate customer service. He was deeply amazed. Logan kept his embarrassing blunder a total secret. Plus, he totally hyped up Logan's ridiculously overpowered sword skills for a mere rookie. Only a total genius freak of nature like him would possess such a game-changing, miraculous power-up item. Poor Grandpa Felix. The poor guy was literally losing his marbles from living in the ultimate lonely man desert. Tossing aside his pride, the Duke eagerly admitted this absolute miracle cure could totally fix his chronic illness, so he desperately wanted to shower Logan with an epic reward. He intensely demanded to know his ultimate price. Faking a humble, stoic vibe, Logan casually asked for some rusty, completely useless beginner swordsmanship manual. Felix dug through the massive archives and handed over a dusty tome, warning that blindly copying its insane moves would shatter his bones, but it was solid lore. Snatching the sweet loot, Logan flashed a polite smile and smoothly asked for an official written receipt to prove he legally bagged the book. The old master chuckled, saying that was an absolute piece of cake. Logan smirked internally, having finally secured his epic quest item. He acted totally bummed about only scoring a single dusty manual out of the massive deal. It totally looked like he hilariously fumbled a blank check from the boss, but our sneaky boy was playing absolute grandmaster chess all along. Right on perfect cue, Felix stroked his chin aggressively, declaring that this incredibly lame trade-off was way too unfair for his warrior honor. Logan expertly played dumb until Felix dropped an absolute nuke. He proudly offered to personally mentor him in a legendary technique, completely short-circuiting Logan's brain. The strongest sword god offered him a VIP tutorial. Felix totally laughed off Logan's fake humility. His intense warrior pride simply wouldn't let him sleep at night if he only tossed away a trash-tier manual. Logan's eyes widened. Sure, he already packed divine sword hacks, but you absolutely never skip a legendary master side quest. Why hit the reject button when the literal server admin of sword fighting is handing out free, insanely overpowered stats? Fangirling internally, he bowed deeply. This was a back-to-back mega jackpot. Cut to the dirt arena, where the master and our cheeky rookie locked intense, dramatic gazes. Felix smirked, saying testing monster rookies was the only joy left for an old-timer. He warned Logan to brace himself because he definitely wasn't holding back. Logan locked his stance completely, ready for war. Felix ordered him to draw his blade, but Logan was completely paralyzed, suffocating under the monstrous aura of a true master. An invisible mountain slammed down on his shoulders. He couldn't even reach his hilt. This was the terrifying gravity of an aura master. Logan panicked. Was this insane body paralysis a standard cheat skill for all high tiers? If so, fights were just basic aura tug-of-wars. He realized this wasn't just raw pressure, but a ridiculously high-level suppression technique. Gritting his teeth, he barely unsheathed his blade. Logan instantly shifted gears, channeling his force to hyper-focus his senses and hack the flow of that energy. Yet with every twitch, he made the suffocating pressure of the Duke violently and aggressively expanded. The math just wasn't adding up in his head. Still, this clever rookie knew exactly how to play the game. His strategy? The second Felix dropped the suppression, he just had to speed blitz half a step ahead. With that crazy plan in mind, Logan fully drew his blade. Felix just chuckled, praising the sheer guts of this talented kid. Logan was dripping cold sweat, his legs trembling as Felix ominously told him to watch closely. A terrifying red aura surged, violently condensing at the very tip of the blade of Felix. Pure survival instinct screamed as fear locked his joints. Looking up, he met his doom, the legendary aura blade of the Duke. Death was staring him right in the face. But there was a massive glitch in his plan. That monstrous aura was way out of his league. The tyrannical energy was literally hacking into his nervous system, scrambling his senses as that blazing red sword grew dangerously bright. He stared at the incoming nuke, desperately searching for an exploit. Suddenly, a genius light bulb went off. His inner aura was actually acting as a firewall. Dodging was physically impossible, but maybe he could just tank it. Squeezing out every drop of his mana, Logan forcefully manifested a dense defensive barrier around himself. Felix actually gasped in shock. Was this crazy kid seriously going to try and block it? Wasting no time, the Duke shifted into an aggressive execution stance. His blade hummed with apocalyptic energy, ready to strike. With eyes full of absolute slaughter, he launched himself straight at the young rookie. Hiding behind his blade and a flickering aura shield, Logan felt the chilling breath of the Grim Reaper. Boom! The devastating strike connected, launching Logan like a broken ragdoll. He crashed into the wall, his poor blade instantly screaming in pain. Meanwhile, Felix had not even ruined his posture. He just stood there, staring down with absolute zero chill. Using his cracked sword as a crutch, Logan desperately dragged himself up, trembling like a leaf. His weapon was completely shattered and his brain was basically buffering. Felix smirked, asking if the kid actually expected a free tutorial session. Did he really think the Duke would handhold him through a breakthrough? The old master then admitted he caught the whole act. He noticed the rookie had subconsciously gone completely all out right before impact. Smiling like a proud grandfather, Felix showered him with praise. Clashing against that monster attack head-on, the Duke knew this kid was destined to be an absolute legend. As Logan gloriously blacked out, Felix chuckled, eager to watch this monster grow. Fast forward, and the butler was shocked to see Logan already packing. The loyal servant insisted that the Duke had offered him full VIP recovery treatment, but Logan brushed it off, flashing a cheesy thumbs up. Thanks to the magic potion of the Duke, he was totally good to go. Convinced, the polite butler escorted him out. At the grand gates, they exchanged warm goodbyes and wishes for a safe journey. In a flash, Logan practically sprinted away, leaving the bewildered butler wondering if the kid had unlocked teleportation. Once out of sight, Logan instantly started hobbling, dramatically crying over his battered body. His bones were screaming in absolute agony, but hell no, he was not wasting a legendary potion on this. A god-tier elixir that was practically impossible to buy. And the Duke just tossed it like spare change. Sure, his leveling system naturally healed internal damage, but the savage aura burns from the Duke were going to be a massive headache. Still greedily hugging the shiny bottle, he giggled like a villain. This was definitely a massive net profit. He then whipped out a VIP contact card from Felix. The old man literally gave him the private hotline to the estate for emergencies. Logan grinned from ear to ear. Who knew the scary Duke would actually become his sponsor? The master was basically treating him like a secret disciple now. Talk about securing a golden ticket for the future. Just as he was happily counting his chickens, Philip popped up like a ghost, practically giving Logan a heart attack. Logan shrieked, asking why he was creeping around Philip, just deadpanned, saying he was camping outside until he showed up. The second he walked in, Philip freaked out over his ghost-pale face. He practically shrieked in sheer panic, terrified that his boss had somehow managed to deeply offend the terrifying Duke. Logan calmly brushed it off, claiming he merely had a friendly little sparring session with the fearsome noble. Suddenly, a geyser of blood erupted from his mouth, sending Philip into pure hysteria. Convinced they were dead, men walking the assistant frantically declared he would pack their bags and secure the fastest getaway horses. Logan tried to clear up the colossal misunderstanding, but his panicking assistant was already lost in doomsday muttering. Fast forward 1 week, a tragic sign hung on their shop door. The legendary Impel Rick was completely sold out, telling weeping customers to return later. Inside, Logan flashed a triumphant smirk. They had just raked in a mind-blowing 4.1 million gold pieces. Riding the ultimate high, Philip bragged that smashing the 4.5 million mark next month would be a total breeze. The duo exchanged greedy smirks, letting out a victorious roar that shook the very foundation of the street. But the wild party instantly died when Logan deadpanned, asking if Philip was too happy to need a cash bonus this month. Snapped violently to reality, Philip desperately begged him to spare his sweet financial dreams. Quickly changing the subject, the assistant proudly reported that the monstrous market meat was being processed without a single hitch. Logan gave an approving nod. Sensing the mood, Philip eagerly suggested buying a luxurious mansion right in the bustling capital. But the regressor instantly shot down the dream. They were only crashing in this grand city for another 18 months anyway. Buying real estate was a huge waste. He ordered Philip to stay laser-focused on pushing Impel Rick, adding they would relocate soon. When Philip probed about this mysterious future move, Logan hit him with a classic, mind your own business. Still haunted by the bloody fountain incident, Philip practically begged his stubborn boss to start looking after his failing health. Logan simply rolled his eyes, pointing out that spending an entire week locked away in his room was exactly his brilliant recovery plan. Philip aggressively doubted that excuse, considering he caught Logan hunched over his desk, grinding like a madman every single time he checked. Once again, the secretive boss mercilessly shut him down. Nosy assistants get absolutely no answers. Philip grumbled about all the annoying secrets, while Logan silently thanked the heavens his subordinate wasn't too incredibly persistent. If that gossip Rick were around, he would have dug up the truth like a rabid tracking hound. Changing gears, Philip asked if the boss was leaving. Logan nodded, ordering him to somehow pacify their raging item-starved customers. Oh, and one more thing, Logan casually commanded him to ship 100,000 gold worth of food back home monthly. Philip's jaw slammed the floor. Was he planning to feed the entire damn territory with that massive mountain of grub? Logan sharply told him to stop his dramatic whining. They had to sustain this heavy delivery for a whole year. He needed a mega supplier immediately. Seeing Logan's dead serious gaze, Philip marveled at his supposed deep love for their starving citizens. But the hilarious truth. As he walked away, Logan admitted he didn't care about them on a fuzzy emotional level at all. It was pure cold logic for his grand master plan. Curing the territory's brutal famine would take at least 12 grueling months. He desperately needed the villagers' heavy labor for his future schemes, so letting his precious McLean workforce starve was simply terrible business. Grabbing his coat, Logan threw a casual wave, declaring he had top-secret boss things to handle in the busy city. Philip just sighed in utter defeat. Asking for details was basically talking to a stubborn brick wall at this point. Meanwhile, in the grim shadows of a freezing warehouse, destitute survivors huddled together, desperately clinging to mere scraps of dirty cloth. A battered man, his face leaking blood, stared miserably at the icy floor. Back on the streets, Logan entered a mysterious magic shop, handing a hit list to a sorcerer. The old wizard squinted at the parchment, completely dumbfounded. Was this crazy kid seriously trying to track down these ghosts? He swallowed nervously, warning that scouring the entire freaking continent using only vague traits was practically an impossible suicide mission. But the regressor didn't even blink. He coldly demanded results, promising a mountain of shiny gold for a successful hunt. Sweating bullets, the greedy spellcaster eyed the paper again before reluctantly taking the seemingly impossible high-paying job. Stepping back into the sunlight, Logan mentally sighed. Tracking down these hidden dragons would be an absolute nightmare. Hell, half the names on that list were probably fake, but the burdened young master had literally zero alternative paths. He desperately needed to recruit those lone wolf superhumans who reached the apex in his past life, yet refused to join any guild. Every single one was a vital chess piece for the impending bloody Empire War, especially one incredibly dangerous legendary mercenary. Freezing in his tracks, Logan let out a heavy sigh. He was rushing his endgame way too fast despite his massive success. Gazing at the clouds, our hero completely chills out. He figures he has all the time in the world to take things slow. Spoiler alert, his relaxing vacation is totally doomed. Meanwhile, down in a super sketchy dungeon room, a sweating lackey desperately tries calming a raging elder. The grandpa is practically foaming at the mouth. He screams about his precious disciples getting bullied and demands to know if that crazy tower master sent goons. The messenger desperately cries that he is just the delivery guy, but the grumpy elder ignores him. His anger level remains absolutely off the charts. Finally, the elder barks demanding why his student got summoned. The poor guy stutters that the kid got banished on a 6-month business trip to the absolute middle of nowhere out in the Mlan region. Cue the dramatic aura. The elder fiercely grips the guy's shoulder, swearing absolute vengeance against that sneaky magic tower master for this total disrespect. He loudly vows to crush this super annoying beef permanently right here and now. Flash forward to the supposedly majestic Earth Magic Tower, standing incredibly tall over in the glorious kingdom of Grandia. Inside, a customer approaches a completely snoozing receptionist. A quick greeting wakes the guy up and he groggily blinks away his sleep to check the new guy. Flipping into total customer service mode, the clerk quickly jumps up with a super fake, cheerful welcome. Silently sizing up our main character, the totally confused clerk desperately tries figuring out his whole weird vibe. He radiated rich kid energy initially, but that total bargain bin suit screams otherwise. Meanwhile, Logan is just here to perfectly hunt down some magical scrolls. The snobby clerk silently bets this scrub is not meeting any VIP wizards, praying Logan at least buys some super cheap basic scrolls today. Keeping his totally plastic smile, the clerk nearly chokes when our hero casually orders 150 incredibly powerful destruction magic scrolls. Talk about a massive jump scare, yet his poker face amazingly holds. Logan smoothly slides over his Cooper bank papers, telling the clerk to check the math. While counting those endless zeros, the receptionist's jaw practically hits the floor, a whopping 4 million gold. The madman's incredible balance makes his brain completely short-circuit. Sweating absolute bullets and visibly shaking, the totally terrified clerk stammers out an offer for exclusive upper-floor access. Logan stays incredibly cool. This fourth circle destruction spell packs enough explosive firepower to literally blast heavy stone walls into mere dust. But honestly, it is absolute trash for real fights. The cast time takes forever, and the glowing magic signals basically scream for enemies to dodge. But our big brain hero sees the ultimate construction hack, knowing these explosions will absolutely turbocharge development. Now our hero sits directly across from an old geezer who nervously double-checks if he seriously wants 150 freaking scrolls. Logan calmly hits him with a solid yes. This sweating old dude is actually Radius Great, the absolute big boss of the Earth Magic Tower. They have not seen a massive spender like him in ages. Logan secretly laughs, remembering how this master practically sprinted downstairs just hearing about the cash. Talk about totally embarrassing behavior for a supposedly elite boss. Plot twist. Radius ruled this place for 5 generations, but holds just 1.5 million gold. This grand tower is honestly just incredibly freaking broke. Logan smirks inwardly. This totally desperate broke master plays perfectly into his hands. Playing the totally humble card, he casually tells Radius that his Mlan family is just a bunch of random country nobodies from the southwest. He totally gets it if the Grand Master never heard of them. Feeling the massive cringe, the master profusely apologizes, totally throwing his newbie apprentice under the bus. He promises to heavily scold the kid, but Logan smoothly waves it off. He calmly states the grand apology is just completely unnecessary. The master heavily praises his saint-like generosity. Meanwhile, the poor clerk in the background faces an absolute existential crisis, thinking his job is doomed. Inside, the master is secretly seething. He almost lost this ridiculously wealthy fat cow. While Logan plays it cool, the greedy boss silently begins scheming. In this boring piece, earth magic mostly just works for farming dirt or simple construction. So why would any rich noble burn literal mountains of gold on combat scrolls for trivial stuff? Grinding his teeth, he curses those annoying haters, gossiping that his magic tower turned into complete trash under his current rule. Plus, he completely blew through the tower budget like a total addict. Looking at Logan, he just sees a giant walking piggy bank ready for milking. Time to activate his inner scammer. He decides to smoothly sweet-talk this naive kid and completely squeeze every gold coin from his pockets. Putting on a super fake worried face, the sneaky master sighs, telling Logan that fulfilling this massive order might actually hit a tiny snag. Raising an eyebrow, the curious hero casually asks about the supposed problem. The old fox smoothly explains that crafting 4th circle scrolls absolutely demands the heavy leadership of a super elite 5th circle mage. Sadly, they are completely understaffed right now, but our badass warrior literally does not care, blankly asking how the scammer plans to fix his own mess. The greedy master violently blinks, incredibly surprised. Not the pushover reaction he wanted. Still, the boss boldly pushes forward, dropping the classic excuse that production costs suddenly skyrocketed through the roof. Hearing that, Logan stood up with a perfectly crafted sigh. What a pity, he murmured, acting completely unfazed. He turned toward the exit, casually dropping the bait. I plan to purchase 150 scrolls monthly, he stated. But since you cannot handle it, I will take my massive business straight to the Royal Magic Tower instead. Panic struck like lightning. The master instantly teleported in front of Logan, desperately blocking the doorway with wide eyes. Sweating bullets, he desperately stammered. Did you truly mean 150 scrolls every single month? Logan nodded coolly. Precisely. And over the next 6 months, I will require exactly 900 of them. The greedy master ascended to financial heaven. He gazed at Logan as if an absolute angel of wealth had descended. But Logan smirked. If a single monthly batch is impossible, a massive 6-month order is completely out of your league. Before Logan could take another step, the master dove to the floor. He dramatically hugged the young lord's boots. We will do it, he shrieked, with absolute desperation. Logan raised an eyebrow. Are you certain you can handle this? 100% guaranteed, the elder squeaked. Literally shining, Logan's leather boots with his own expensive magical robes. He rapidly did the math. At 10,000 gold per scroll, that totals a staggering 1.5 million gold monthly. Golden coins flashed in his greedy eyes. Over 6 months, this monumental deal would bring in over 9 million gold. Dusting his knees, the sly elder shifted gears. He smoothly suggested that directly hiring actual mages might prove far more efficient. Logan tilted his head in confusion. Usually arrogant mages absolutely despise getting their precious hands dirty with grueling manual labor. So why would this greedy old fox offer to lend him personnel? Would not living mages cost a massive fortune? He calculated swiftly. A single 4th circle mage could effortlessly match the output of 300 magic scrolls every month. Do you seriously have a proud 4th circle expert willing to slave away on a muddy construction site? Logan challenged. The master nervously coughed, waving his hands. A slight misunderstanding. I absolutely lack the authority to command a high-tier master. Instead, the sly elder proposed deploying a specialized squad. 9 second circle mages led by 1/3 circle expert. He praised their flawless teamwork as seasoned disciples. In exchange for their labor, Logan would simply buy slightly fewer scrolls. Logan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Honestly, securing a coordinated magical squad might actually speed up his grand plans immensely. Yet intense doubt lingered. What kind of strange magic casters willingly specialized in grueling manual construction work? Right on cue, a zombie-like squad shuffled inside. Led by Greaves, these men looked completely drained of life. They looked like traumatized war veterans. Logan was totally speechless, utterly shocked by their incredibly pale faces and heavy dark bags. The master clapped loudly, quickly shooing the walking corpses away. Excellent work, you may all return to your sleeping quarters. The terrified mages instantly bolted away. Logan stood in absolute silence, completely lost. Annoyed, Logan glared at the elder. Those guys looked like they were seconds away from literally dropping dead. The master nervously laughed. He swore they were just incredibly hardworking youths with the highest construction expertise in the tower. Logan pondered internally. Despite looking like absolute zombies, their magical aura felt surprisingly solid and extremely capable. A 3rd circle leader alongside youthful experts in their 20s, this ragged crew held serious, undeniable magical potential, yet his merchant instincts screamed danger. Why would this greedy tower master exile his own promising disciples to the countryside? He coldly confronted the elder. Swapping precious 2nd circle mages for mere paper scrolls sounds like a completely terrible deal. The elder grinned slyly, fully guaranteeing that this elite 10-man squad would absolutely be sufficient. A wicked, utterly terrifying smile crept onto Logan's face. With a predator grin, he ruthlessly opened the final negotiations. He dropped a massive lowball, 120 scrolls, plus the entire 10-mage squad, all for just 1.2 million monthly. The master desperately swallowed his pride. His hands visibly trembled at that absolute robbery of a price tag. Logan inwardly smirked. Snagging such immense magical talent at this price was basically legal highway robbery. He would never sell out ordinary mages this cheaply. Shockingly, the greedy tower master actually nodded in total agreement. Slam. The elder instantly slammed a contract on the desk, practically begging Logan to sign. Logan narrowed his sharp eyes. This acceptance was incredibly suspicious. The ink on the parchment was still wet. Logan's danger sense immediately started screaming intensely. Boom. The heavy doors violently blasted open. Elder Chief Clayton stormed inside, violently shaking off two terrified junior disciples. The furious chief glared daggers at the master. "I heard absolutely everything you did to my precious disciples. We need to talk." Blazing with overwhelming fifth circle aura, Clayton roared. "Are you seriously trying to pawn off my dear students on another grueling mission?" Sweating profusely, the master shamelessly lied. "Everything I did was strictly for our magic tower's benefit." The elder furiously demanded to know why his students always got stuck with the most garbage grunt work. He called out the blatant targeting. These exhausted kids had literally just dragged themselves back from nightmare missions. The tower master just scoffed. "Hardship builds absolute character for the youth, does it not?" The elder called his bluff. This petty abuse started exactly when Clayton got promoted last year, but the master just called him utterly crazy. Watching this spicy workplace drama unfold, Logan perfectly connected all the political dots. Clayton hitting the fifth circle so early had completely bruised the master's fragile ego, making the poor disciples his personal punching bags. While the room suffocated in magical tension, Logan just inwardly smirked. This messy internal conflict was an absolute win for him. The Tower Master glared like ice, coldly threatening that if Clayton defied direct orders, his precious students were completely dead meat. He practically dared them to pack up and leave. Clayton stared back, absolutely livid. Was this arrogant jerk actually serious? Challenge accepted. Clayton instantly flared his aura, wild mana exploding around him as he prepared to throw down. The master did not even flinch at the overwhelming pressure. He arrogantly asked if the elder really had a death wish. The sheer magical density caused the entire floor to violently earthquake. Panic erupted among the terrified students. Someone had to stop this madness, but Clayton roared at the master to square up. Right as the epic, magical clash was about to climax, Bam Logan violently smashed his hand onto the desk. The deadly atmosphere instantly shattered. Everyone snapped their necks toward the young man who sat there looking totally bored out of his mind. The two mighty mages just blinked, absolutely dumbfounded. The panicked disciples' jaws dropped to the floor at his pure audacity. Logan casually held up the paper he had just aggressively stamped. Boom. The official employment contract was already locked and loaded. Without skipping a single beat, he bossed the 10 shivering disciples to fall in line behind him. He gave the two elders a totally smug look. "Go ahead and kill each other. This contract is binding no matter who survives." The Tower Master's face burned with deep embarrassment. They had just acted like bickering toddlers in front of a respected guest. Coughing awkwardly, he promised to ship out Logan's magical scrolls the exact second they were finished. But Clayton fiercely cut him off. Hold up, he was not done roasting him yet. The master growled back, demanding respect. Was Clayton really trying to sabotage an Earth Magic Tower contract out of sheer spite? Clayton dropped the absolute ultimate wild card. Fine. If his disciples were going to the mud, he was tagging along too. Logan's and the Tower Master's brains completely short-circuited. What in the world was this elder thinking? The master literally shrieked that he had lost his mind. A high and mighty elder doing manual labor at a construction site was pure insanity. Clayton completely ignored him. He even told Logan to skip his paycheck. He just wanted to protect his kids and speed run the entire mission. Talk about hitting the absolute jackpot. Logan instantly bowed, respectfully swearing to treat this legendary elder with ultimate devotion. The exhausted elder only made one small request. Give his battered students just 24 hours to rest before shipping out again. Deal. Logan happily agreed to the terms, telling the grumpy Tower Master to have them at the West Gate by high noon tomorrow. The very next day, a humble transport rolled out through the massive tower gates. Logan leaned coolly against the Stonewall travel pack, ready, waiting for his newly acquired, overpowered employees to arrive. While chilling there, he could not stop grinning about the absolute cheat code he had unlocked yesterday. A fifth circle Grand Mage normally costs 1,000,000 gold minimum, and he just bagged one for basically free. What a massive profit. With this colossal win under his belt, the young lord was itching to fast travel straight back to his territory. He still had a mountain of logistics to sort out for the capital. But suddenly, a sharp voice snapped him back to reality. Someone was actually yelling for him. It was Reyna, acting all dramatic about how forever it had been since their last encounter. Logan just casually dropped her first name, but she instantly bit back brutally, reminding him they were not exactly close friends. Well, that was slightly cringy. The young lord instantly caught the awkward vibe and smoothly pivoted his tone. He switched to maximum formal mode, bowing to the so-called Princess of the Wolves, politely agreeing it had indeed been ages. Then, he smoothly added that she was still as incredibly rude as ever. Reyna just glared down from her insanely wealthy carriage, fanning her face haughtily. She slyly mentioned the spicy capital gossip. Word on the street was that Logan was swimming in some extremely shady underworld business. Then came the passive-aggressive strike. Was not his pathetic family drowning in a massive financial crisis? The real question, hiding behind that pretty fan, she was absolutely dying to know if the McLain family was officially totally broke. But Logan just smiled like an absolute boss. With devastating politeness, he reminded her he loved making cold hard cash, and his family business was respectfully none of her concern. Rhea rubbed Logan the wrong way again, bragging that her little payout was a massive fortune. Breaking off their engagement, she smirked, calling it typical pocket change for a total thief. Honestly, a high five to her face sounded great. Desperate to ditch this walking headache immediately, our guy just nodded along, desperately plotting his great escape in the exact opposite direction. He dropped a sassy comeback about her trashy attitude, but the annoying ex blocked his exit. She totally snooped on his feudal war exploits, specifically drooling over his super overpowered special weapon. The audacity. She actually demanded to buy it. Smiling through the pain and begging for freedom, Logan played dumb, calling his legendary gear absolute garbage, and hit her with a hard pass. Our main character literally speed-walked away from her luxury carriage, dodging a massive dramatic bullet. She glared out the window like a dramatic villain. Meanwhile, he just pondered his growing fanbase. Despite dealing those miracle meds in the capital, only this crazy ex showed any real interest. Honestly, the greedy wolves were lurking everywhere. He realized his crossbow design was way too basic, so he prayed to use his trusty gear before the blueprints got totally leaked to everyone. Suddenly, a grumpy voice shattered his inner monologue. Clayton and his fan club blocked the gate. The old mage demanded answers. Our hero just sighed casually, shoving the whole annoying group aside. He grumbled about dodging a walking nightmare. Out of nowhere, 3 fancy carriages drifted through the woods. Logan ended up trapped inside one ride with Clayton and his overly eager little sidekick. Puffing his chest like an angry pigeon, Clayton admitted the luxury ride was actually ridiculously comfy. He bragged that half a dozen folks could chill here, praising the driver's insane drift skills. Realizing Logan blew a fortune on this VIP transport, the boomer mage threw a massive tantrum. He screamed about blowing completely useless cash, while his poor student desperately tried damage control. Watching this circus, Logan chuckled. Classic mages, always flexing their ridiculously fragile giant egos. He buttered Clayton up, claiming this VIP treatment was absolute peanuts for such a legendary wizard. Honestly, snagging a Circle 5 powerhouse for 0 cost meant kissing up was totally worth it. Clayton just scoffed aggressively, staring outside to protect his hilarious grumpy old man vibe. Once the sun finally dipped, our chaotic party established their outdoor camping spot. Our guy yawned, declaring the road closed for the night. Tomorrow would bring a new wild adventure. While Logan farmed some chill meditation points, a wild dagger-wielding extra suddenly jumped from the bushes. The mob chucked a blade. Logan's spidey senses tingled, casually dodging the pathetic sneak attack with ease. Without even opening his eyes, he yawned out a threat. The scrub boss finally stepped forward. The thug clapped at the dodge. Logan stood up as the goon started yapping about rumors. He demanded the loot from that crazy miracle drug hustle. Suddenly, goons surrounded our main character. Sighing at the cliché bandit ambush, our guy just smirked. Free training dummies had finally arrived. Talk about perfect timing. Annoyed by the interruption, he unsheathed his blade to wreck some faces. He casually thanked the meat shields for volunteering. One idiot actually laughed, mocking our overpowered hero. A flash of steel. The laughing idiot dropped instantly. His 2 buddies stared in absolute horror. Their tiny brains could not process his insane speed. Panicking, one extra blindly leaped toward death. Our protagonist shifted into demon mode. The split second that pathetic bandit entered his strike zone, Logan effortlessly sidestepped, delivering a nasty slash that launched the fool across the entire forest. The remaining goons absolutely lost their minds as their buddy aggressively hugged a giant oak tree. 2 scrubs deleted, just 3 left. Finally, one smart thug realized they were facing a total monster. He screamed for a tactical retreat, but panic paralyzed him. His useless legs literally gave out completely. Right then, our boy started charging his epic aura perfectly, copying the legendary moves of Felix. Channeling maximum mana into his blade, Logan flawlessly replicated that insanely overpowered ultimate strike from training. The aura blade glowed, he planted his stance and unleashed a shockwave, instantly wiping the floor. Poof! The majestic aura he just summoned vanished into thin air. Talk about an awkward power outage. Staring at the final surviving bandit, our hero realized this fancy new skill totally drained his battery. A smug grin crept onto Logan's face. Thanks to Felix, he just nailed that ultimate move perfectly. Meanwhile, the last bandit was desperately inching away like a terrified worm begging for his life. Logan realized the secret recipe. Compressing his energy through that new authority birthed this epic aura. The Duke taught him the heavy-hitting pressure blade, but also tossed in the slightly wimpy force blade. Honestly, Logan thought copying that at his noob level was totally impossible. His cheeks actually burned with excitement. He couldn't believe he actually pulled off the force blade. Snap. His attention locked onto the escaping bandit who was still doing his pathetic little worm crawl. Logan just stared. The bandit bawled his eyes out instantly, regretting his entire career choice as a thug. Logan raised his weapon again, absolutely scaring the living daylights out of the poor dude. Strolling closer, Logan casually dropped a tutorial. Infusing sword energy to crush your enemy creates the pressure blade. Just as he raised his blade for the final strike, Logan flashed a wickedly evil villain smile. Yep, this skill is totally battle-ready. He nodded proudly, side-eyeing the absolute mess of unconscious bodies. Plot twist. A sudden voice from behind nearly gave Logan a heart attack. The stranger saw everything. It was Clayton, looking absolutely raging mad. Logan tilted his head like a confused puppy. Why so salty? Did Clayton think he overkilled them? Hey, they were literal bandits. A guy has to defend himself. Losing Clayton as an ally would be a total disaster. But wait, the vibe suddenly flipped completely. Clayton stared at him, and plot twist started fanboying. He practically threw confetti over Logan's amazing skills. Logan blue-screened, speechless. With his usual grumpy resting face, Clayton admitted he was totally clueless about force users. But that crazy power was definitely not normal for a kid. Logan awkwardly scratched his head and said thanks. Logan silently chuckled. Clayton wasn't actually furious at all. He just suffered from a severe case of angry face. The two of them trudged through the forest together. The silence between them was painfully, hilariously awkward. Logan kept side-eyeing the grumpy dude. He literally sneaked away from camp just to keep his overpowered skills secret. Did this guy seriously track him down? Suddenly, Clayton smashed the quiet tension by complaining about his disciples. He sighed, saying his students were totally struggling because their teacher kinda sucked. But he was trying his best. Logan quickly played therapist, assuring him he was doing great. Then he asked why the sudden heart-to-heart session. Screech Clayton halted perfectly in his tracks, glaring at Logan, and dropped a sudden bombshell about their future training. Once they reached home base, he wanted his exhausted students to catch a break and leech some training off Logan. Clayton promised to grind himself to the bone for them and boldly asked if they had a secret bro code. Logan instantly agreed. Easy peasy, but looking down, he spotted glowing magical mana casually leaking from the dirt behind Clayton. Where is that magic juice going? Straight into the sleeping mage's tent like a glowing magical router. Clayton stared him down again, demanding to shake on the deal. Meanwhile, Logan was completely weirded out by his tactics. Logan had to admit this grumpy master was basically a giant helicopter parent. The master scoffed, claiming this was just the bare minimum duty for any teacher. Logan smirked. Picking a fight with a tower master is the bare minimum. Clayton grumbled that the guy started it first. The next morning, the Grand Mlan estate flags waved proudly in the wind. Inside the boss office, Logan casually chatted with his dad Patrick, who just got the scoop on his wild road trip. Dad asked if leveling up in the capital was worth it. Logan grinned, saying it was a totally massive help. Patrick nodded happily at the good news. He then casually asked if his son had any other random side quests to report. Gulp. Logan instantly sweated, realizing he definitely should have planned this specific conversation way better. He nervously chuckled, casually dropping that his side hustle in the capital was booming. Patrick completely froze. Jumping out of his chair, Patrick yelled, "What business?" Logan awkwardly explained his new super medicine hustle. His dad literally looked ready to pass out. "You went all the way to the royal capital just to sell energy drinks." Massaging his throbbing temples, the poor dad sighed. "Despite your promises, son, this is still one insanely gigantic shock to my heart." Patrick sighed, warning him to stop trashing their family's precious reputation. Logan eagerly nodded, wiping imaginary sweat. Wow, the old man wasn't actually chewing him out this time. Squinting suspiciously, Patrick asked if that quick agreement was totally hollow. Unbothered, our hero cheerfully confirmed. Oh, and dropped a massive bomb. He was totally besties with the legendary Sword Duke now. Patrick's jaw hit the floor. Wait, you mean the literal Felix Esperanza? Eyes bulging, his dad roared, asking if he scammed Felix with those shady meds. Flashing a cheeky grin, Logan confirmed the deed. Patrick absolutely lost his mind, screaming about how deep he planned to bury their family name. Zero sweat, Logan casually whipped out a manual, bragging that he traded those meds for a super rare intermediate-level combat skill. Instantly switching gears, Patrick greedily snatched the manual. His voice trembled, reading the epic title, The Iron Blood Sword. He marveled at the authentic seal, convinced the Sword Duke himself personally blessed this treasure. Little did he know. Logan secretly forged that fancy endorsement himself. Talk about a scam artist. Internally, Logan smirked, recalling how greedy Imperial merchants originally dug this manual from ancient ruins. It was famously hailed as the absolute pinnacle of intermediate combat techniques. Originally hoarded for elite VIPs, those shady merchants got sloppy, and the sacred text eventually leaked everywhere. Soon, bootleg copies flooded the streets. It got so painfully common that literal grandmas could swing it. But hey, that bargain bin tragedy wouldn't happen for another 10 years. Teaching their clueless knights right now was an absolute cheat code. Adding sword aura and divine combat secrets, Logan figured his dad and Ronian would become terrifyingly overpowered walking cheat codes. However, this crazy Iron Blood style demanded purely suicidal levels of raw muscle. Terrified of exploding his own organs, the cautious patriarch normally would have tossed it away. Slapping the mighty sword duke's fake signature on it was absolute bait, and Patrick swallowed it. Skimming the pages, the old man gasped. This godly manual completely trashed their weak, dusty family heirlooms. Shaking like a leaf, Patrick realized how insanely rare decent techniques were. No wonder he was stuck in bronze tier. This terrible dry spell explained his embarrassing 10-year plateau of 0 leveling up. Sweating with hype, Patrick calculated that mastering this bad boy would boost their guild's combat power by a massive 30%. He dramatically fretted over repaying the Duke's legendary grace. Hearing this, our scammer protagonist secretly patted himself on the back. Logan slyly suggested his dad master it quickly to impress Felix. Boom! Patrick instantly vanished like a caffeinated ninja. Chucking his official stamp at Logan, he declared training was his solo mission, now dumping all annoying lord duties onto his son. Cold sweat dropped. The sheer gravity of this massive trap finally hit Logan. He caught the literal family crest, giving him terrifying absolute dictatorial power over everything. Fleeing down the hall, Patrick screamed at him to go babysit Dwayne's endless paperwork. Vowing to return only as a swordmaster, he yelled a speedy thanks and utterly ghosted his responsibilities. Alone in the boss chair, clutching the holy stamp of authority, Logan stood there utterly dumbfounded. Staring blankly at the golden seal, a wicked thought clicked. This little toy basically made him the undisputed king of the castle. Before the evil laughter could start, Dwayne smashed the door open, screeching about Logan's totally epic, money-making capital adventures. Eyes gleaming, Logan silently vowed to abuse this supreme power and finish his crazy schemes before Dad returned. The greedy steward immediately demanded cash. Narrowing his eyes, Logan asked where their fat Tesseron battle loot vanished to. Tearing his hair out, Dwayne shrieked that those pitiful crumbs couldn't even pay to keep the lights on. The recent war totally wrecked their manpower, guaranteeing this year's harvest would completely tank. To make it worse, the stingy Kairos completely ghosted their alliance. Literally crying on the floor, Dwayne begged the young master for salvation, drooling over rumors of his massive capital city jackpot. With a perfectly angelic smile, Logan shrugged. Oops, my bad. I already blew every single shiny coin. Dwayne's soul left his body. How the heck did this punk vaporize a literal mountain of gold in 5 seconds? Logan just beamed down at the broken man, maintaining eerie silence. Panicking, Dwayne begged him to stop trolling, but our hero maintained his terrifyingly calm poker face. Cold sweat drenched Dwayne. He choked out asking if this nightmare was real, and Logan cheerfully nodded. Dwayne bowed so low, his back nearly snapped, begging to know where that massive fortune went. Logan casually admitted blowing 1,200,000 gold on magical scrolls, mystical images, building supplies, and massive piles of groceries. In other words, the vault was completely empty. Dwayne just stared his brain, completely blue-screening at Logan's words. He cried that buying a few peasant rations wouldn't make a single dent in their massive problems. But then Logan dropped an absolute nuke. Logan declared he had spent 1 million gold just on food. Dwayne's soul practically left his body as he begged to hear that again. Logan doubled down. He planned to drop 1 million gold in grain on the commoners every single month for a whole year. Hearing this madness, Dwayne completely lost his mind, screaming that the young master had officially gone insane. Logan just shrugged off the wild meltdown. Becoming a legendary war hero clearly hadn't cured his reputation as a massive headache. Keeping a perfectly straight face, Logan confirmed his sanity and asked if the massive grocery haul was sufficient. Dwayne nodded numbly, confirming the amount. He then dreadingly asked what on earth the building supplies and magical scrolls were for. Was he starting some random construction? The young master flashed a confident grin. They were going to build a massive dam. 2 weeks later, ominous notices flooded the city. The feudal lord had drafted absolutely everyone for compulsory forced labor. This brutal order hit everyone from the grand Mlan fortress in the west all the way to the rugged storm fortress at the eastern gates. Tensions boiled over. A Tesseran fortress local screamed that they were totally done being pushed around by the system. The greedy nobles were mercilessly bleeding them dry. A Mlan resident roared that this forced labor draft was pure madness. Pulling them away during peak harvest, another villager cried out, lamenting that they had barely survived the recent bloody battles. Now their own feudal lord wanted to crush them into dust. Blind with rage, they realized they had absolutely zero options left. They could die, fleeing waste away, doing brutal labor, or just starve to death. They bitterly realized every single path led straight to the grave. Pushed to the brink, they grabbed pitchforks and any rusty tools available. A massive angry mob swarmed the front of the Mlan estate, completely ready for a bloody rebellion. Unbothered, Logan asked if everyone was present. Outside, a trembling young man asked an elder if they were actually going to revolt. The old man replied with fiery resolve. The nobles treated them worse than stray dogs while they survived on weeds. Staring at his starving people, he declared this revolution was worth it. A cold bead of sweat slid down the kid's face as he gripped his weapon, agreeing he would rather go down fighting. Rumble, the massive castle gates groaned open, and the furious people braced themselves in position for a brutal clash. When the heavy gates fully opened, the terrifying silhouettes of several armored knights emerged. But then one of the knights suddenly yelled for his comrades to prepare the distribution. The bloodthirsty crowd hit the brakes. Wait, what exactly did this imposing noble mean by handing out a distribution? The fierce village elder stepped up, yelling it was all a dirty trap. But suddenly, a heavy sack plopped right at his feet. The knight announced that by order of young Master Logan, every single laborer would receive a full month of grain. He ordered the lines open for the drop-off clang. The fierce rebels instantly dropped their weapons and scrambled to queue up like perfect citizens. The old man tightly clutched the heavy sack, staring silently at the dirt floor in absolute shock. His shoulders shook for a second before he threw his head back and roared, "All hail Logan Mlan." The stunned crowd blinked, but as he chanted it again, massive grins spread across their faces. Revolution officially cancelled. Soon, everyone was passionately cheering for Logan. Meanwhile, high up on the estate walls, Dwayne and Logan were chatting. Dwayne sighed, asking why they had to play the villain with a forced draft instead of just asking them nicely. The young master scoffed, replying that if he had played nice, not even a quarter of this massive crowd would have shown up. Trust in nobles was basically zero around here. He explained that high society simply considers the common folk as disposable property, but his gritty past life as a mercenary had taught him the harsh truth about the difference between good and bad nobles. The only difference is who steals more. Logan pointed out that even his own father prioritized shiny knights over starving peasants, believing military might was absolutely everything his dad went, completely broke just to keep an elite order of 50 knights fed. Logan needed the brutal shock factor to make these jaded people actually believe in him. He then smirked at his stunned steward. Spotting Dwayne staring, Logan asked what was up. Dwayne admitted he was simply dumbfounded by the young master's recent string of wild surprises. Logan chuckled, calling him dramatic. Since he had earned Dwayne's precious trust, it was finally time to officially start the massive construction. Dwayne's touching moment instantly shattered. Annoyed by the reminder, he furiously begged the young master to reconsider this absolutely insane project. Dropping 2 million gold on a crazy blueprint was financial suicide. Was building this gigantic dam even physically possible in reality? Logan smirked. Dwayne was complaining exactly like Amar and Clayton. He had already dropped the bombshell on those two. Building a massive dam, their jaws practically hit the floor. Over dinner, they aggressively interrogated him. Was he seriously planning to redirect the river with a sluice gate? The young lord just nodded. The master plan required absolute perfection. Mlan territory was a barren wasteland, completely choked to death by towering mountain ranges. Those massive northern peaks, they completely blocked the mighty Lutter River from flowing south. His crazy solution, order Amar and Clayton to blast a colossal hole through the bedrock, letting the water rush in. Amar grumbled in disbelief. Tearing down the entire mountain peak would honestly sound way more realistic. Logan brushed off the whining. They were carving a direct tunnel straight into the Lutter River. Picture a giant 30-meter opening. It would operate flawlessly as an epic sluice gate. He claimed the Western continent already used this genius technique. They proudly called it a dam. But honestly, our young warrior was bluffing right through his teeth. This advanced flood control method would only hit the Empire in about 20 years. He barely understood the blueprints himself, but with a master dwarf and a fifth circle mage, anything was possible. With those two leading the brutal labor, Mlan's dead wastelands would bloom into lush, fertile plains. Clayton opened his mouth to argue, but Amar brutally interrupted. Picking the exact excavation spot was vital. The dwarf nervously ranted about soil integrity and water pressure. One mistake, and the tunnel violently collapses. They desperately needed a reinforced archway, plus heavy-duty magic support from the wizards. Blinking in shock, Clayton stared at the dwarf. Was Logan's insane scheme actually going to work? Amar slapped his mouth. He could not believe he just brainstormed this crazy process. Swirling his wineglass like a villain, Logan shot them a totally confident smirk. Cold sweat instantly dripped down their terrified frozen faces. Panicking, Amar rattled off desperate excuses. He was already buried under mountains of new mining operations. Logan mercilessly cut him off. That was precisely why he brought extra mages and magical scrolls. With a totally devious smile, Logan officially dumped the nightmare task of surveying the mountains onto Amar. Amar groaned in utter defeat. He knew this luxury feast was a total scam from the start. Watching this cruel exploitation unfold, Clayton seriously questioned his life choices right now. At the dusty excavation zone, Clayton firmly stood, charging his magic. Safely hidden away, two ordinary workers sweated bullets. One proudly shrugged off the terror. With Lord Logan standing guard, absolutely nothing could go wrong. Cupping his hands, Amar hollered at the mage to unleash hell whenever ready. Clayton slammed his glowing hand against the mountain boom. the massive rock face utterly annihilated. The terrified crew frantically scattered, dodging flying boulders. Amar aggressively shoved Clayton away. He literally warned the crazy mage to hold back his explosive power. Observing the epic destruction, Logan pondered. Beyond brute physical force, humanity possessed a miraculous energy. Mana. In his pathetic past life, Mana was completely invisible. Now, he saw it perfectly. Earth aura surged brilliantly from Clayton's heart circle. The complex magical patterns effortlessly demolished the massive bedrock. Logan grinned. Upgrading his own force core had evolved his sensory perception to terrifying godlike levels. With a smug smirk, Clayton glanced back. He told the young lord to watch closely. The real magic show was just starting. Logan crossed his arms skeptically. But then Clayton dramatically raised his arm tightly, clenching his fist. In a flash, thousands of shattered debris chunks levitated into the air, swirling directly before the mage. Logan's eyes widened in shock. The floating rocks were fusing into an impossibly massive structure. Staring upward with a totally dropped jaw, the young warrior watched while a screaming Amar hid behind his leg. A colossal rock golem roared into existence. Dumbfounded Logan asked if the apprentice mages could summon these too. Clayton nodded proudly. As elite members of the Earth Tower's Golem School, this was their absolute specialty. Logan's eyes sparkled with greedy delight, but Clayton instantly shattered his beautiful fantasy. The old mage dropped a harsh truth. Only a mighty fifth circle master could craft a golem's core. His disciples simply lacked the mana capacity. They desperately needed expensive mana stones to pull off the same trick. And even then, their golems would be pathetic bite-sized toys compared to Clayton's towering behemoth. Logan's confident smirk instantly crumbled as his brain crunched the catastrophic expense reports. Clayton ruthlessly reminded him that mana stones were as absurdly rare as pure gold or mithril, completely impossible to forge artificially. Their magical utility drove the market price to astronomical heights. Suddenly, this grand golem plan seemed like a total scam. But wait, was our young lord seriously worrying about his wallet while a literal war was brewing? Then again, throwing cash to secure an easy victory sounded tempting. He eagerly asked if mana stones could turbocharge Clayton's golem too. Clayton nodded confidently. The power, terrifying speed, and operational uptime would all receive a massive boost. However, as a supreme fifth circle mage, he would exclusively require the absolute highest grade of mana stones. Fortunately, those beginner second circle mages could easily scrape by with cheap, low-grade magical rocks. That single rock guaranteed 24 hours of superhuman strength. Logan quickly estimated the damage. Probably 1 gold coin per use. The financial return on investment was absolutely terrible. But for a rapid blitzkrieg, they could turn the tide of battle. Meanwhile, poor Dwayne strolled onto the construction site and almost had a heart attack watching a colossal golem obliterate a mountain. Logan desperately tried to do damage control. He smoothly explained the giant earth monster was just digging a strategic tunnel, but the traumatized man was completely paralyzed by absolute terror. Logan's logical words bounced right off him. Screaming for his life, Dwayne completely lost his mind and sprinted away, crying out that the patriarch needed to know immediately. Sighing heavily, Logan pivoted to Amamar. He ordered the crew to tackle the water channel, leaving the heavy tunneling to the golem. The weary dwarf gave a heavy nod, barking loud orders to organize the confused laborers. The young lord gazed out over his domain. Juggling 3 massive mega-projects simultaneously filled his ambitious heart with blazing determination. First, the monumental dam tunnel. Second, the sprawling water channel. Third, the secret mine, which already showed incredibly lucrative core samples. He had funneled his massive workforce there first. But ever since his triumphant return from the royal capital, he'd completely ignored the mining operations. Guilt kicking in, our protagonist decided to bless the dusty excavation site with a surprise inspection tomorrow morning. Fast forward to the next morning, the mine was buzzing with chaotic activity, while a spectacularly pissed-off Amamar stood dead center. Logan casually strolled up to his manager, playfully joking that it had been ages. The dwarf violently snapped. He aggressively barked at his boss, accusing Logan of working him literally to the bone across the territory. Veins popping on his forehead, Amamar went absolutely ballistic, screaming that Logan should just end his miserable life instead of torturing him. Crying out against his non-existent break times, the furious subordinate demanded to know why he was single-handedly carrying the entire territory's infrastructure. Logan quietly stood there, soaking in the comedic rage. Nearby laborers nervously whispered, wondering if they should step in to save their manager. Exhausted and defeated, Amamar dramatically collapsed to the dirt, crying manly tears. Logan softly patted the poor guy's trembling shoulder. Using his best angelic boss voice, Logan praised the dwarf's heroic sacrifices, promising to handle all future management duties personally. Amamar's jaw hit the floor in total shock. He squinted with deep suspicion. Was this devilish lord plotting to dump even more impossible tasks on him? A sharp pang of sorrow struck Logan's heart, mostly because his overworked minion had instantly seen right through his blatant lie. Flashing a brilliant, shameless smile, Logan playfully extended his pinky finger to seal a vow. He solemnly swore that once this brutal construction phase ended, Amamar would be granted a legendary endless vacation. Traumatized by past broken promises, the panicking dwarf desperately swatted at his lord's hand. But Logan's grip was like an iron vice. He ruthlessly locked their pinkies together, nearly snapping the poor dwarf's finger in half. Amamar slumped into the dirt, absolutely defeated. Meanwhile, Logan smoothly flipped his hair and cheekily claimed it was all just a harmless prank. Turning his sharp gaze toward the cavern, Logan calculated this timeline would crush his past life's records. The damn project absolutely had to succeed. His entire grand master plan hinged on it. Without wasting a second, Logan opened a magical communication link to his trusty buddy Philip. His loyal subordinate reported a flawless material delivery, plus a shocking timber deal pulling in an extra 100,000 gold coins monthly. That astronomical number hit Logan like a lightning bolt. His face glowed with pure capitalist joy. Philip was equally hyped through the magical transmission. He swore that once the excavation and land clearing were fully complete, their territory would undergo a majestic, mind-blowing evolution. He eagerly expressed his burning desire to witness the transformed domain with his own eyes. Logan stared at the orb, deeply lost in thought, before casually telling Philip to visit next year. Philip blinked in utter confusion quickly, sighing that he probably would not get a straight answer anyway. Shifting gears, Philip dropped a bombshell. Dark rumors were rapidly swirling around the capital regarding the royal family. What kind of royal mess was it? Logan casually noted he heard whispers at the Sword Duke estate. He lacked the juicy details, but the atmosphere felt grim, urging Philip to dig up the hidden truth. Inside his mind, past life memories rushed back like a tidal wave. Next winter, the king would die. A bloody civil war would spark, but relying solely on his past timeline knowledge was a massive gamble. If the king dropped dead suddenly, fate was mirroring his tragic previous life flawlessly. Otherwise, the timeline had shifted. Logan knew making blind moves without solid confirmation was purely suicidal. His absolute top priority: fortifying the McLain family. So he ordered Philip to dump the remaining budget into emergency funds and stockpile heavy combat gear. He needed enough steel to arm 500 men. Philip sweated bullets, groaning about the sheer impossibility. Why hoard massive arsenals when the McLain house only commanded a measly 100 knights? Logan declared the gear was for mere soldiers. Philip exploded, screaming if his lord had completely lost his mind. Fully arming standard grunts. Absolute madness. Everyone knew that was throwing gold straight into the trash. But Logan tuned out the whining. He knew this insane strategy was born from pure bloody necessity. The previous war caused catastrophic casualties, completely destroying local production. To dodge that nightmare, he had to slash draft numbers while intensely maximizing the raw power of every troop. Fully arming basic soldiers was his ultimate masterstroke. Logan smirked, asking Philip if his visionary judgment had ever failed them. Philip grumbled a reluctant no. With a sly grin, Logan told him to execute the master plan, while Philip promised to gather more intel. Next up, milking the mine for gold, hoarding food from the dam, and forging deadly new weapons. The foundation for their absolute territory domination was perfectly set. Cut to a towering mountain of paperwork crushing Logan's soul. Dwayne stood nearby, relentlessly pointing at endless forms. Read this stamp. That Dwayne barked mercilessly, threatening to summon an even larger avalanche of dreaded documents. Scanning a page, Dwayne scolded Logan for blindly signing away critical matters without actually reading a single word. Did he plan to stay this delightfully careless? Logan seriously needed to conquer his own boring territory affairs. Suddenly, the doors exploded open. A panicked voice instantly started screaming directly at poor Dwayne. Dwayne sighed loudly, reminding everyone he was not the Lord, begging for just one moment of peace. Kazelon burst into the room, face pale with pure terror, screaming that Hamar was buried in a collapsed mine. Ice shot down Logan's spine. He launched from his desk, roaring to know exactly what had just happened. Kazelon choked out that a massive main tunnel gave way, burying over 50 meters in suffocating dirt and stone. Hamar's exact location was a complete mystery. Panicking, Logan demanded to know if they had found him yet. Dwayne squawked, wondering since when they even owned a mine, but Logan entirely ghosted his frantic assistant. Hearing the catastrophic 50-meter collapse, Logan bolted like lightning, roaring that every single second was a matter of life or death. "We are storming the mine now." He left a totally bewildered Dwayne screaming into the void about secret mines. Logan galloped to the disaster zone instantly, barking at the frantic miners to point out the collapsed tunnel. A terrified worker pointed to the deepest middle shaft. Without a second thought, Logan charged straight into the abyss. Plunging into darkness, his brilliant aura flared to life, illuminating a truly horrifying, nightmare-inducing scene. Colossal boulders choked the tunnel completely. Desperate miners clawed at the stone as the stunned foreman spotted his lord. Logan commanded everyone to fall back instantly. He slapped a hand against the cold rock, surging pulsing mana forward. His supernatural senses flared, 10 faint heartbeats, and one radiated the unmistakable stubborn life force of Hamar. He told the shocked foreman they survived the crush, but time was fiercely ticking for the trapped victims. The foreman gawked, completely baffled by this magical radar. But the intense young lord ignored his stupid questions entirely. 3 days to clear the rubble. Logan's stomach twisted violently. He knew damn well that wasting time meant burying those trapped men in a rocky grave. Outside the collapse, Logan desperately flagged down Clayton and his disciples. He pleaded for the miners' lives, practically shoving imaginary mountains of gold at the mages. Realizing the dwarf's dig site had caved in, Clayton stepped up to help. But he sternly clarified one thing: keep your gold noble. Innocent lives were on the line. Logan bowed his head, swearing to repay this debt. Still, Clayton found it incredibly suspicious. Why expose a top-secret project just to save a mere slave and some commoners? It made absolutely no sense. Shrugging it off, Clayton cast a massive structural support spell, while his disciples whipped out glowing mana stones. With crystals blazing, the mages hurled their stones into the disaster. Boom! The rocks morphed into giant stone golems, tearing through rubble as the miners shrieked in terror. High-tier magic was not an everyday sight. Meanwhile, Logan watched in pure awe as tons of debris completely vanished in a matter of seconds. Clayton barked orders to move faster. And surprisingly, Logan did not just watch. He rolled up his sleeves, hauling heavy boulders alongside the grunts. Clayton's jaw dropped. A high-born noble, sweating like crazy for lowly commoners and a dwarf. The old mage had literally never witnessed such a bizarre, physics-defying sight before. Suddenly, the foreman screamed. They found them, seeing Hamar half buried under a mountain of dirt. Logan's heart completely stopped in his chest. Thankfully, the dramatic scare was just that. Miraculously, everyone was breathing with only minor bruises. A tidal wave of relief washed over him. He praised the heavens that they suffered only mere scratches. Later in the stuffy infirmary, Logan demanded answers. Hamar sheepishly admitted he fell asleep on the job from insane exhaustion. Frustration boiled in Logan's eyes. Hamar panicked, swearing he would grab his pickaxe tomorrow. But Logan firmly ordered him to stay in bed and fully recover. Touched by this unexpected warmth, the stubborn dwarf roared that he would not budge even if aliens rained from the sky. Stepping outside, Logan marveled at the mages. A catastrophic cave-in cleared in 2 hours. Suddenly, Clayton materialized like a ghost. He casually complimented Logan's shockingly noble mindset, scaring him half to death. Logan sweated nervously. Did this old wizard figure out the cave was literally stuffed with gold? Would he blab? Playing it cool, Logan claimed the project was vital, and a master smith like Hamar was utterly irreplaceable. Plus, a lord who abandons his people is no lord at all. Smirking, Clayton dropped a massive bomb. Want a magic tower in your territory? Logan's brain short-circuited. Clayton casually mentioned overthrowing his current tower master, claiming this land was prime real estate for a new tower. Jackpot. Logan vibrated with joy, declaring it an absolute honor. But wait, what is the catch? Would the disciples tag along? How much would it cost? Waving his hand, Clayton laughed. The disciples are a package deal, and your noble character is worth more than mere coins. Logan was utterly speechless. Peeking from the bed, Hamar bluntly asked if the mage had brain damage, earning a swift scolding from a flustered Logan. Exactly 7 days later, Hamar proudly flexed his healed muscles. He was marching back into the dark depths to crush his quotas. Logan cheered him on. But when the dwarf waddled away, Dwayne stomped in radiating pure fury. He slammed his hands down fiercely, demanding why this secret excavation had been hidden from his meticulous ledgers. Logan chuckled nervously. Oops, I forgot. Dwayne's eye twitched furiously at such a ridiculously flimsy excuse. Flashing a wicked smirk, Logan finally dropped the truth bomb. It is a gold mine. Dwayne scoffed in pure disbelief, telling the kid to stop spouting nonsense. A rundown territory like ours, striking absolute gold. No way. Have you completely lost your mind? He barked. Logan laughed playfully, calling his stunned administrator a doubting rascal. Dropping the jokes, Logan's eyes turned dead serious. We are looking at 100 million in pure gold every single year. Would I really joke about cash? He whispered. Hearing this astronomical number, Dwayne's brain completely shattered. Are you actually serious? He squeaked out, turning into a literal statue. Logan poked him, and the poor guy nearly tipped over. The sheer magnitude of that legendary wealth was causing his frugal administrator's soul to literally leave his mortal body. He just could not process it. Sweating absolute bullets, Logan violently shook the man to reboot his fried brain. Inwardly, Logan smirked. Despite the terrifying cave-in drama, his grand master plan was accelerating way faster than he ever dreamed. Meanwhile, deep within the lush forest, a confused group of VIPs grumbled about being dragged back out here so soon. A massive 6-month construction project magically obliterated in just 3. These elite administrators had been summoned by Dwayne for the ultimate final inspection. Logan welcomed the grumpy officials with open arms, pouring on the noble charm and thanking them for clearing their tight schedules. He threw his hands wide, dramatically inviting them to witness the legendary dam opening. An administrator rolled his eyes, utterly convinced this whole circus was a giant waste, splashing Lutter River water onto dry sand. Yeah, like that would magically fix the cursed desert. Logan should have dumped those gold coins into reinforcing the crumbling south wall instead. The rest of the suits muttered, completely baffled by their young lord's massive obsession. They all stared at Dwayne, whose jaw was practically touching the dirt in pure shock. Dwayne gazed at the colossal dam, finally grasping that this wasn't some basic sprinkler system. The madman had directly linked it to the roaring underground veins of the river. With endless flowing water, this dead wasteland would soon erupt into a glorious green paradise. Logan smirked at the massive crowd of exhausted workers, cranky mages, and clueless administrators. Giving Clayton the golden nod, the Grand Mage instantly prepped for the main event. Hamar whined loudly, salty about his crew, breaking their backs for this insane mega project. Why couldn't the normal guys just crank the damn floodgates open by hand anyway? But Logan demanded absolute theatrics. The grand opening had to be an epic visual spectacle. He needed the entire McLain territory to witness the absolute miracle their calloused hands forged. The massive dam loomed like a fortress, with colossal golems standing guard at the gates. The suits lost their minds, seeing magic constructs on lifting duty, though shock faded fast. Clayton's voice boomed like thunder across the plains, commanding the stone giants into action. Open the gates. The hulking beasts grabbed the massive metal and strained with terrifying might. Logan grinned like a proud papa. But wait. The mighty golems were actually visibly trembling. Flashing a terrifying smile, Clayton glared at Hamar, silently screaming, "What is going on?" But the dwarf was equally clueless, having literally designed this beast for manual human labor. Cold sweat drenched Logan's face as a painfully awkward memory suddenly smacked him right back. Clayton had warned him. Those stupidly heavy gates were way too massive for simple golems. The stone giants were basically glorified lawn ornaments, requiring 100 brawny men instead. They needed a manual pulley team. Panicking, Logan yelled the unthinkable, "Just smash it down." Hamar and Clayton's jaws dropped. "Are you out of your crazy mind? Destroy our masterpiece." "Just punch the damn thing. We will slap a new gate on it tomorrow," Logan roared. Gulping hard, Clayton obeyed the crazy lord. The stone giants began furiously pummeling the metal. The builders shrieked in pure agony, watching their blood, sweat, and tears getting violently pulverized. Crack. The barrier shattered, and a terrifying tsunami of white water exploded through the gap. The massive golems got hilariously washed away. Chaos reigned, but Logan just grinned like a maniac. The exhausted townsfolk completely broke down, crying ugly tears at the majestic roaring flood. They knew what this miracle meant. Logan's crazy gamble had utterly obliterated their starvation crisis. This was their ultimate cheat code for the Civil War. Spring planting was officially secured. Even Dwayne lost his mind, tackling Logan from behind in a terrifying bear hug. He bawled about being a doubting idiot, begging his glorious lord for holy forgiveness. Laughing it off, Logan mercilessly roasted the giant hulking man for crying like a baby. But joy wasn't universal. Hamar squatted in the corner of despair, calculating the rebuild nightmare. Clayton awkwardly patted his back, promising to cast a few spells for the painful reconstruction. Waving his hand, Logan granted them a sweet, miraculous 1-week vacation from the gateway hell. Hamar's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Your sweet talk will not work on me anymore, you slave driver." Why was a noble so obsessed with heavy labor? Logan just gave a suspicious, innocent shrug. But the moment the dwarf turned away, Logan's eyes sparked with unhinged city-building madness. Dumping the dwarf drama, Logan proudly stepped up to address his hyped-up, tearful audience. He blasted his golden promise to the heavens: unlimited farming rights across the entire McLain Plains. Second, all workers get fair leasing rights. Plus, taxes drop to a mere 30%. He threw a confident smirk at his vassals. With terms this ridiculously good, not even those stubborn old men could complain. Their faces practically glowed. They finally realized this doomed land was actually turning around. Fast forward 4 weeks, Logan and Rick were huddled over some insane blueprints from Hamar. The village layout and a literal model house were already done. Logan grinned, knowing he bagged the perfect dwarf. Rick was utterly mind-blown by the dwarf's skill. Honestly, Logan never expected the grumpy guy to accept his crazy offer. Flashback to 4 weeks prior. A very skeptical Hamar practically yelled, asking if Logan was totally insane for building a whole town. Logan just fired back with a grin. Aren't dwarves supposed to be legendary builders? Hamar delivered big time. He designed flawless cross-patterned streets, identical houses, community baths, and a seriously advanced sewer system. Logan was basically copying a modern city from his past life. Suddenly, an absolutely foul stench smacked his nose. He glares at Rick, asking why he smells like garbage. Rick whines that it is completely Logan's fault. Rick cries about their magic potion selling too well. If it weren't so insanely popular, he wouldn't be suffering this smelly nightmare. Bam, Dwayne kicks the door open, shrieking Logan's name. The young lord just sighs. Ever heard of knocking old man? Dwayne ignores him entirely, blabbering frantically about the dwarf. Then his panicked face suddenly explodes into absolute radiant joy. Hamar finally sent the green light for the gold mine. Dwayne shoves shiny nuggets into Logan's face. They struck the mother lode. Logan praises the master dwarf, while a weeping Dwayne bear hugs him. How did they get so ridiculously lucky to snag him? But the poor dwarf is running on fumes. His deeply sunken eyes scream that he hasn't slept in an eternity. Logan greedily asks about their daily extraction limits. A dead-tired Hamar grumbles that everything is perfectly on schedule. They can pull 1 solid ton of gold every month for 10 years. Hamar weakly begs the young lord for a nap. But our workaholic MC hesitates. We still have a city to build, magic beasts to handle, and epic weapons to forge. Could you handle all that? Logan's ruthless question hits the dwarf like a critical strike, leaving him sweating and traumatized. Hamar simply gives up and collapses on the floor. Dwayne hovers over the poor guy, praising him as their land's greatest treasure. Logan sighs internally. Looks like he will be solo leveling the territory management from here, since the grind never stops. He finally grants the poor dwarf his promised vacation time. Hamar screeches with pure, unadulterated joy and vanishes out the door with literal lightning speed. Did that dwarf just awaken a speed skill? He was unnaturally fast. Meanwhile, Dwayne is behind Logan, bawling his eyes out again. Logan questions the sudden waterworks. Sniffling, Dwayne reveals the mine will generate a staggering 100 million gold coins annually. To hell with the arrogant Kairos family, Dwayne cheers that their territory is officially saved from absolute financial ruin forever. Logan chuckles, teasing that he is sobbing harder than during the dam construction. But then, the young lord's eyes turn dead serious. I am the only monster you should fear. Keep your mouth shut because that gold is mine. Dwayne instantly freezes in absolute terror. Logan calmly clarifies. He will pay the standard 30% tax to the family, but every single coin after that is his. Bewildered, Dwayne scrambles to his knees. He vows absolute loyalty, trusting his master's ruthless judgment. Logan issues a chilling warning to keep the gold buried. If rumors leak that greedy Duke Kairos and the Margrave will declare war, Dwayne confidently swears to handle the secrecy. But Logan sweats a little, realizing his honorable father is going to be a massive headache. 1 week later, Logan and his father take a peaceful stroll by the river, soaking in the newly transformed, breathtaking scenery. Logan's eyes widen. Patrick has actually broken through to an advanced knight. The proud father admits his son pulled off absolute miracles recently. Logan frantically tries to justify his crazy development schemes, but Patrick raises a hand, silencing him instantly. Making water flow through a cursed wasteland, it is pure magic. Patrick humbly admits his son is a vastly superior territory lord. Logan tries to play the humble card, but Patrick laughs. You achieved more in 3 measly months than I did in 10 years. Flustered, Logan tries to express his deep gratitude, but his dad swiftly cuts him off. Boom, Patrick casually drops a bomb. Logan is taking over all lordly duties, while he escapes to train the Knight Order full-time. Our main character's jaw drops. Smirking Patrick asks if Logan knows the grand epiphany he had during his intense training. I got too old, Patrick laughs, bitterly, confessing his aging body could not master the secret sword techniques. It is time for monsters like Logan and Ragnar to take the stage. Logan's guidance shattered a bottleneck that trapped him for decades. The veteran knight simply wants to be their guiding shadow. Logan solemnly accepts the torch. Then Patrick turns and summons a woman named Marianne. He orders her to be the young lord's new shadow. Logan approaches Marianne, who stands elegantly with a parasol and a breathtaking dress. With a heavy sigh, she admits his legendary achievements have more than proven his right as the true heir. Calling him young master, her only remaining prayer is for little Ronan's future success. Logan tries apologizing, but she cuts him off. She is the one begging for forgiveness. Admitting her blind foolishness, she desperately prays for his magnanimous forgiveness. Seeing Logan train little Ronan in combat, the kid has literally never smiled brighter. She pleads with him to protect his brother. But this distant vibe, Logan absolutely hates it. Parents do not bow to their kids. He roars finally, calling her mom and breaking her emotional wall. She tearfully retreats toward Patrick. The proud father flashes a thumbs up, totally approving his son's alpha move. Watching them leave, the scene shifts. Down in the wild lands of Tesserana, father and son talk business. The moment the city foundations are set, it is time to bulldoze the wilderness for massive farms. Patrick doubts the peasants will relocate. Logan smirks. Exclusive rights and VIP priority will guarantee a massive migration. With luxury housing promised, Logan casually mentions he ordered poor Dwayne to draft an entire army. Patrick agrees to forge the recruits into proper knights. But amidst the praise, a glaring headache remains. Turning toward the established Knight Order, Patrick glares at them, labeling the whole squad as utter trash. Since when did we split into two factions, he growls. Just looking at their pathetic division makes him sick. Logan spots the infamous Thessaron deserters. These rival groups are glaring at each other like mortal enemies. Logan barks at them to wake up. Patrick sneers, pointing out their own hellish, bone-breaking training routines. Seeing these grown warriors squabble like toddlers, Logan admits his total negligence let this circus happen. The cowardly knights panic in denial, desperately begging Captain Henkel to save them from this nightmare. Henkel stammers, realizing Patrick hit the advanced realm. Patrick cracks his knuckles, ready to beat some manners into them. Exploding with a terrifying aura that shatters his wooden blade, he roars, time for a first-hand taste of hell. Meanwhile, Dwayne hums happily in his office. For once, the Majestic Kingdom budget was not crushing his soul. Two greedy vassals whine about Logan hogging funds. Dwayne snaps, asking if this overflowing gold has completely blinded them. Who do you think made us rich? Just obey him, Dwayne barks. Then reading a new invoice, cold sweat drops. Bursting into the boss's room minutes later, Dwayne screams, "What exactly needs 10 million gold coins? Just buying 100 kilograms of pure mithril." Logan smirks. Dwayne's soul leaves his body as Logan violently corners him. Sign the paper. Dwayne bawls in pure terror, shrieking that mithril costs 1,000 times more than raw gold. Flashback to Philip and Logan. Our ambitious hero casually wanted this legendary metal to craft ultimate knight armor. Absolutely impossible, Philip sighs, leaving Logan completely dumbfounded. You cannot just slap cash down for sacred fantasy metals. It requires pure political power. Boom. A crazy idea sparks. Cut. To a terrified messenger delivering McLain's insane letter. The insanely busy Duke Felix rushes over to a magical screen. Grinning widely, he tells Logan he desperately missed him. Logan feigns humility about intruding. But Felix beams with absolute joy, dropping a massive bombshell. His wife is finally pregnant. All thanks to your miracle, Logan stammers his eager congratulations, while the mighty Duke radiates pure, tearful gratitude. The Duke insists Logan must attend the spectacular birth banquet in the capital so the Duchess can personally bless him. Felix even offers his legendary sword technique, bowing deeply. Logan accepts before Felix asks why he actually called today. No more beating around the bush. Logan drops the bomb, casually demanding 100 kilograms of god-tier mithril. The invincible Duke's jaw literally hits the floor. Did you just say kilograms, not 100 tiny grams? Misunderstanding completely, Felix gasps that even royal banquets do not cost that much. He praises Logan's insanely generous baby gift. Logan sweats bullets as this majestic misunderstanding spirals out of control. Laughing heartily, Felix promises to secure the impossible metal. Just attend the banquet and call me master. As the magical call disconnects, Logan stares at the crystal, shivering wildly. A triumphant scream of pure ecstasy erupts. Becoming the supreme sword, Duke's official disciple was an absolute unbelievable jackpot. He only fished for a tiny favor, but caught a golden dragon. Smiling wickedly, Logan realizes blacksmith Hamar will definitely suffer. A quick nap and Hamar will craft perfectly. Our hero chuckles delusionally, bragging about being the galaxy's most benevolent boss. Meanwhile, poor Hamar suffers agonizing nightmares of Logan's tyranny. Cut to McLain Castle, where fresh meat lines up for recruitment. All under 20, Dwayne panics over the numbers, but Logan's eyes burn with future destiny. He needs 50,000 invincible knights in exactly 9 years. Time to scrap the old guard. Logan planned to forge an elite knight order from the current grunts. The impending civil war would be brutal, but this squad would absolutely crush the Empire's invasion. Drafting adults sounded great, but who would build the damn city? Construction needed muscle too. Shut your traps, a vassal barked. When Logan questioned the old drafting methods, the answer was hilariously simple. Just pick the fastest runners. What a barbaric and utterly brainless system. Time for an upgrade. Logan demanded recruits with razor-sharp senses. Test number 1. A bizarre eye exam walking toward a distant drawing. One kid hit the brakes almost instantly, confidently shouting that the doodle was a chicken. Logan smirked instantly, ordering his knights to drag away the brat who just called him handsome. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed kid chimed in. Look at the comb, it is obviously a rooster. Logan grinned in absolute approval. Test 2 was pure chaos. Dwayne screamed a single word on repeat, while recruits marched closer until their ears caught it. Sparrow, a cheeky brat, hollered back. Also, you called me son? Was that part of this weird exam too? Dwayne panicked, realizing his inner thoughts had leaked out. Amused, Logan ordered the smart aleck recruited for a good smackdown. Scanning the results, Logan was utterly mind-blown. 250 recruits had absolutely crushed his ridiculous tests. He planned to draft 500 more, building a terrifying 1,000-man army. Meanwhile, Victor was fiercely swinging his heavy blade. The sheer ferocity of his strikes made veteran knights sweat. Victor's mind echoed with Logan's insane challenge. Perform this technique 1,000 times perfectly. Master that and legendary knight status, plus an awakened aura, would be his. Gripping his hilt until his knuckles turned white, Victor swore to achieve knighthood at blinding speed. His sweet sister, Victoria, watched with worried eyes. Victor knew his ruthless lord would not wait forever. Suddenly, Victoria gasped as Logan appeared. The lord pressed a finger to his lips, silently observing his sweaty disciple. Logan was internally freaking out. Despite the kid's wild swings, his foundational stance was absolutely flawless. "Listen up," Logan barked. He announced a brutal winter training camp out in the harsh Thessaron territory starting tomorrow. He casually invited Victor to the hellish camp. Unfazed, the boy instantly demanded to bring Rhea along. A little girl in a camp full of savage men, Logan deadpanned. But Victor fiercely roared his absolute approval. Letting out a massive sigh, Logan pointed a threatening finger. Rhea could come, but any chaotic mess was entirely on Victor. With burning resolve, Victor vowed to fiercely guard his precious sister with his very life. Logan raised an eyebrow at his extreme sister complex. Catching his breath, Victor finally spilled his tragically heavy heart. Their parents perished because of his weakness. Now Rhea was utterly alone, making her safety his ultimate life mission. Logan stared in heavy silence. Clamping a reassuring hand on the boy's shoulder, he offered a rare nod of genuine approval. Fast forward to Thessaron Castle. The demonic drill sergeant Kezalon was ruthlessly roasting Logan's fresh recruits. 5 agonizing laps around the giant walls. The slowest 100 faced extra torture. Ignoring their absolute terror, Kezalon roared for movement. Chuckling at the sheer chaos, Logan praised Kezalon's terrifying God-given talent for military bullying. The seasoned warrior smirked. Since Logan treated him like true nobility, renewing his grueling contract was a total no-brainer. Leaning in close, Kezalon whispered a dangerous question. Was this insane lord secretly plotting a massive bloody war within 2 years? Logan just flashed a wickedly mysterious smile. The terrifying truth hung heavy, suddenly shattered by a recruit screaming about a monster. That so-called monster was Victor tearing through the track in first place. He left everyone completely shell-shocked. "Is he even human?" someone gasped. Another kid wildly claimed Victor was actually the Lord's personal overpowered slave. Fueled by competitive spite, the first kid exploded into a sprint. Watching this fiery rivalry, Kezalon finally understood Logan's genius motivation tactics. Logan chuckled. He did not care about their raw muscles right now. Their burning, unbreakable willpower was the true prize. Victor was a pure power sponge. Once awakened, he would become the ultimate terrifying benchmark for the entire army. Surviving hell, the exhausted kids collapsed in the barracks, greeted by a glorious, mouth-watering mountain of food. Devouring the feast like wolves, they praised him. Meanwhile, the adorable Rhea cheerfully passed out massive plates. The sweaty boys were instantly mesmerized by this literal angel. Catching their starry-eyed stares, Victor unleashed a suffocating brother complex aura. Pointing a deadly finger, he threatened to gouge out their wandering eyes. The entire dining hall instantly froze in pure terror. But one absolute fool dared to throw a creepy, lingering gaze. Seconds later, Victor bolted outside, fiercely clutching his bread. He had furiously interrogated the kitchen staff. They claimed Rhea vanished out the back door to dump the smelly garbage. Panic gripped him. Rhea was all alone in the dark. A sudden noise from the alleyway sent him sprinting. The sight made his blood run cold. That slimy apprentice was forcing himself onto his helpless sister. Hot tears streamed down her cheeks. The bread slipped from his trembling hands, crashing into the dirt. The scum stammered, but Victor was already moving. A devastating knee strike shattered the bastard's nose, dropping him instantly. Shielding his sister, Victor prepared for blood. The absolute trash spat out curses. "How dare a filthy slave strike me?" Wham! Victor unleashed a skull-rattling punch, leaving the scum dazed. Rhea shrieked in sheer terror. Blinded by pure wrath, Victor grabbed his hair. He unleashed merciless fists, roaring for him to die. A passing apprentice caught the gruesome sight and bolted for help. But Victor, he only saw crimson. Every brutal strike echoed with the tragic night their parents were slaughtered. "Stop." A booming voice shattered his murderous trance. He snapped his head back. Logan stood there, coldly ordering him to wake up and look around. A maid quietly rushed Rhea to safety. Kezalon stood frozen by the chaos. Logan casually pointed at the corpse. "Clean this up." Head bowed, Victor braced for execution. He muttered a desperate apology. "Do you regret it?" Logan asked. Victor firmly refused, but apologized for executing a soldier without his lord's permission. "You are not entirely wrong," Logan smirked. "But you should definitely regret dragging your precious sister into a military camp. Your idiotic stubbornness almost got her ruined," he scolded coldly. "A true protector leaves his family in safety away from danger. I only allowed her presence here so you would taste the bitter consequences of your own choices." "Lesson learned," Victor nodded silently. Logan sighed, admitting that while murder was a crime, crushing a predator to protect family was correct. "But next time, ask for permission before going on a killing spree. I refuse to delay my knighthood plans over some pervert." Back at the Lord's Manor, Kezalon and Logan began a highly intense chat. Sweating bullets. Kezalon questioned if Logan should really handle this massive issue all alone. Victor is my loyal property, Logan declared. I simply used him to cleanly exterminate a disgusting piece of trash from this world. Let us reframe this. I deployed my asset to execute a criminal. Now how does that story sound to you, my dear advisor? So, he acted under your direct orders, Kezalon sighed. Logan nodded shamelessly, instantly unfolding his delightfully wicked cover-up plan. We expose the scum, then we hang his miserable corpse right at the castle gates as a bloody warning. Spread the word, Kezalon rubbed his temples, desperately changing the subject as Logan happily scribbled on a territorial map. What scheme are you brewing now? Just a surprise, Logan grinned, circling the exact hot zones where bloodthirsty monsters were swarming. Rumors of Victor's brutal beatdowns spread like wildfire. But once the camp learned about the attempted assault, their shock transformed into blazing fury. The furious mob literally wanted to resurrect the dead bastard just to murder him twice. Eavesdropping on their rage, Logan smirked. Problem solved perfectly. The chaotic days quickly melted away. 3 months flew by, snow blanketed the trees. Logan and Kezalon stood overlooking their brutal frozen empire. The new year approaches. Time really flies, Kezalon noted. After 90 hellish days, their 1,000 rookies had dropped to exactly 987. Only 1 dead and 12 cowardly dropouts, Kezalon beamed. It was a pure miracle, no one else had shattered. Basic torture is officially over. Logan smirked. He had already bullied Hamar into crafting 400 brand new lethal crossbows. Ready for combat training, Patrick stepped up, nodding fiercely. He pointed straight at the terrifying forest, resting at the mountain's base. Playtime is over, the seasoned knight declared. These rookies now desperately need the absolute terror of real combat. Have they mastered the Iron Blood sword art? Logan asked. Patrick chuckled grimly. True mastery is only forged in bloody combat. Logan's face twisted into an utterly psychotic grin as he agreed. Behind him, Kezalon turned whiter than a ghost, sweating profusely. The poor advisor finally realized exactly where Logan inherited his absolute insanity from. Days later, deep inside the deadly southern peaks, Patrick stood tall, fully decked out in his intimidating battle armor. Draw your steel, breathe. The knights channeled their explosive aura. At his thunderous command, they unleashed a storm of blades upon the giant trees. Boom. Even the knights stood mind-blown by the ridiculous power they just unleashed. Logan watched like a proud villain, while his father remained calm as ice. The rookies practically foamed with hype. Whispers exploded. Could they ever reach that godlike tier? Eyes open, you fools, Logan roared. This is no ordinary stroll. You are standing in a literal monster-infested playground. Right on cue, hideous goblins crawled from the pitch-black shadows. Hyped and bloodthirsty, the knights charged without hesitation, painting the forest with monstrous bloodshed. Their blades raged like a merciless storm. Panic set in. The surviving goblins scattered like roaches, but Logan was already 5 steps ahead. Crossbows at the ready. With a single ruthless hand drop, a devastating shower of steel rained upon the battlefield. Escape was impossible. The cavalry roared with triumphant laughter, embarrassed they were ever scared of these runts. But the victory cheers died instantly. A monstrous shadow loomed, forcing the knights into a desperate battle stance. A vicious pack lunged from the darkness. But these weren't mere mutts. They were terrifying horned wolves. Shields up. The vanguard braced for impact, but a beast instantly crushed solid steel between its monstrous jaws. The front line was crumbling fast. Without missing a beat, Kezalon desperately screamed for immediate crossbow fire. Deadly bolts ripped through the air, drawing agonizing, blood-curdling howls from the demonic beasts. Wait, it was completely useless. The bolts shattered against their iron-like fur. Our weapons aren't doing any damage. Hold the damn line, Logan roared. If even one beast slipped past them, it would be an absolute massacre. Refusing to back down, the mighty Stan launched himself forward, eager to test his raw power. His explosive strike sent the monster tumbling backward. But suddenly, a bone-chilling shriek ripped through the chaos of battle. A horror show unfolded. A beast was tearing into a rookie's leg while his comrade stood absolutely frozen in terror. Whoosh. A blazing aura slashed the sky. Logan descended like a god of war, instantly obliterating the beast with one apocalyptic strike. Snap out of it, kid, he barked. Grab your bleeding comrade and retreat to the safety zone now. The rookie snapped to his senses and fled. Logan clicked his tongue. These greenhorns were way too soft for real bloodshed. However, the elite prodigies from the top 100 rankings were telling a completely different story. Trapped in a dead end, a trainee suddenly felt the chilling breath of a predator behind him. Victor materialized from the shadows, effortlessly severing the beast's neck. He admired his blood-soaked blade with a terrifying smirk. The other rookies watched in absolute shock. Logan smirked inwardly. Victor had finally shattered his own pathetic limits. The chaotic bloodbath finally quieted down, with Patrick elegantly delivering the finishing blow to the final monster. Is that the last of the trash? Logan asked coldly. The breathless captain quickly nodded in confirmation. Wiping his brow, Patrick sighed heavily. It has already been 6 brutal weeks since this hellish combat camp started. Wiping out these nests is dragging on forever. The captain grimaced, fully aware of the utterly exhausting and monumental crusade. 3 entire cities had been overrun by thousands of beasts. Just picturing that horde breaking through sent shivers down his spine. Thank the heavens they caught this nightmare early. Meanwhile, Logan was already barking out new orders to his exhausted troops. Don't you dare collapse yet, he yelled. Chop down that massive magical tree trunk and prep it for transport immediately. The elite knights groaned in utter despair, slaying monsters, then acting as glorified lumberjacks without a single bathroom break. Deaf to their pitiful whining, Logan simply marveled at the untapped fortune. Leaving such premium timber to rot was a criminal offense. Flashing his signature spine-chilling capitalist smile, he thought, combat practice plus free construction materials. Talk about a glorious jackpot. Patrick's sweat dropped as he watched his lord. Is he running a military drill, or just exploiting us for free manual labor? Logan pondered deeply. Didn't unlocking true aura demand a life or death spark? A primal survival instinct pushed to the absolute brink. If his brilliant timeline played out right during the looming civil war, they would have an unstoppable, fully funded army ready to conquer. Noticing the creepy, scheming grin plastered on Logan's face, Hamar cautiously asked, what is so funny, my lord? Ignoring the dwarf entirely, Logan's eyes sparkled with greed. With this endless lumber supply, the great McLain town expansion is fully guaranteed. Can you hit the deadline? Logan pressed. Hamar thumped his chest, radiating absolute dwarven confidence and pride. As long as those fancy mages pull their weight, he boasted, this construction job will be an absolute breeze. Logan raised an eyebrow. Was this guy always this competent? Giving him a short vacation really worked miracles on his productivity. But right as Hamar bathed in his own glory, Logan dropped a brutal bombshell. Do not forget you are building the magic tower too. Rumble Clayton casually summoned a massive, imposing wall of earth. The manual laborers literally dropped their jaws in sheer awe. Quit staring and start shoveling the dirt, Logan barked at the lazy workers. Then he strolled over to shower the mage with praise. Clayton smirked greedily. For a staggering 10 million gold coins, I do not care if I am building a magnificent metropolis or a dusty village. Mark my words, the wizard chuckled. When this grand masterpiece is finally completed, McLain will be the absolute jewel of this entire region. My only goal is everlasting peace, Logan lied smoothly. Clayton laughed loudly, praising him as a true saint of the people. Logan just brushed it off. He told Clayton those dirt walls were perfectly fine since 0 fights were happening on their front lawn. After all, he deadpanned, I'm just going to invade everyone else first. Best defense is a totally unhinged offense, right? Later, that dead silent night, Logan was out in the woods, gripping his sword in the most bizarre stance imaginable. Boom. Aura erupted around him. He blasted forward, launching a blinding laser beam from his blade that absolutely shredded the pitch-black woods. Kaboom. As the glowing dust settled, his actual target was revealed. A ridiculously gigantic boulder sitting right in his way. Checking out his handiwork, Logan realized his attack did not just vaporize the stone. It totally cleanly punched through the entire forest behind it. That crazy move was just the second form of the divine sword secrets. Still, our overpowered main character muttered, I need more power. 2 months flash by. The village is completely built. Happy families are moving in, and summer vibes are absolutely off the charts. Inside the shiny new office, Logan and Dwayne are deep in city-building crunch mode. Dwayne happily reports the land is recovering flawlessly, but cries about a massive labor shortage. Logan just smirks. He tells his panicking manager to chill and absorb every single refugee wandering into their territory. When Dwayne questions where Hamar is, Logan casually mentions he is on vacation. Though secretly, Logan wonders if he was too generous. Nah, whatever. Dwayne then aggressively brings up a spicy rumor. Did Hamar really run off with a mountain of precious mithril? Logan nods like it is no big deal. He literally handed over the ultra-rare metal so the dwarf could craft overpowered night gear. Dwayne gives him a hardcore side-eye. That is manual labor, not a vacation. Logan just laughs. For dwarves, hammering rare metals is absolute heaven. Meanwhile, miles away, Viscount Max Parita is losing his absolute mind, raging and completely destroying his poor desk. How on earth did the McLains fix that cursed wasteland? He aggressively scoffs, refusing to believe that useless dirt could sprout crops. His sweating vassal nervously brings up wild rumors explaining their sudden mountain of cash. People claim Logan became a business god or struck a literal gold mine. The Viscount yells to shut up and asks about their actual harvest. The trembling vassal drops a bomb. That fixed land will easily produce double their own food supply. That completely breaks the Viscount's brain. Boiling with toxic envy, he instantly demands his minion cook up a fake excuse to go to war. The sneaky vassal pitches a dark idea. Why not use their runaway peasants as bait to invade McLain and steal that juicy farmland? The Viscount loves it but knows fighting solo is stupidly risky. So his villainous mind hatches an even greedier scheme. He decides to speed dial the Sylvan territory. Their peasants totally ran away too, so together they can absolutely crush the McLain family. Back in Logan's office, the tension is suffocating. Patrick, Logan, Dwayne, and Hankel are aggressively debating military power levels. Logan casually drops that he just drafted 300 potential badasses. Patrick stares at him, asking if those rookies even have the spark. Can they be knights? Logan confidently nods while Dwayne cries that it is way too many people. Hankel calls the idea completely insane. Even with 10 years of brutal grinding, only 1 in 100 awakens their aura. Logan is completely unfazed, ordering them to push the hardcore system anyway. Dwayne screams that they are just burning cash. But Logan drops a truth bomb. Their neighbors are going to attack them regardless. Patrick demands answers. Logan lays it out. With their city printing money and crops booming, those greedy nobles from Sylvan and Parita are guaranteed to act up. Hankel instantly interrupts, shouting they lack any legal excuse. Dwayne talks over him, screaming that the massive wave of refugees is the actual ticking time bomb. Logan looks dead at his father. Think about the crazy headcount of runaways. How many do you bet escaped from Parita or Sylvan? Dwayne practically pops a blood vessel, furiously demanding why Logan did not just block the borders. Patrick's eyes widen as the terrifying puzzle clicks. Did you purposely bait a full-scale war? Logan's reply is absolute ice. We have to crush those enemies eventually anyway, so why wait? A heavy, stunned silence drops. Everyone just stares at him in complete sweaty disbelief. Patrick instantly regrets retiring early. Suddenly, Rick dramatically kicks the door open, shouting that both rival territories just sent threatening letters. Logan flashes a wicked smirk. The game is already on. Time to plan our counterattack. Outside, 2 arrogant flags snap in the wind. The snooty envoys from Sylvan and Parita have officially arrived. The messengers are secretly mind-blown by the city's beauty. They totally gawk at the perfectly mapped streets and incredibly shiny, happy citizens. They greedily conclude this beautiful city is worth conquering. One envoy tries buttering up a random guard, but the soldier instantly starts aggressively fanboying over their glorious young master Logan. The guard hype train goes wild. He claims Logan is infinitely more overpowered than any snobby noble, always putting his people first. The starry-eyed soldier launches into an endless backstory while the miserable envoys internally scream, instantly regretting opening their mouths. Tension chokes the meeting room as arrogant envoys face Logan and Patrick. They bark demands for refugees and the Thezron plains. The McLeans just silently lower their heads. Are they begging for death? Hankel steps up, demanding if Sylvan and Parita seriously want war. The hall absolutely explodes into a chaotic screaming match. A trembling emissary points a finger, shrieking that they cannot bully diplomatic envoys. Boiling with rage, Patrick coldly states they are the ones declaring war, and the McLeans welcome it. The envoy sneers that war will burn the McLeans to ashes. Logan's stomach churns and he aggressively intervenes. Refugees as bargaining chips. Unbelievable. He tells his father these trash nobles forgot their place, killing all negotiations. In a flash, McLean knights encircle the emissaries with drawn steel. The panicked envoys squeak. Are you lunatics actually trying to start a war? Logan strides down the steps. Total war it is. You dared to trash talk me inside my own castle. Logan draws his blade. An envoy stammers that he is completely insane but is permanently cut short. In seconds, Logan slaughters the guards and corners the envoys. One pathetically begs for his miserable life. Logan totally ignores him and strikes him down instantly. The surviving envoy grovels, swearing to relay everything. Logan glances at his father, who simply gives a firm nod. Prepare for war, Logan roars, igniting wild cheers. Today, he magically bills the Viscounts for their absolute disrespect. Viscount Sotto Sylvan throws an absolutely epic tantrum. Sylvan arrogantly mocks their fighting strength. Meanwhile, Logan and Patrick watch the magic globe, projecting his ridiculous demands. Return, the servants cough up 10 million gold and surrender the Thezron plains. Patrick wonders why they should rush. Logan insists they must securely blitz Sylvan as quickly as possible. Kezalon bursts in, proudly reporting that the troop headcount is finally complete. 389 regulars, 100 fortress guards, and 313 mercenaries. Logan heavily praises him. Kezalon smirks, guaranteeing their weapons and armor will absolutely overpower the enemy forces. Logan knows they could solo both territories, but attracting the royal throne factions would be a massive headache. The third prince must take the throne. He is the only sane candidate left. Any good news? Logan asks. Kezalon grins widely. Victor awakened his aura and is desperately waiting outside. Logan's eyes light up. Bring that monster in, right now. Victor enters, but Logan demands a demonstration. Victor flexes, and a sinister gray aura instantly wraps his body. Boom! His explosive power leaves them totally speechless. Logan praises him dramatically, tearing up his slave contract. Victor beams with joy, then immediately pouts when Logan hilariously delays his actual promotion until after the war. Watching the contract burn, Logan chuckles, knowing this battle-crazed maniac just wants a good fight. Runyon will be the perfect punching bag for him. Logan tells his father it is time to reply. Skip the boring formalities, Patrick grins. Just get straight to the bloody point. Logan smirks and marches the army out. He loudly challenges Soto Sylvan to step up and die. An enraged Sylvan listens as Captain Kellyan begs to vanguard with 120 knights and 2,512 soldiers. Sylvan calms down. The McLain numbers were surprising, but with a high-ranking knight like Kellyan, victory was guaranteed. Still, his paranoid brain imagines Parita backstabbing him, concluding those two houses formed a secret alliance. Shrieking like a madman, he orders Kellyan to bribe the Befroze barony to completely block Parita. Kellyan obediently bows. Meanwhile, the McLain trio casually discusses strategy, right outside the enemy castle. Should we use covering fire? Hankel asks. Patrick shakes his head. We absolutely cannot let that slippery Viscount escape. Logan laughs. That arrogant fool thinks he heavily outnumbers us. He will march out soon enough. Hankel squints, wondering how Logan knows Sylvan so perfectly. Suddenly, the massive gates groan open, revealing enemy knights. Patrick casually scans the battlefield. Looks like 3,000 regular grunts ready to fall. That is 1.5 times our size, Hankel sweats. Kellyan tries monologuing, but Patrick just yells, charge. You insolent bastards, Kellyan fumes. You are just a pathetic mob of useless rabble. Kezalon barks the order. Crossbows up. Kellyan scoffs at Patrick's bizarre tactics, commanding his meat shields to hold the line. Fire, Kezalon roars. Instantly, a devastating storm of arrows blackens the sky. Callan smirks, expecting a pathetic tickle. Boom, arrows shred their defenses. Kellyan completely loses his mind, screaming for an all-out desperate charge. Kezalon's cavalry scatters. Callan blinks in pure confusion. The crossbowmen flawlessly flank them, and Callan literally wets himself in absolute terror. He frantically considers running away. Too late, Lord Patrick drops in like an absolute boss, daring the Sylvan Knights forward. Callan's jaw hits the floor. Patrick effortlessly obliterates 4 elite knights simultaneously. He is an advanced master. Callan panics. Without missing a beat, Patrick coldly commands the McLain army to absolutely annihilate their pathetic foes. The McLain forces erupt like a volcano, utterly bulldozing the helpless Sylvan army. Hankel chuckles. Just 2 months ago, these guys were an actual threat. Now he proudly watches his boys flex their massive power leap. Glancing at Logan and Patrick, Hankel smirks. Their lord's absolutely hellish training montage definitely paid off. Elsewhere, Reiko locks blades. Samura leaps in to assist, but shockingly, Reiko is already styling on them, casually disarming 2 attackers. The enemy panics. They finally realize Reiko is a high-ranking monster wielding the terrifying Iron Blood Sword. Logan locks onto Callan. Callan sweats bullets. Logan unleashes his intense training, the second form of the divine sword secrets, and his impenetrable barrier. Steel sings against steel. Callan gets pushed back with every strike, aggressively whining and calling Logan a total meathead. Callan throws a desperate full-power swing. Logan cleanly dodges, letting the blade merely give his ear a dramatic little trim. Logan actually slow claps. He cheekily admits he never expected Callan's flashy sword illusions to pack actual physical heat. Callan nervously summons another blade. Logan just yawns, terrifyingly. Callan realizes his fancy magic completely fizzles out the closer Logan approaches. You are pretty weak, huh? Logan taunts. Callan's face turns beet red with rage, charging forward for one last suicidal strike. Logan's eyes snap shut. Boom. His mana violently evolves into a 2-star core. He ghost steps Callan's attack, teleporting directly behind him. The tables violently turn. Logan casually hands Callan a devastating wound. Callan gasps. This kid just leveled up to a high-ranking knight. Logan lifts his blade high. Golden aura erupts like a volcano, ready to end this. Flexing raw, unadulterated power, Logan rockets into the sky. He decides to finish this scrub in the most disrespectfully flashy way imaginable. He funnels his blazing aura, divine ripple. A massive shockwave blasts downward. Callan hopelessly tries to block the absolute nuke. Callan gets completely flattened. The Sylvan troops stare in pure horror. Logan stands like an absolute god, roaring his flawless victory. Right on cue, Patrick loudly announces he just captured Soto Sylvan surrender, now losers. Logan smiles smugly. Checking the final scoreboard, Sylvan lost 42 elite knights and 1,223 foot soldiers. The McLain squad's casualties. A measly 5 knights, and absolutely 0 soldiers. Flawless victory. Far away, a shadowy noble hears the news. Sylvan actually got crushed. He smirks, realizing it is finally his time to strike. Back at the ranch, Soto Sylvan cries on his knees. Patrick offers a merciful deal. Apologize, grab a backpack, and get out of town. Instead of groveling, Soto stubbornly whines that the royal family will totally cancel them for this takeover. Logan internally facepalms. That was literally the dumbest thing he could say. The McLain family's past downfall was entirely because of royal mismanagement, and the scheming rat who sparked a whole rebellion for profit, Befrose. Royals stopped Befrose from legally enslaving them, but just hearing that cursed name makes Patrick's murderous aura skyrocket instantly. Patrick glares like a demon. Do you have a death wish? Soto opens his mouth to complain. Logan's blade flashes permanently, silencing the fool as he drops to the floor. Gave him an honorable exit, Dad Logan chirps innocently. Patrick simply nods, completely unfazed by his son's swift justice. Logan quietly hopes the other nobles do not use this to start drama, especially Befrose, who is currently way out of their league. Weeks pass, chilling in Sylvan Castle. Logan brings up a weird fact. Even though they were totally prepared, Parita showed absolutely zero signs of attacking. Patrick sips his tea. Is there even a logical reason for her to try? What if she ambushed Tesseron Castle? Logan counters. Patrick casually brushes it off. Chill out, kid. Clayton is guarding the fort. Logan nods thoughtfully. Obviously, mindless brute force was not the only reason they absolutely styled on Viscount Sylvan. The truth, Sylvan treated them like a joke, while the McLeans aggressively bet all their chips on pure destruction. Plus, they had a literal cheat code, Clayton and his sneaky army of stone golems secretly chilling in Tesseron Castle. But even with magical backup, Logan knew juggling 3 whole castles was an absolute administrative nightmare. They desperately needed to min-max their strategy. With a brilliant smirk, Logan pitches his grand idea. Dad, let us completely migrate our headquarters straight to the big cities. This master plan made ruling 3 fortresses a total breeze. Allied vassals totally agreed. With the monster woods cleared, leaving a skeleton crew was perfectly safe. Station knights could blitz toward Tesseron or Sylvan instantly. Patrick absolutely loved this genius strategy. Logan grinned, relieved he wouldn't be soloing the grunt work anymore. His dad proudly cheered. How many knights did we bag? Patrick asked. 75 safely rotting behind bars, Logan smirked. 8 were mid-tier elites. Our young master requested permission to brainwash them into McLain loyalists. One clash yielded more ready-made elites than years of raising rookies. Talk about a jackpot. Still, if Sylvan hadn't acted like total noobs, McLain forces would have taken massive damage. They only snagged 25%. This was a one-time lucky drop, not a repeatable farm. Meanwhile, Patrick was glowing. With this newfound muscle, even the Paretta clan looked like chumps. He showered his son with praise, flashing the ultimate blinding smile of a super proud dad. Logan actually blushed and clammed up. Patrick chuckled, telling him to just soak in the hype. But the wholesome vibes instantly died. A messenger brought news from Befro, utterly shocking them both. The vassal read the scroll. Befro unironically crowned himself Southwest Overlord, whining about his discomfort. He hated McLain's yearly brawls. Patrick practically burst a blood vessel hearing that overlord nonsense. The letter continued. Begged by Viscount Sylvan, this fake lord demanded an immediate McLain-Paretta ceasefire. Patrick's rage meter maxed out. He screamed that those cowards totally threw the first punch. Now they begged for admins to intervene. Logan calmly suggested hearing the rest of it. Befro fake apologized, claiming the endless fighting was his own failure as the region's supreme boss. Blaming poor regional teamwork, Roger Befro demanded all heirs attend his 50th birthday bash next month. Every Southwest successor was summoned to peacefully discuss the region's future. Total trap vibes. Patrick totally lost it. Screaming absolute garbage, he accidentally ripped the poor vassal's clothes apart. McLean served nobody, he roared, rejecting the trip. But the letter warned absence means absolute defiance. Dodging the party meant rejecting diplomacy. Patrick fiercely swore they'd never bow to cheap threats. Shockingly, Logan disagreed. This trap sounded fun. Patrick stared at his crazy son in pure disbelief. Claiming to respect Logan's choice, Patrick immediately raged again, aggressively shredding the vassal's last dignity. He swore McLeans would rather die than kneel. Deadpan Logan casually picked up a heavy potted plant. Want an early funeral, old man? Logan joked. A knight frantically intervened to stop the patricide. Snapping back to reality, Patrick sighed. Logan bluntly explained their current stats couldn't beat Befro. The math was brutal. They possessed 200 elites and roughly 500 high-tier knights. Their total roster of hundreds was literally just a tiny fraction of Befro's massive army. McLean's looked strong, but it was fragile. They desperately needed time to assimilate Sylvan's captured troops. Paretta needed conquering. Plus, Logan required grinding time to unlock the third Divine Sword secret art. Patrick got it, but warned that Befro technically couldn't legally force other nobles to submit. Wrong, Logan smirked. Capital intel confirmed. Pearl and Rothman secretly became Befro's lapdogs ages ago. Patrick's jaw dropped. Smiling Logan took that as a yes and told his dad to chill. Trusting his own overpowered stats, Logan saw this deadly trip as a nostalgic sightseeing tour. Come morning in McLain City, the burly blacksmith Hammer randomly blocked Logan's path. Crying Hammer asked if Logan was seriously being sold off. Logan just stared, utterly confused. Annoyed by the melodrama, Logan clocked Hammer's face, yelling to ignore such idiotic fake news. "But your crazy rumors are usually true," Hammer sobbed. Logan literally couldn't argue with that. Sniffling, Hammer dramatically unwrapped a hidden bundle. It was an epic sword forged of pure mithril. Logan stood absolutely speechless. Meanwhile, the snobby Peretta heir's fancy carriage arrived at Befro's domain. Then he spotted something weird. A lone cloaked wanderer. Wait, that was the infamous Logan McLain. Shocked, the heir scoffed. Taking Sylvan Barony must have crippled McLeans if their heir traveled solo. Plone hopped out of his ride, totally offended. Why was he being treated like some absolute background character? The guard tried stepping in, but Plone totally brushed him off. He swaggered over to Logan, claiming he knew his reputation. 6 knights defeated in a flash, huh? Plone eyed Logan's spotless blade, then reached out for a totally fake handshake. He smirked, calling Logan a literal kid. Those wild rumors were definitely just totally hyped up fake news. Logan flashed, a wicked grin, crushing Plone's hand until his bones practically screamed. Right then and there, Plone mentally panicked. This guy's grip was on a completely different monstrous level. Plone yanked his shaking hand back. Logan casually apologized, claiming he thought they were playing a fun little grip contest. Holding back embarrassing tears, Plone called him a moron. He whipped out his blade, ready to dish out severe punishment. The guard frantically yelled that duels were strictly banned, but Logan just tossed his cloak, sighing that Plone babbled way too much. Absolutely raging, Plone ordered his goons to attack. Logan just focused his terrifying aura and ghosted straight through the entire squad. Boom, he materialized behind them, blade chilling against Plone's throat. The snob realized in absolute shock it was pure weapon mastery. A nosy guard nervously asked where he bought that overpowered gear. Logan coldly snapped that snooping was super rude. Still in pure denial, Plone convinced himself Logan just scored an insanely lucky high-tier weapon drop. Suddenly, a heavily armored tank stepped from the gates. It was none other than Sir Fram, the legendary Moonlight Knight. This guy was such an absolute top-tier unit. Count Befro's rolling him out as a greeter meant something huge was brewing. Sir Fram stared at Logan, mind blown by such a ridiculously young intermediate knight. Plone and his lackeys just stood there, completely jaw-dropped. The terrifying truth hit Plone hard. Logan's absurd power wasn't just a pay-to-win item, it was his own monstrous stats. Once you hit those high-rank tiers, your insane aura practically leaks out everywhere like a walking boss monster. Playing it brilliantly, Logan nerfed his own presence. He only showed enough power to dodge unwanted aggro. Acting like a total gentleman, Logan placed a hand over his heart humbly, claiming he hoped to reach Sir Fram's epic level someday. The veteran chuckled, telling him to aim straight for the superhuman realm. With that epic advice, he escorted the group inside. He dropped the memo that the Pearl and Ruffman VIPs were already chilling. Just kill time until tomorrow night's massive bash. Still acting like a total clown, Plone roasted Logan's lack of fancy drip, sarcastically offering to lend him pajamas. Logan completely ghosted the loser, calmly asking a maid for his room key. This Plone guy truly had zero spatial awareness. Taking over this entire turf would honestly be a total breeze. Logan eyed the fortress, replaying that idiot's trash talk. He definitely wasn't unequipping his armor anytime soon. Standing right on his stolen ancestral turf, dropping his guard was a totally fatal mistake. Facing the intimidating Lord Befro's, Logan was suddenly ordered to draw his weapon. Instead, the cool-headed youth just bowed respectfully in greeting. He smoothly wished him a happy birthday. The surrounding snobs cringed, roasting his casual vibe as total country bumpkin behavior. Scanning the impressive castles and streets, Logan was genuinely shocked. The locals were super friendly, proving Befro's was a surprisingly decent boss. Befro's welcomed our main character with a massive, over-the-top hug. He smoothly hinted the McLain clan must be ready to serve his vision. Playing four-dimensional chess, Logan smoothly replied that if the Lord wanted pure peace, his squad would totally march alongside him. Befro's laughed, praising his clever words, before inviting him to party. Logan quietly realized this charismatic lord was no joke either. The man was a literal fifth circle mage. In a war, he packed the massive, destructive firepower of an advanced knight. Logan's deep thoughts were suddenly interrupted. Count Befro's was finally stepping up for his grand speech. Befro's thanked his massive birthday crowd, giving a special royal shout-out for the ridiculously epic Sun's Tier artifact. The entire room completely gasped at his insane royal connections. Befro's kept rolling, declaring the Southwest must ditch old traditions and finally unite. He boldly urged everyone to back the second prince's grand master plan. That royal was the absolute favorite to snatch the throne. Logan saw right through the fluff. This was just an elegant, fancy way of telling everyone to totally submit to the prince's command. Wrapping up, Befroze suddenly shoved Logan into the spotlight. He hyped him as the standout MVP who hard-carried the McLeans through 2 wars. Labeling him a literal prodigy who hit intermediate rank by age 21, Befroze offered a friendly handshake, promising he totally wouldn't force any alliances. He dropped a massive bomb. Count Valtrain, the prince's legendary grandfather, was actively scouting for absolute beasts like Logan as personal students. Caught totally off guard, Logan politely deflected the flex. He claimed he was super honored but already pledged to an epic master. Was it his dad? Befroze pride. But Logan coolly stated a legendary figure already trained him, regretting he had to hard pass the offer. Chuckling at his youthful speed, Befroze teased the flaming heat sword would spawn soon. He highly recommended Logan soak up some crazy free coaching. He warned this ultra-rare quest offer was totally open to every heir present. Logan could even summon his own mystery teacher for the masterclass. Our hero tuned out the boring lecture, focusing entirely on one massive red flag. Bifroze was desperately trying to trap the McLain family in his web. Rejecting him twice would be a nightmare, but luckily, Logan already had a sneaky backup plan ready. Flashing a polite smile, he accepted the praise, claiming he simply couldn't turn down such intense begging from Bifroze. Smirking with fake gratitude, Bifroze declared Logan's choice was the grand first step to conquering the entire Southwest. To sweeten the deal, he bragged that Purcell and Rothman had already surrendered, promising those bootlicking heirs some shiny personal rewards. Right on cue, Basils presented a table holding 2 legendary artifacts, a glowing sword and a massive hammer. Logan scoffed internally. Obviously, this flashy count was going to toss around gifts worth at least 12 million gold. Would that cheapskate actually hand over something so priceless? As if reading his mind, Bifroze dramatically summoned Ramon Purcell and Eric Rothman. Demanding absolute loyalty, both lackeys instantly dropped to their knees like obedient puppies. With theatrical flair, Bifroze handed Ramon the Blade of Lamb and Eric the Hammer of Jackson, loudly declaring that absolute obedience pays incredibly well. Staring daggers at Logan, a totally wasted Parita stumbled forward loudly, slurring that Logan's blade actually looked way cooler. He practically yelled that Logan's weapon was infinitely superior, completely slapping the Count's ego. Logan sighed, watching Parita dig his own tragic grave. His trusty sword Lux secretly held enough explosive power to rival most magical artifacts. Logan's genius backup plan was to use the sword to stall for time, but this drunken idiot just blew his cover completely. Bifroze suspiciously demanded to know if Logan's blade was really that special. Playing dumb, Logan claimed he just got lucky with a dwarf-forged weapon. The greedy Count immediately asked to inspect it, but Logan wasn't born yesterday. Handing it over meant waving his precious sword goodbye forever. Putting on a loyal swordsman act, he refused, claiming he could never abandon his beloved partner in battle. Narrowing his eyes, Bifroze suggested a twisted compromise. Logan must prove his worth in a brutal exhibition match against Ramon. A confident smirk crossed Logan's face. Things were getting hilariously messy, but there was absolutely zero chance he was backing down now. Drawing his blade with a deadly swish, he accepted the challenge. Moments later, the 2 rivals stood face to face in the tense training arena. Ramon smugly offered him the first strike, but Logan savagely declined, not wanting this loser to cry about unfair advantages later. Calling him an arrogant punk, Ramon aggressively flared his aura. Meanwhile, the fangirls in the crowd swooned over Ramon's obnoxiously shiny sword. Logan deadpanned. In a real fight, being a glowing neon sign and drawing that much attention just made you the perfect target to die. In stark contrast, Lux looked beautifully basic but hid absolutely flawless balance, terrifying sharpness, and unbreakable durability. Ramon sneered, mocking Logan's tiny blade against a mighty artifact. Logan simply sighed. This guy's IQ was somehow lower than the town drunks. Ramon charged like an angry bull, but Logan quickly scanned the crowd, locked eyes with Sir Fromms, and realized he desperately needed to act completely pathetic. He had to clumsily stumble, fake a scratch, and land one perfectly timed lucky counterattack, show a fake struggle win, and drop a cool one-liner. Next second, Logan's blade rested against Ramon's throat. "You got lucky," he smirked. Sweating bullets, Ramon screamed excuses about the new sword being too heavy. But a furious Bifroze coldly declared the boy an utter disappointment. Logan internally yawned at the boring fight. Changing his tune, a desperate Bifroze apologized and offered Logan a golden ticket to his personal artifact treasury. Logan instantly saw through the trap. Bifroze was desperately trying to keep him there at all costs. The arrogant fool confidently thought he could easily steal back whatever treasure Logan chose anyway. Suddenly, a panicked servant burst in. The legendary Sword Duke was calling for the Count's birthday. Bifroze's jaw practically hit the floor in sheer shock. The majestic Felix Esperanza praised the Count as a mighty pillar of the kingdom, smoothly apologizing for missing the big party. Bifroze bowed like a starstruck fan. But suddenly Felix squinted at the background, shockingly recognizing Logan standing right there. Everyone was completely stunned. Cold sweat instantly poured down Bifrost's panicked face. Mission accomplished. Logan smugly stepped forward and greeted the legendary Duke as his master. The entire crowd absolutely lost their minds. When Felix demanded the truth, a terrified Bifrost instantly backpedaled, sweating bullets, and swearing he'd happily yield the boy to the great Sword Duke's desires. Logan smirked at his own genius. Calling in a favor from an untouchable neutral superhuman meant absolutely no one could mess with him today. Felix playfully winked cheerfully, announcing he couldn't wait to see Logan in the bustling capital. Logan bowed, respectfully, leaving Bifrost practically choking on his own rage. The next day, our cheeky hero strolled right into the Count's artifact room. A grumpy guard warned he had exactly 1 hour to choose just one single treasure. Scanning the 30-something dazzling artifacts, Logan casually ignored the flashy weapons, his eyes locking onto a mysterious pair of armored boots pulling at the room's energy. At first he squinted in doubt since they emitted zero magic. But wait, these sneaky boots were actually leeching his own life force. Curious, he decided to feed them a tiny taste of his aura. Instantly, the bizarre boots devoured his energy like a terrifying, uncontrollable tsunami. "Let us see who actually wins," Logan roared, dumping a ridiculous amount of aura straight into his boots. Boom! A massive energy pulse blasted from the boots, launching Logan backward. His stamina fully restored, a wild realization hit him. Meanwhile, that night, Befro demanded if Logan McLain had already slipped away. With only 3 days until the party, he realized the punk completely played him. Boiling with rage, Befro ordered his knights to hunt him down and snatch back the artifact. Cut back to Logan, chilling by a cozy campfire. Suddenly, a spine-chilling murderous intent made him leap up. Staring into the dark woods, he sensed Befro's lackeys. A creepy hooded dude stepped from the bushes, and Logan instantly spotted a total squad of 4 assassins. The lead goon smirked, telling his squad they could literally beat him to a pulp, just do not actually kill him. The 3 thugs lunged, but Logan was not about to play victim and instantly blitzed them. The goons freaked out. How was an intermediate knight this ridiculously fast? Logan smirked, totally praising his 5-star boot purchase. Not only could he triple jump mid-air, but they auto-repaired and magically adjusted to size. He realized these bad boys were easily above a level 4 artifact. Naming them the Boots of the Wind, God felt absolutely perfect. The panicking goons begged to target his vitals, but the hooded boss just scoffed in disgust, calling them absolutely pathetic. Suddenly, the boss ambushed him from behind, blazing with silver aura. Logan barely blocked the sneak attack, skidding backward. Flexing his aura for a brutal brawl, Logan mocked the guy, asking if the fancy Moonlight title was bought with cheap sucker punches. In a flash, the hood dropped, exposing his true identity, the infamous Sir France. Sir France sneered, noting Logan was completely hiding his monstrous strength, and admitted he totally knew about his shiny new artifact. The arrogant knight declared he would seize that artifact as tuition for today's painful life lesson. Logan laughed, asking what lesson a disgraceful Moonlight knight could possibly teach. France snarled, promising a brutally harsh reality check. Logan squinted. Why was this guy posing weirdly, holding his sword like a literal whip? Boom! Sir France unleashed his terrifying power, lashing Logan with an aura blade cracking like a whip. Logan frantically parried the relentless strikes. Sweating bullets, he realized playing defense was suicide. It was time to go all out. Channeling his aura, Logan brilliantly outmaneuvered him for a backstab, but shockingly, the attack did not even leave a tiny scratch. Way to trap. Realizing his mistake, Logan executed a desperate backflip, dodging a fatal counter from Sir France. France was baffled. How did he dodge that? He demanded if Logan was using the Sword Duke's secret arts. Logan completely ignored his dramatic rambling. He was just annoyed that his ultimate strike did not put this arrogant clown in the dirt. Honestly, without his overpowered Wind God boots carrying him, he definitely would have eaten that last attack straight to the face. Logan smirked, denying any stolen arts. Instead, he cheekily told Sir France to hold tight while he prepared his own real secret technique. The cocky knight actually agreed to wait. Taking full advantage of this ridiculous arrogance, Logan poured explosive aura into his blade, knowing failure meant losing everything. If he choked now, he would lose his epic boots, his luck, and France would permanently cripple his sword arm. Eyes snapping open, Logan fiercely declared that it was showtime. Sir France lunged, but right before his blade could pierce Logan's heart, a massive aura explosion completely nuked the entire battlefield. The cocky knight vastly underestimated the terrifying power Logan was actually hiding. Logan unleashed an epic aura blade, the legendary third form of the divine sword secrets. The devastating shockwave sent Sir France violently crashing down. France panicked, tasting actual death. The insane crater-creating impact left his own clueless lackeys, desperately digging through the rubble to find him. Coughing up mouthfuls of blood, France cursed his luck. He barely dodged bitterly, admitting dying together was way better than crawling back completely humiliated. Galloping away on his horse, Logan mentally kicked himself for his hesitation. He recalled France's cheap shot during his charge-up, leaving a nasty, coin-sized chest wound. That whole honorable knight routine was just absolute garbage. But hey, silver lining. With his crazy new skills and overpowered loot, he could definitely crush an advanced knight. Then, completely exhausted, he hilariously face-planted off his oblivious horse. Back home, Rick and Dwayne totally freaked out seeing his battered, bloody state. Logan awkwardly laughed, claiming he just tripped off his ride. His chaotic return sparked panic. His guilty father hung his head, ashamed their weak family forced Logan into such brutal hardships. Logan comforted his dad with a villainous smirk, promising payback, but first, they seriously needed to level up their army. On the training field, Rana fiercely brandished his sword. He angrily recalled Logan's cocky words, claiming the upcoming war was a joke, and Rana should just stay back and grind his basic levels. Rana fiercely swore he would not let Logan treat him like a helpless sidekick anymore. But Logan crashed the session. He called for a timeout, bringing out Victor as his brand new sparring partner. Rana stood paralyzed. Victor was rocking a flashy new armor set. Was it too big? The kid looked exactly his age. Was this kid also an aura user? Logan nodded with a smirk. Victor had just awakened his raw power, matching Rana perfectly. Talk about motivation. When Rana asked what this training entailed, Logan gave a sinister grin. A full-on brawl. Sparks flew as their eyes locked. The second, Logan yelled, "Begin!" Victor lunged like a beast, aiming straight for Rana's throat. Hoosh Rana narrowly evaded, recognizing the legendary Iron Blood Sword style, time to stop holding back and strike. Rana exploded forward to end this. Sensing the monstrous wave of crushing aura, Victor instantly knew he had messed up. He launched himself into the sky, escaping by a hair. Hovering above, he readied a sneaky counterattack. Boom! His blade shattered the earth into a crater. Rana barely sidestepped the blast, calling the kid a total monster. Victor just shrugged it off. Meanwhile, Logan burst out laughing. "Look in the mirror, Rana. You are both absolute freaks." Shifting his stance, Rana decided to go all out. Yet Victor just flashed a cocky, relaxed grin, welcoming the challenge. Observing from a safe zone, Logan patted himself on the back. His hunch was dead right. Their combat synergy was flawless. Victor was not just copying the Iron Blood Sword, he was evolving it, and Rana was fighting entirely on raw instinct. "Hey, no punching allowed," Rana yelled. "A real street fight has no rules." Victor shot back, making Logan howl with laughter. "Calm down, you two," Logan chuckled. He silently calculated the timeline. 7 years remained until the Great Imperial War erupted. At this rate, they would be absolute beasts in 5 years. Now, if only Victor could master the legendary Divine Sword. He needed some tempting bait to make him stay. Cut to the office where Clayton and his magic students stood completely paralyzed. Victor could actually see raw mana flows. Logan desperately pitched different hobbies, trying to bribe the genius into staying at the estate. So what did Victor pick? Moving clay golems with golden mana threads. Logan nearly dropped his jaw at the absurd request. Clayton nervously stepped up. "Can you truly trace my mana?" Without skipping a beat, Victor pointed straight at a sweating disciple. "It is hitting that old guy right there," Victor declared. Dumbfounded, the mages ran a second test just to be absolutely certain. "Now it is on the water flask." Clayton violently grabbed the boy's shoulders, shaking with hype. "Kid, you are a literal miracle." Even mythic archmages could not perceive mana visually. Watching them freak out, Logan tilted his head. "Is it really that big of a deal? Are you totally sure about the magic route?" Logan asked. Victor simply nodded. "Only if it lets me command the puppets. If I can pilot a golem, yes." Under Logan's gaze, the boy revealed his shockingly childish motivation. A giant robot means giant power. Defeated by this logic, Logan sighed and officially handed the boy over to Master Clayton. But the kid was already gone. "Quick, fetch the magical measuring tape." Clayton screamed frantically, trying to take Victor's magical specs. Logan smiled to himself. Victor had archmage potential. Both siblings were terrifyingly gifted, heaven-defying monsters. With his army leveling up nicely, Logan realized it was finally time. He had to travel to the capital Grand to honor his vow. A sacred promise to his master could not wait. He planned a stealthy solo trip, but reality hit him with a massive comedy wrench. Boom. 7 heavily armed knights boxed him, and Captain Henderson of the famed Mlan Vanguard rigidly saluted, reporting for escort duty. Logan pinched the bridge of his nose, telling them to scram, but Patrick nagged that traveling alone would grossly insult the Sword Duke. "At least take an entourage," they cried. Logan then glared at his loyal sidekick. "And Rick, why are you packing bags?" Rick puffed out his chest. "A noble heir cannot wander the streets without his trusty personal attendant. It is simply against the rules." Logan squinted suspiciously. "You just want a free vacation to the capital, don't you?" Instantly, waterfalls of guilty sweat poured down Rick's face. "Fine, yes," Rick sobbed. "Everyone back home ignores me, and I desperately need to find a wife before I die alone." Plugging his ears to block the whining, Logan sighed that this circus would only delay him. He had 2 critical missions ahead. Mission 1. Spot butterfly effects disrupting the timeline. Mission 2, secure the third prince and forge an alliance with the Sacred Hill. He reviewed the kingdom's chaotic lore. The reigning monarch, King Samuel Vaughan, was heirless until he hit the big 4-0. 2 illegitimate sons came first. A decade later, the true queen birthed the third prince, a prodigy who instantly eclipsed his older half-brothers. The golden child was crowned successor. But Logan's future knowledge painted a bloody picture. The king's winter death would trigger an apocalyptic civil war. First, Prince Juan Doblas, a terrifying sixth circle archmage. Second, Prince Jordan Walterine, backed by the absolute richest, most heavily armed factions. Both had untouchable maternal grandfathers pulling strings. In his past life, the third prince faced execution until the legendary Felix crashed the party. Felix brandished the late king's will, demanding the boy's survival. Yet despite that miraculous save, the young prince ultimately fumbled the bag. The idiot prince dragged the nation into ash and ruin over 5 miserable years. This time, Logan was stepping in to rewrite destiny. Logan's ultimate mission, keep that tyrant off the throne forever. Plus, he figured the second prince was just as rotten. He had to see for himself if the third prince actually had what it takes. Meanwhile, his servant stood frozen in absolute shock. Rick sidled up, nudging him. Hey, wouldn't it be super useful for our family to build some juicy royal connections? He then shamelessly begged for a wingman to score a cute maid. Annoyed Logan smacked his head instantly, knocking the idiot flat. Suddenly, a sophisticated guy stepped up, escorting Logan to Felix's office. He smoothly introduced himself as Lewis Ryan, the Duke's trusted supervisor. Logan's eyes widened. It was him. The exact same Lewis from his past life. The guy who handed over the Divine Sword's absolute secrets. Back then, Lewis told him to memorize the techniques and find a worthy successor. Honestly, Logan completely forgot if he gave him anything else. Escorting him to the office, Lewis mentioned the Duke was eagerly waiting. Just as Lewis turned away, a loud voice echoed down the hall. Flashing a knowing smirk, Logan spun around. He warmly greeted Felix's elegant wife, the Duchess, brightly congratulating her on the incoming baby. He casually offered to answer any questions she had. Cradling her baby bump, she dropped a bomb. Would you name our unborn child? Logan's jaw hit the floor. Felix suddenly popped up casually mentioning that he and the Duchess had actually been debating this for weeks. Since Logan literally saved them, they wanted him to do the honors. Our main character was completely short-circuiting. Panic set in. A name dictates a kid's entire destiny and future. Dude, we have literally only hung out twice. Sweating bullets over the massive responsibility, Logan finally bowed. It would be my absolute honor. The noble couple practically glowed with joy. Gently sending his wife to rest, Felix leaned against the heavy oak door. He awkwardly scratched his head, admitting he sucked at emotional speeches. Then he deadpanned, let us communicate with our bodies. Logan blinked, totally weirded out, while Felix just intensely glared at him. Felix chuckled, amazed at how ridiculously fast Logan's power level had skyrocketed. He was itching to test out the kid's brand new muscles. Cut to the training grounds. Sparks flew as Logan exploded forward, but Felix casually dodged, appearing right behind his back like a ghost. Felix launched a brutal counter. Logan scoffed, twisting his blade for a nasty parry, but Felix blocked it flawlessly. Time to push his absolute limits. Suddenly, Felix threw up a hand, completely halting the duel. He stared in pure disbelief. Seriously, kid, what the heck are you?